What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is the part 4 of a story where Issei became a villain and had the blacklight virus. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Now, let's get into part 4. The next day. News station New York, USA, 1:30 p.m. Issei was situated at the news station. The events that he performed at the school and at the Yokai faction were known by the president, who decided to reveal BLACKWATCH to the rest of the world, even the supernatural world. He was wearing formals. At first Issei presumed this would be risky, but the president reminded him that the United States is a protected land, with the lowest supernatural activity being present there. So no faction would step in the land unless they have to deal with the consequences of confronting any hidden pantheons there. He was with James. Since he let Tamamo settle down in his new house, she needed to get used to the modern stuff in the 21st century, and even if she had knowledge, she needed to know how to use them and get used to it. Ingvald was watching over her in the meantime and would inform him anytime something goes wrong. Once he settled down, the news anchor spoke while seated down. "I am so glad you could take some time off your busy schedule, Mr. Issei. It's alright, you wanted to have an interview with me, right?" The news anchor, who was a female, nodded in agreement. She then spoke. "Yes, I do, so in that case shall we begin?" "Indeed, we can begin. Miss Anchor." Issei spoke with a smile. The anchor took some sheets of papers and she started to take Issei's news interview. She motioned the cameraman to start recording as the news interview that would change the current standing and situation of the supernatural world has begun. John's residence, California, 1:30 p.m. John and Yuri were watching some television as they came across the news interview. Yuri then spoke. "Is that Issei-san?" "Yeah, he did mention that he was going to have a news interview. He informed that the interview is going to ask him about, including us." Yuri became concerned on this as she spoke it out. "You sure about this? Revealing BLACKWATCH to the public is not a good idea if you ask me." Issei mentioned that there are rumors of an organization that attacked the Yokai faction is going on. The army that Issei has was something that was starting to get known in the entire world. "Even you were able to find out about BLACKWATCH, right?" Yuri nodded, remembering that she researched about BLACKWATCH and desired to meeting the chairman. She felt bad realizing that she must have exposed the organization to the world. "Don't beat yourself, Yuri, Issei planned on doing this one day. He is not going to reveal the secrets of the organization. He mentioned that he is going to speak in such a manner that the supernatural will know it is him, but the humans will get an even higher idea on the supernatural." Yuri nodded. She looked down, feeling better, but still slightly guilty on partially being the reason on why the truth was out. Seeing this, John brought Yuri closer and kissed her on the forehead, causing her to blush as she remained in a daze. John then spoke. "You know I am there for you, always, right? Issei doesn't blame you in any way, so don't beat yourself and watch the interview." Yuri nodded as she turned her gaze towards the television. John pulled her closer as he places his hand over her shoulder, with Yuri placing her head on John's chest as they watched the interview. Scene change. News station New York, USA, 2 p.m. Issei started the interview with the news anchor as she asked. "Tell me, Mr. Issei. Just call me Issei, calling me Mr. feels old, I am actually still 20 years old." The news anchor and even the cameraman were surprised by this revelation. James shook his head and spoke. "That's them every time." James himself was only a few years older than him, but many would be surprised to see that he is in his 30s when he is actually in his late 20s. James knew the reason why Issei was a chairman despite only reaching 20 years old. It was because he was a super genius with an IQ of more than 260. I am sorry, you are 20 years old." Issei nodded and spoke. "Yes, is that a problem?" "And no, there is not, I am just surprised. Anyways, let's continue. So Issei, why did you start the creation of BLACKWATCH?" Issei thought for a moment and responded. "Before I answer, let me ask you this, have you seen the video?" The news anchor nodded, remembering that the supernatural is manipulative. She was one of the several that believed that video, while some of her more religious friends refused to believe that. "In that case, I myself had an encounter with the supernatural, and it was anything but pretty. I was attacked by a woman with 2 black wings and a dressing style that would fit in a strip club. She wanted me dead for something she kept blabbering about. I think it was a sacred gear. Yeah, she wanted me dead for something that I didn't even know I had." Issei spoke, remembering his first proper encounter with the supernatural, which was the fallen angel Rainer. The woman then asked in response. "So this stripper, how did you survive an encounter with that stripper?" Issei spoke in response. "I was forced to take her down, fortunately, I knocked her down and ran as fast as I can. What made her different from any cosplayer is that she threw spears made of light towards me. I can confirm this, since she was able to generate them instantaneously and throw them towards us. I know this story may sound unbelievable, but since you have seen the video, you did see Azazel and Penemu throwing a spear at the person, right? The spear was similar to the ones he had thrown. The news reporter nodded in understanding, as she could understand what Issei is trying to convey. This meant that Issei also had a run-in with the supernatural. She noted this down and spoke. I see. Well, it was good that you made it out alive, and if that is the case, why does the supernatural want to hide itself from them? Issei responded to her with a smile. It is because they need humans. The news anchor looked surprised as she spoke. Need us? Why? Well, it is simple, their numbers are dwindling, as the video mentioned, they recruit humans like us to serve for their own entertainment and goals. They want to live in their own world, while leeching off the efforts that the humans made. Not to mention, how would the world react to seeing this? I mean, you did see the video, right? Like, you know how much of a controversial topic the video has become, right? The news anchor nodded and spoke. Yes, I am aware of this Issei. It's more of the religious people that are demanding the video to be taken down, and then there are people defending the video with hard facts, police evidence and even actual statements and scenic evidence. It is chaos everywhere. Issei knew this was bound to happen, as he voiced out his thoughts in a neutral manner. Correct, this was bound to happen. Think about it this way, let's say you are someone who worships gods, let it be Shiva, Indra, Odin or even Zeus, let's presume, okay. And then this video is shown to the public, what would your first reaction and thoughts be? Denial, right? The news anchor nodded, as Issei continued. Denial that the contents in the video are fabricated to put the divine in a bad light, right? Yes, that is true, many are showing denial, and are trying to prove the video wrong or are wanting to take it down, that is denial, right? Issei nodded and spoke. Correct, but you are partially wrong as well. The news anchor was surprised, but Issei cleared it out for her. I understand your surprise, but this is denial coupled with anger. I believe you know the 5 stages of grief, right? Yes. The news anchor responded, as Issei spoke. Good, that means the religious humans are experiencing both denial and anger, they have reached stage 2 of the 5 stages of grief. Soon they will reach the other stages of grief as well. Give it time, that is all I can say, you never know what the future has in store for you. I see. This is really interesting, thank you for your thoughts and words in the supernatural. Issei nodded in response, as the news anchor asked. So tell me, what is the purpose of BLACKWATCH? The purpose of my organization? It is more of an investigation organization. We will investigate such situations and rescue and protect any humans that are under this oppression against the supernatural. Ever since the video, we have been locating any humans that are imprisoned by the supernatural. Issei spoke with a serious tone, he knew that John was not the only human that they must have imprisoned, there could be even more of them. Have you done so successfully? Issei nodded and spoke. Yes, we have. Would you tell me who they are? Issei immediately shook his head and spoke. I am sorry, those people's privacy is also our concern, I cannot disclose any of their identity in public. Can we know why? Issei then spoke. There is a chance that those people may get recaptured, I am not endangering any human life again, those are the rules I have set up when I brought BLACKWATCH into existence. There are approximately billions of people watching this as we speak, and I am afraid that someone supernatural will be watching this and wanting to harm those too. Especially their former captors. The news anchor nodded in understanding, realizing Issei's thought process hearing this, as she continued with the interview. Scene change. John's residence, California, 2:30 p.m. John and Yuri sighed in relief, they were worried that their identities will be exposed, but they were wrong. They were fearful that the news may reveal their identities, since for obvious reasons that they were involved with the supernatural. Well, it is a good thing that our identities won't be revealed, right John? John nodded in agreement as he spoke. Yes, he knew of our desire to live the life of a normal couple. Something that the fox bitch doesn't want us to have. John spoke the last part with slight annoyance, as Yuri muttered to John in worry. John? John only looked down in sadness and responded. Sorry Yuri, it is just her stupid ego and arrogance ruined our lives and forced us into hiding. We can't live in peace and normally until she is dealt with. Even me being the president of the company put both of our lives in jeopardy. I hate what that woman has done to us. Yuri could only look down sadly, she wondered on when Yusaka will leave them alone, she then spoke with a smile, remembering the marriage will happen soon. Be patient, Anada. Yusaka will get what is coming for her, karma will soon come to her when she realizes what kind of a person Dai is, and maybe Issei will force her to comply to his demands by putting them in a fix. Until then, we wait, only 3 weeks remain. Yuri spoke with a gentle smile, as John looked at her and nodded, he could only hope that things get better. You're right, I guess. But even if Yusaka does get to us, know this. John brought Yuri closer and kissed her on the forehead. I will always love you, and I don't care what you are or the world thinks. Yuri looked at him with a blush, as she only gave a smile. John then spoke after that. Speaking of which, I plan on introducing you to my mom and dad. They would love to meet you. Yuri was surprised as she asked. But John, what if Yusaka erased their memories? John was horrified at this, knowing she would have gotten to his parents as well. He hated the fact that he was powerless to do anything about it. Yuri could understand her partner's anger and also hated what happened to them. They wouldn't even know that their son existed or not. Don't worry, John, we will find a way. If they are erased, we will recover them. John looked at her and nodded as they continued watching the news interview. Scene change. News station, New York, USA, 2:45 p.m. I see. I guess for their own protection you did that, and I believe we also should not interfere in their personal lives. Issei gave a smile and spoke. See, you also believe this would be the right thing. The news anchor nodded and spoke in response. Yes, and one final question, do you believe that the supernatural is evil? Like, what are your real thoughts on them? Issei thought for a moment and spoke. Well, my opinions may be subjective, not everyone would be agreeing with my thoughts. Yes, I can see that coming, storms of opinions would be contradict yours. The news anchor chuckled with Issei chuckling in response as he spoke. Yeah, that is true. Anyway, getting to the point, my experiences have a varied opinion on the supernatural, like I wouldn't exactly hate them, but I wouldn't like what they are doing either. If anything, that is why BLACKWATCH even exists, so that humans wouldn't have to suffer by their hand. Now that the existence has been revealed to us, it would be best for humans to prepare against them if they do pose a threat. Keyword being if. I see. That makes sense. The news anchor spoke, to which Issei nodded in response and spoke while getting up. Well. Issei gets up following her and the anchor continues. It was great talking to you, Chairman of BLACKWATCH. Yeah. The duo shakes hands as she looks at the camera and speaks. We will be moving on with our channel after a short break. Until then, stay tuned. The camera goes off as anchor breathes a sigh of relief and spoke. It's finally over, thank you for coming to us for this interview. The pleasure is all mine, and I think. Issei looks at his watch and speaks. It is time for me to leave, I have another meeting. The news anchor nodded as Issei left the room as the anchor goes to take her own break. Issei and James leave the meeting room as the general speaks. The interview went quite well. Indeed, I wouldn't have agreed to this if the president didn't request me for it. James nodded in understanding, as soon enough, they teleported all the way to the Himejima residence to meet up with Suzaku Himejima and Tobio Ikuse, who wanted to speak to him about releasing Tamamo no Mae. Scene change. Himejima Estate, Japan, 3 p.m. Tobio and Suzaku were patiently waiting for Issei until a magic circle opened up revealing the two. The duo rushed to him as Tobio spoke. I am so glad you could make it under such short notice. Well, I was kind of free aside from helping a certain fox settle down in the modern day and… Issei looked at Suzaku and speaks. It is good to see you too, Suzaku. You too, Issei. Issei and Suzaku hugged each other in greeting as the duo soon turned to James Heller and Suzaku spoke. And it is great to finally meet you too, Mr. Heller. Tobio told me a lot about you. Indeed it is, Suzaku-san. James responded with a tone of gratitude. Suzaku shook her head and spoke. Please call me Suzaku. James nodded as Issei asked. So you wanted to talk to me about releasing Tamamo, right? Yes, please take a seat. Issei nodded and took a seat, with James also following suit. Issei then spoke. So you wanted to know how? Why? And the location where she is, right? Suzaku nodded and spoke to this with a serious tone. Well, I know the last location, it is the first two questions I want answers of. I see. Well, the first thing, the Kishinami clan had assisted me in helping me locate her, gave me all the details of her release, and even the needed equipment to do so. Suzaku and Tobio became surprised by this, the former even more than Tobio, since they were often against the policies and nature of the five principal clans even more. The fact that they were the ones that helped Issei with everything stunned them the most. Why the shocked looks? James asked, to which Suzaku answered it for him. It is because the Kishinami clan are more secretive, respected and feared amongst the supernatural families. They have several secrets that not even the supernatural is aware of. While yes, they aren't as strong as the factions, they can hold their own for long enough, and in a manner they hold high influence in the human world. 5 of the most influential families in Japan, in both social, political, governmental, military, businesses, and the supernatural, second only to the imperial clan and the prime minister. Their former head Kaji Kishinami is one of the most deadliest humans in all of the supernatural world. Feared and respected by many people. Even the Haidu clan, someone we hate, don't cross against that man. James nodded with a stunned look, he didn't realize that they even had influence in the supernatural world. Issei then spoke. Yeah, and that man is my maternal grandfather. The three looked at Issei in complete surprise as they all exclaimed. "What?" Suzaku exclaimed as she continued. "No way. You never told us this, Issei." James spoke with a stunned and confused tone as Issei shrugged and responded. "Yep, I am related to the Kishinami clan by blood. They are my relatives. The one who contacted me to release the fox spirit was the current head herself, Haruka Kishinami. She helped me out in unsealing her, but I don't see her as family. It was only a business purpose since our enemies were one and the same." The trio were surprised by this as Tobio asked. "Why do you not see them as such?" Issei shook his head and spoke with anger. "In all their time, now was the time they show their faces to me. They were never there when I needed them the most, when one of their own, Akamiki Haidu, ignored me and let the Haidu clan torment me for lacking any magical trait. So why should I see them as my family?" Tobio remained silent. He understood Issei's anger towards them as he shakes his head trying to change the topic. "Anyways, let's not talk about them. What else do you wish to know about?" Suzaku spoke in response while in stunned tone. She, like Tobio, understood why Issei does not see them as their family. "Alright, why did you release her?" Issei took a deep breath to compose himself and spoke. "Curiosity." "Curiosity?" Suzaku asked, to which Issei responded. "Yes, I wanted to see if the myths about Tamamo no Mei were really true or not. I decided to release her. Turns out, she is quite the opposite on what the myths tell us that she is. She loved Toba with all her heart and still grieves for him to this day. Honestly, with me and Ingvald around, her state would have been much worse." James added on Issei's words. "Yeah, she doesn't seem to be hostile in any manner, nor does she want to take over the world by going after the president in any manner. Still, we are keeping an eye on her in an event she does stab us in the back. And if she does, I will take full responsibility for the actions. Worry not, I have seals that can be used to seal her power. I designed it to counter Yusaka, but it would work on her as well." Suzaku nodded in understanding. She trusted Issei like Tobio and knew he had seals from him rescuing John from the prison. Although, he didn't tell them their identities since he wanted to make sure that they are safe. However, she was aware that the other clans and even some of her own clan will not agree to it. Issei sensed her worry and spoke. "Worry not, I will deal with those arrogant and stubborn morons. I have my ways of dealing with them. Either they see reason by choice or by force, or they die by my hands. Cause if they still want to be the same stubborn morons, history is going to repeat itself." Suzaku understood what Issei was implying. Suu Himejima, her great-uncle or grand-uncle, however it is called, still hated the hiatus for all that Juzo had done and wanted to still teach them a lesson. However, he was powerless to do anything, since not only are they strong enough to repel invasions, but also they are protected to factions. She then voiced out her words in a solemn tone. "Let's hope so, Ice." Suzaku knew that meeting will happen in a few minutes as the representatives of the clan would arrive. Issei knew that two of the current representatives are friendly like Suzaku, while the others are more rigid, with one being paranoid as well. He needed to deal with them accordingly. Scene change. Meeting area, Himejima Estate, Japan, 3:45 p.m. The meeting between the representatives of the 5 principal clans and the chairman of BLACKWATCH has begun. The first person aside from Suzaku that has joined the meeting was Seiryu Kushihashi. Seiryu is a bespectacled handsome young man with graceful features. He wears a blue blazer. The second was Genbu Daoman, who is a young girl with long silver that has a series of bangs in front of her forehead with a single hair strand, known in Japan as a hoge, sticking out from the top, as well as 2 green beads on 2 tied portions of her hair and purple hair. She is dressed in a unique yellow dress and a white scarf around her neck. The third was Aoryu Nakiri. He was described to be a young man who has hair, which appears to be slicked back, and a long bang in front of his forehead that extends in front of his left eye. He wore a crimson uniform. And fourth is Bayako, is a young man with a shaved head. "Good evening everyone." Suzaku greeted them with a bow as they all greeted her. They all looked to see Issei as he spoke. "Hello everyone, I believe you all know me, since you must have watched the news report. If you didn't, I am Issei Haidu and I am the current chairman of BLACKWATCH, and this is James Heller. He is the general of the US Army, and yes, he knows about the supernatural." The 4 representatives were surprised by this revelation, as they knew him to be the same man that had beaten up Kuo Academy students, including several of the supernatural. Seiryu was the first to speak. "So you are the infamous Issei Haidu, the disgrace of the Haidu family, from what I hear about." James was about to say something, but Issei stopped him and spoke. "Yes Kushihashi, I am the same person. But aren't you something special, considering that I am from the same family that humiliated yours years ago?" Issei retorted with a sly smirk, as Seiryu could be seen gritting his teeth in frustration. He remembered the day when the clan members were defeated by a man named Juzo Haidu. Flashback. Many clansmen and clanswomen had fallen as the other survivor members of the clans looked at a man that had taken a look at the attacker. He was described to be a brown-haired man with a balbo beard and a mustache. He wore a brown suit, a light brown waistcoat and a white shirt and tie. He also wore a brown formal pants. This was Juzo Haidu, Issei's grandfather, 47 years. He stood over the corpses with a cold look, having no empathy for their demises, as a younger Seiryu was watching with horror and fear, seeing how many of his men were slain. His clan was humiliated by the man in front of them. He then spoke. Let this be a warning for all you 5 principal clans. You may be one of Japan's most prominent clans, but if you try and mess with me and my family, I will hunt any clan member that remains and burn down your clans. In other words, your clans will be nothing but history. Suu Himejima walked forward with anger in his eyes as he unleashed flames in his hands and spoke. You bastard. You will regret disobeying us and… Suu was unable to complete when a blast of destructive magic sent him flying as he crashed to a nearby rock, creating a crater. He coughed up blood as Juzo spoke again. This is what happens to idiots like him. If you are so rigid, then someone like me would bring your clan to complete extinction. Juzo pointed to Suu, who was brutally injured. Juzo soon spoke as he created a teleportation circle and spoke. Let this be a day for you to remember. You will be destroyed if you ever cross against the Haidu clan. Goodbye 5 principal clans. Juzo teleported out of there as Seiryu looked at the man in anger. He gritted his teeth in anger, seeing the man as one of the most deadliest threats in all of the human world. One man humiliated all 5 clans at once. Flashback ends. Issei looked at Seiryu, who had a look of anger, but before he could say anything, Issei had spoken with a cold tone. Don't even try any funny business. My grandfather was able to humiliate every last one of your clan members, and despite you using your sacred beasts, none of you held a candle against him. He even killed your members and dared you to do something about it. Seiryu backed away with fear, but there was anger in his eyes as well. He saw Issei as a threat and wanted to deal with him, but he saw his cold expression. It reminded him of the same expression that Juzo once had. I will let history repeat itself if you try anything against me or my family, Seiryu Kushihashi. Except I will drive your clan to extinction. Seiryu gulped in fear as he could see Issei's coldness. The other representatives minus Suzaku were nervous, while Suzaku was worried seeing her friend act like this. Excellent, remember this well. Issei turned back to his normal state as he looked at the others and spoke. Now then, let's get started with the real topic of the discussion. Alright. Genbu spoke with slight nervousness before taking a deep breath to compose herself. She then spoke. The spirit of Tamamo no Mei has been released. Can someone tell us where she is? I can. Issei spoke up as Aoryu spoke in response. Then go ahead. She is safe and sound with me. The 4 principal clans were shocked by this revelation as Genbu spoke in concern. But Issei, she is one of the most dangerous to Yaokai. If she uses her powers, wherever you are will be destroyed. Plus, she is known for her manipulation. Yes, you should know that she is a dangerous person. Especially considering that you unsealed her knowing what she is capable of. Aoryu spoke with worry as Bayako added. She is not good news, kid. She will only cause problems to you and your loved one. Issei understood their concerns. However, Seiryu spoke made him angry. You should hand her over to us, surrender herself to us, Issei Haidu. Suzaku internally facepalmed upon. She knew what was going to happen to Seiryu as James spoke. You motherfucker, I will. Issei stops him with James looking in surprise. Issei then speaks. I got this, James. Turning to Seiryu and returning to his bloodlusted state, he then spoke with a cold tone that left no argument. Let me make one thing clear, Tamamo is safe and sound with me. I am not lending her to anyone, and let me tell you Kushihashi, I can kill you and your spirited beast right here and now. I will then go after the rest of your clan and wipe them out, leaving no survivors behind. I will finish what my grandfather started, is that clear? Issei's shrill and cold tone left no argument as Seiryu lost his tone and became fearful as he gritted his teeth in frustration. He couldn't get anything from Issei and his nature reminded him of his grandfather. Suzaku kept her hand on Issei and spoke. Issei, we understand, but then what will happen if she does go rogue? Yes, and Seiryu, please let Issei explain himself before you make a reckless demand like that. I understand you are looking for potential threats that threaten your clan, but your paranoia will only do more harm. Genbu spoke with a tone of reason as Seiryu relented and sat down. He knew that Issei was not someone you want to mess with, especially when his resume was known for taking down cadre level fallen angels and high to ultimate class devils, along with pure-blooded vampires and even angels. But they don't even know that Issei has gods and other Yaokai in his list whom he had murdered and consumed without any mercy. Fine, so Issei, what will you do if she does go rogue? Seiryu asked Issei, to which he then spoke. It is easy, I have seals that can weaken and seal a Yaokai's powers. I believe you heard of my attack on the Western Yaokai faction, right? Along with going after the Eastern Yaokai faction as well. Seiryu nodded, remembering Issei attacking the faction to rescue a man, as Aoryu spoke in response. We do, but what are you implying? Issei spoke in response. I was able to create a seal that would seal Yasaka's powers for 3 hours, and I was able to keep her in my control till I gained my objective. But I doubt 3 hours would be enough, kid. Tamamo no Mei was known for her deception and treachery. She used her beauty and charms to deceive those she seems fit. Do you really believe you can handle her? Bayako spoke with a serious tone, as Issei responded. I can, and I even made an even better seal if you are asking for the fact that I can stop her. Initially my intentions were to seal Yasaka and the Yaokai's powers, but it would work for Tamamo no Mei as well. The seal will instead last for 3 months, but if you want, I can extend it even further as well. The 4 principal clans understood this, even Suzaku was surprised by this, as Seiryu speaks in response. But if she does break free then. I will take full responsibility for my actions, you and your clan needn't worry about the consequences. I will take full responsibility if she does go rogue, you can inform this to your clans. The 4 representatives understood Issei's words, as Genbu spoke for everyone in response. We all accept these terms, not getting our clans to accept. That is another story. Aoryu spoke in agreement. I agree, they won't accept the terms. Then let them have a clash with me. Inform that Tamamo is under my protection, if they don't like it, they can have a talk with me. I can convince them if needed. You can count on it. Seiryu asked in response. Would it end in bloodshed? Issei shook his head and spoke. That depends. If they are rigid and want violence, they shall get what they ask. Issei's words left no argument, as they nodded on his request. Suzaku, James and Tobio knew that if the Himejima clan does confront Issei, it would be a one-sided slaughter, since Issei can use the abilities of gods and other supernatural beings that he consumed to his advantage. But they knew that his boosted gear should be enough, since if he does reveal those other abilities, he can expose himself. While he can take on the likes of Ajuka and Surziches, he has not yet reached Drager Albion level, but he is pretty close to doing so. If he were to fight against the factions head-on, he would get slaughtered by someone like Indra and Shiva, something he knows it too. Worse, he could be made a spectacle of and humiliated. Issei's only option is to consume more gods and other beings, increase his arsenal of magical and physical abilities. He already had access to Ares' unique abilities War of Attrition, Tactics and Strength, and Hermes' unique abilities which involved super speed, message projection and mental group communication, to name a few. Then he has Barakiel's unique ability of Holy Lightning. Additionally, when he consumed the Nekomata and Joragumo, he gained their abilities as well, which was necromancy and spider silk manipulation. Along with the strength and abilities cats and spiders have. In that case, let's discuss on how we can come up with a way to prevent this from coming pass. Suzaku spoke seriously, as they all agreed with her words. They soon started to discuss something, with Suzaku, Issei and Tobio, all slowly convincing them to join Blackwatch and pushing forward the deal when the time is right. Scene change. Grigori, 9:30 p.m. Azazel and Shemhazai were watching the news of Issei's interview, as Azazel felt like throwing a spear at the television, as he scowled in response. That bastard. Azazel, calm down, there is nothing we can do. He has already prepared an organization to combat us, gathering like-minded individuals to do so. He knows on how humans operate and has found a way to combat us. Azazel gritted his teeth in anger. He hated on how Issei used his intelligent and street smarts against them. He wanted to make him pay, but remembered what Issei did to him. But on a serious note, did you actually go after Rind with the intention of harming or provoking him? Azazel exclaimed with an annoyed tone. How the fuck was I supposed to know that they are together? Hell, it is not like I knew about this, and that is not even mentioning that the disgrace is with Valerie, someone whom I wanted to be engaged with die. Azazel exclaimed with anger in his voice when he mentioned the last part. He felt helpless on being unable to do anything about the situation that he was put against. He knew Issei wouldn't hesitate to put him 6 feet under if he tried anything against them. Furthermore, reports of the attack on the Dark Forests confirmed that Alex Mercer was present, and many suspect that he is the one that must have had a hand in releasing Tamamo no Mei. Shemhazai spoke with a sigh, as Azazel responded with a frustrated tone. Yeah, and Yusaka is blowing a casket upon this. She is not happy with what Mercer has done, since according to her, Tamamo broke a law by having a relationship with a human being, that being Emperor Toba. It is just like that Yukiana whose partner was rescued by Issei. Azazel spoke with a sigh, remembering Yusaka being livid when another broke one of her laws of having a relationship with her human. Tamamo no Mei was Yusaka's older sister, and by extension she is Kunu's aunt. When Tamamo announced her relationship with Toba and left everything in the hands of a younger Yusaka, she and those that hated relationships with humans decided to do everything in their power to break their relationship. However, they knew that Tamamo could easily wipe out the Yokai faction if she wanted to. The reason was that she is a Jibai no Kitsune, or a 10-tailed fox. Unlike Yusaka, who was considered an ultimate class being, she actually reached godhood and was considered a god class being. She could even combat gods if she wanted to, however that was not in her nature. Her nature was to experience love and care, and that was with Toba. In terms of personality, she's mostly kind and gentle Yokai and less provoked. And sometimes forgets her position and acts on her own violation. With a clear superhuman intellect and excels at mathematics. She also has a well-sociable personality. That is why they did something really heinous. They secretly poisoned Toba and made it such a manner that Tamamo no Mei was the one that was responsible for the deed. She tried to explain them, but they didn't listen, believing she to be the root cause of it. They chased her for days, with some Yokai infiltrating as Taoists and practitioners. Tamamo only found solace in the foxes nearby, eventually locating and cornering her. She pleaded and begged them to listen, but they never did so. They wanted her dead, eventually succeeding in killing her. Despite them defending herself, she never actually wanted to harm or kill them, eventually getting sealed. She was also framed as the one of the most vile Yokai in all of history. Something that she never was. Until the day when Issei, Alex, unsealed her from her prison. Shiva warned us about MERCER. We need to add more security, we don't know where Issei or Alex is going to attack next. Shemhazai spoke with a serious tone, as Azazel nodded. He needed to locate where either of the two are and what they are planning to do. For all they know, Issei has allies while MERCER doesn't. They had to plan what they are going to do next if they have to take out Alex MERCER once and for all. However, they don't even know that this is just the beginning of what Issei has planned for them. Issei looked at the reports of the soldiers being trained to combat the supernatural. He had asked Artemis and Athena to train the soldiers as the duo of girls agreeing to do so. He was soon joined by RageRevan. She was described to be a very beautiful pale-skinned girl with hip-length silver hair that had bangs hanging over her face, where it mostly hangs over on the right side, and clear sky blue eyes. She wears a jacket-like trench coat with a white button-up shirt and black skirt. She is seen wearing a blue pendant gemstone with red ribbons, possibly indicating her royalty status. She also has golden chains looped around her left shoulder. So what do you think? LaFolia. Issei asked one of his mates as she spoke with an analytical tone. These soldiers, you outdid yourself this time. These soldiers can easily combat even with the likes of high-class beings and are reaching the territory of ultimate-class beings. Athena is training them in warfare and combat tactics, while Artemis is training them in aiming and precision. Being the goddess of archery requires skill and precision, and that is what she is training these soldiers for. I guess this applies for all forms of guns as well, although I am surprised that Artemis knows a wide variety of guns. LaFolia had spoken her words, as Issei responded. Indeed, I had a feeling that Artemis should technically know a lot of modern-day weapons. Although she still uses her bow and arrows, it would be fair that she does know about technology, and she does. However, she is not a fan of many of the guns, since in her eyes, it does undermine some skill needed to ranged weaponry, but she is accepting of any users. But she will never use a gun herself. LaFolia shook her head upon this and spoke in response. She should be a bit more open-minded. Issei agreed to this as he spoke in response. I agree, change takes time. Day after day her state is improving. I am still agape that she was a victim of rape and would have almost been done for had it not been for Artemis defending herself. Orion was punished by Zeus fortunately, one of the rare good things that pathetic excuse of a god has done. But there is something more to the story, regardless, it shaped her to be the woman that she is. Issei's tone had sadness, he hated what happened to Artemis and vowed to set things right. He vowed to make her happy from here on out and to see her live in happiness. He could see that she was happy instructing and training the soldiers. Yeah. I agree. LaFolia had sadness in her eyes. She remembered the fateful day on what happened to her sisters when they died because of Dai Haidu's cowardice. She was grateful that LaFay and Arthur got away from the Pendragons when they had the chance, hence she does not hate them. It was Uther and Marina Pendragon that she hates the most. A tear fell from her eye, as Issei sensed this, he pulled her closer, startling the girl. LaFolia became surprised as she asked. Issei? LaFolia could see the worry in her eyes as she understood why he was worried. She could only turn her gaze away knowing what happened to two of her sisters at his former brother's hands. Issei looks at LaFolia as he speaks. You are thinking about your sisters, aren't you? Yes, it's out. I am still haunted by what happened to them every single day. That fucker thought it was a good idea to take credit for your work. He got in the way of RageRevan family business which costed them the lives. Worse, they were treated as martyrs, and you got even more shamed for letting them die. Lafolia spoke with sadness, as Issei calmed her down by rubbing her head. He knew that her sister's death must have devastated her. He then spoke with an assuring tone. Lafolia, worry not. Your sisters will get justice, and die along with the Pendragons, will pay for what they have done. Issei spoke with a tone of assurance, earning a nod from the RageRevan heir. She knew what was going to happen. But you know. Lafolia cuts him off and speaks. I know Arthur and Lefay are innocent, they were able to get away from the faction's influence. But even then, it pisses me off by how callous those factions are, like their whole attitude is us getting over our family members' demise. Lafolia spoke with anger in her tone, as Issei stroked her head to calm her down. You can't help it, Folia-chan, they look down upon you and expect you to serve them without distinction, just cause you were born human. That is why I created BLACKWATCH, to combat against these people, and one thing you should know. We will win, no matter what. Lafolia nodded in understanding, as the couple soon split up. Lafolia then spoke with a smile. Oh, I forgot to mention, my father wants to speak to you. Issei perked up and spoke. Is it a business proposal? Does he intend to make his joining in BLACKWATCH official? Lafolia spoke with a smile, as she closes her eyes. Issei knew what this woman was thinking of right now. He could only sigh knowing he will have to deal with her very angry father, who had gone after his lovely daughter, and may have not made her pure. That, and he wants to have a talk, and knowing your expression. You know that father wants you to have a discussion next. Issei only had a look of annoyance, and spoke. You told him, didn't you? Yep, and he is desperate to have a conversation with you whenever you are free. Issei could only look annoyed. Lafolia must have told him about the mate mark, and now he had to deal with an angry father. Lafolia. Issei grumbled in response. Lafolia could only chuckle seeing her lover's state. She had no regret on making him her eternal lover. Taking a deep breath, he spoke with a normal tone. Well, this was inevitable, so when is the meeting? If you want, he wants to make it in the recent party that will be coming in 2 or 3 days. I believe you should be at your best look since BLACKWATCH will receive its invitation. Issei nodded in understanding, as Lafolia spoke with a sly smile. But we can make it earlier if you. Issei cuts her off and speaks. Denied. Lafolia again chuckled seeing his state, as Issei spoke in response. I need to go somewhere, I need to deal with a certain Lucifuge for what she has done to me. Lafolia lost her smile and became concerned. She knew exactly on what is going to happen. She could only watch Issei leaving the room and teleporting to the underworld. She hated Serzich's and Ria's for what the sibling duo had done, and on how Issei was framed for one of the most heinous crimes imaginable. That being rape. Scene change. Bremery Mansion, Underworld, 8:30 p.m. Grafia was seen preparing the foedermaster, husband needed for the day. He often had a strict regiment and rules relating to his food. She knew that she had to make it on time or by 9 p.m. max, else things wouldn't end well for her. Her master Serzich's was one of the most strictest man on the planet. How did it come to this? Grafia muttered to herself where she didn't want to be heard. She never wanted to marry Serzich's. It was more or less an arranged marriage where she was forced to marry him as a sort of prize. In this reality, when Serzich's won the war against the Satan descendants, the Lucifuge family who was dying were forced to surrender to him, lest they be casted out from the underworld. Her father knew that she would be taken as a prisoner of war or be casted out like many of those that sided with the Satan descendants. Her father asked her to marry him, which was basically an arranged marriage wrapped up in the form of a so-called love marriage. She hated every moment of her marriage, but had no choice but to comply. Even birthing Milikas, whom she loved unconditionally as a mother. However, she tried to make this marriage possible, but Serzich's never had time for her. He was often busy with work or something else. She eventually gave up and left the marriage to be loveless. Unbeknownst to her, Issei was watching her. He soon remembered the fateful event that changed his standing for even more worse, and the worst part. It was not Ai's doing. Flashback begins. Issei was in the bathroom, he was trying to get himself cleaned when Grafia came in the room. Completely naked. He then exclaimed. Gee Grafia. What are you doing here? Issei knew Grafia, she never talked to him and was often neutral towards those she talked to. Her barging in was completely caught off guard as she spoke with a slightly blushing tone. I am only here to serve you. Allow me to serve you. Grafia started to wash his back using a sponge which made the man blush. Issei was not expecting Grafia, someone who was the head maid, to personally come and serve him. She was one of the most sought after women, and here she was serving him in that manner. The situation soon became worse when she started to use her own breasts to wipe the soap around him. She constantly did so for a few minutes as the Red Dragon Emperor was frozen solid until Issei got up and spoke. I should be taking my leave, I think you have done more than enough for servicing me. However, he was soon dragged down by her as she spoke. I am not done yet. Issei wondered what caused her to become like this until he heard something from her tone. Hick. Issei widened his eyes, he knew exactly why she was behaving like this. The woman was drunk. He knew that he had to get away, but he was powerless since she was one of the strongest queens, and he was not yet powerful enough to escape from her. He knew that she could easily overpower and take him down if she wanted to. Please Grafia, if someone sees this, they might get the wrong idea. You can take the bathroom, I am done anyway. Issei tries to escape, but Grafia wraps her arms around him, preventing his escape. She then spoke in a seductive tone. You can leave when I am done servicing you. Issei could only struggle, powerless to escape. Until someone problematic came in the form of Ria's Gremory. Grafia, what is the meaning of this? Ria shouted, causing Grafia and Issei to split up. The latter tried to desperately escape. However, a power of destruction blast stopped him. Issei looked up and was ready to defend himself, but knew that if she gets harmed, he will have to deal with a nuisance of her Siskin brother. Grafia remained silent as the duo were forced out by several maids surrounding them. Scene change. Issei was being chained, and in front of him were Serzich's, his parents and Ria's. The heiress of the Gremory had informed them that Issei had attempted to try and assault or rape Grafia, which was a lie, but with his current reputation, nobody is going to believe him. You have some nerve of raping my wife, you bastard. Dai was right about you. Issei then spoke in response. She came into the bathroom when I was taking a bath, I even tried to leave and an attack from Serzicha silenced him, causing him to screech in pain. The attack didn't kill him, the pain was strong enough to make him wish he did. The thing soon stopped and Serzicha spoke with anger. Confess the truth, you deceptive liar. I did not. Issei once again screamed in pain as Serzicha kept torturing him. He knew that he couldn't kill him, since he would lose the support of the Haidu clan and even Dai Haidu as well. He couldn't understand on why they are keeping this man alive for much longer. This went on for hours until Serzicha grew tired and went inside his room to deal with Grafia. The Haidu disgrace had passed out due to the immense pain he was put through. There was no one that could save him. Flashback ends. Issei looked on at Grafia, the woman never showed up as he wondered where she was. When he needed her for testifying on what happened. She didn't show up and he was treated as a pariah for the incident and was hated even more. As if being hated due to Dai's lies wasn't enough. He leaped to the ground, obstructing Grafia's pathway, much to her surprise, as she spoke. Issei. The woman was caught off guard due to Serzich's keeping her by her side and controlling her. She was not expecting him to show up, not after what he did to many devils including Ria's and Sona. I believe we have a conversation, right Grafia? Grafia knew this was coming, as she had a feeling that someday Issei will snap, and it has already happened with the constant exposure and attacks he had performed. Yes, come inside. I don't think here would be a good choice to speak up. There are prying eyes here. Issei was surprised again, he knew that the supernatural world had a lot of secrets, but he wasn't expecting Grafia to be cordial, he was expecting her to scream or call for help, but here she was turning against her race. They soon headed inside, as Issei was the first to walk in, she looked around and saw no one. A sigh of relief was released by the head maid of the Lucifuge family, as she closed the door and spoke. So what do you want to talk about? There isn't much time since Serzich's would be expecting his food. Grafia spoke with a slight serious tone, however Issei could sense fear in her voice. Issei knew this from hearing her voice, as he asked. Do you remember the incident in the bathroom? Issei is cut off as Grafia speaks and responds. I do and I apologize, I tried to explain to him, but he didn't listen. Yeah, you better, wait what? Issei asked, confused, to which Grafia explained herself. Yes Issei, you wonder why was I not there in the place next to Serzich's when he tortured you for raping me? Issei knew this to be true, as he then asked in response. You weren't there? Yeah, what of it? Issei spoke with an uninteresting tone, as Grafia responded. Let me explain. Issei nodded as Grafia took a deep breath and spoke. I was in my room on his orders, he had placed guards to make sure I didn't escape. I wanted to confess but nobody would listen to me, I was willing to take the blame, but nobody listened. Once he was done with you, he came to my room, he demanded an explanation on what I did, he didn't listen and he started to. Grafia trailed off, remembering the heinous deed that Serzich's had done to her. Issei then asked. What did he do to you? Issei asked, as he soon asked with a slightly louder tone. What did he do to you? Grafia flinched and remained nervous, as Drake spoke to him. Partner, let her speak, she is not lying. I think Sirkin did something really messed up, that too to his own wife. Alright, go on. Issei spoke with a calmer tone, as Grafia nodded, she soon started to turn behind and undress herself. Issei then exclaimed with a look of shock. Grafia, what are you doing? Instead of telling you, how about I show you? You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Grafia undressed herself, as Issei wanted to deny it. She removed her apron first and then her dress, only revealing her bra and panties. Issei could only have a look of horror by what he was witnessing. He kept his hands on his mouth upon seeing this. That changed into anger right away, as he wanted to make Serziches suffer. There were multiple scars and injuries in her body. These were signs of heavy torture and torment that she had to go through on a weekly basis courtesy of her husband. He whipped me on a weekly basis, torturing me for my apparent crime of raping me. He beat me, his own wife, up, even when I was trying to explain myself to him. He never even gave me phoenix tears to hide or remove these scars. Truth is, I never actually loved him, not after what he did to me now. Issei was surprised as Grafia wore her clothing and Issei asked, "What do you mean? Don't tell me your marriage was." Grafia gave a nod to Issei's question as he understood where exactly this was going. This explained a lot of questions, and he now really despised Serziches for what he had done to her. "If you still don't believe me, then..." Issei holds her hand, calming her down as he spoke. "No, I believe you. You have spoken enough about him. That Serziches, he truly is a devil in every sense of the word. The mere fact that he tortured and beats his own wife, someone whom he should be seeing as a soulmate and protecting her for all his life, is being the one to beat him on a daily basis." Grafia could only look at him in surprise. She could only turn her gaze away and spoke while tears were falling from her eyes. "I hated marrying him at first, but despite this I tried to make our marriage work. Even having a son was not enough with that man." Grafia spoke while shuddering. Issei could sense she was afraid of her own husband, who is a wife beater. If Serziches was not hated before, he was hated now, and if he was hated, he was despised by the Red Dragon Emperor. He took a deep breath and spoke. "It's alright, Grafia, you needn't fear him anymore." Grafia looked at Issei with hope, but before she could respond, she could sense someone coming here, as she spoke with slight fear. "Hide, someone is coming." Issei nodded and used an invention to keep himself hidden. Grafia soon opened the door, revealing Riaz, who had asked, "Grafia, big brother is looking for you." "Alright, tell him I am on my way. I need to prepare some food for him." Riaz nodded as she left the room. She soon closed the door and breathed in relief. She waited for footsteps to go away as she spoke. "You can come out now." Issei deactivated his device as he spoke. "You really seem afraid of him." "Why wouldn't I? He is a super devil, I am just merely Satan-class devil. He can easily destroy me and I can barely fight back." Issei narrowed his gaze and knew on what he has to do. He then spoke with a serious tone. "Pack your stuff, we will be leaving tonight, no questions asked." Issei spoke with seriousness as Grafia had a smile of hopefulness and happiness. But she soon remembered Milica's as he asked, "But what about?" Issei cuts her off and speaks. "We will rescue him, but not now. Serziches wouldn't harm your son since he is next in line to the Gremory family. I am not sure if he..." Grafia cuts him off and shakes her head. She then speaks in a pleading tone. "No, I made sure to keep him away from Dai's and Ria's words. He is not your enemy, please Issei. He is just a small child." Grafia was cut off as Issei spoke. "Who can be manipulated, right?" Grafia remained silent. She could sense his blackened heart due to what the family had to make him go through. However, she had to make sure that her son is protected. She took a deep breath and spoke. "I will come with you, but you need to protect him, please. He is the only one I have that loves and cares for me. I can't leave him in a family of wolves who will consume and corrupt him. I don't want to see my son become like his father. He is a powerful boy having both mine and Serzich's blood. He is one of the few that can easily reach Satan class with the right amount of training at a very young age. That kid, I don't want the devils to use him as a breeding tool or as a weapon of destruction. Please, save him." Issei could analyze the situation. If Grafia wouldn't have told him about the situation, he would have had that boy experimented, but he never looked down upon him, since Riaz used to take him away, and after the incident with Grafia, he never visited the Gremory mansion. That was until today. Issei had to make a decision. He knew Grafia would do anything for her son, since technically he is the only one that truly she cares for. She then spoke. "I will do anything, please just assure me that he will be safe and alright." Issei thought for a moment and spoke with a sigh. "Fine, he will be protected." Grafia had a smile as Issei spoke. "But he will stay here. If I bring the two of you at once, Serziches may come after where I am staying, but worry not. If he is in danger I will protect him, is that fine?" Grafia at first was worried about her son, but what Issei spoke next assured her that he would be fine. She nodded in acceptance as he spoke while bringing out a device, which was the same as removal of a sacred gear. "Once we remove your Queen P, Serziches will come here, pack your stuff and we are leaving the mansion, tonight." Grafia nodded and did just as she was asked. She packed her stuff in a few minutes and spoke. "I am done, can I say goodbye to Milica's? He would be sleeping." Issei nodded as they headed to the room. Issei turned invisible so that no one would be looking for him. They reached the room, as Grafia walked to Milika's and kissed the boy on the forehead, she then spoke. "Good night, son, it would be a while for your mother to come back." Grafia soon left the room, as she gave a nod to Issei. He revealed himself and activated the device which removed her queen piece, as he soon stomped on it, crushing it into crystals. He then teleported Grafia out of the location and headed straight to California where he was staying. Scene change. Issei's house, California, USA, 4:30 p.m. It was quite the evening in California, as Issei looked at the two girls, Tamamo no Mei and Ingvild Leviathan, both of whom were surprised as Ingvild asked. "Issei, isn't she?" "Yes, this is Grafia, she will be staying with us." "Grafia, as you may." Grafia looked at Issei and nodded as she spoke. "I will be staying at your place for the time being. I can handle the cooking, cleaning and any housework of the house. You all needn't worry about it." Ingvild looked at Issei and spoke. "Ice, mind if we discuss about this privately?" Issei nodded as he gave a glance to Tamamo, who nodded. She decided to take care of the situation for the time being. Tamamo then spoke. "This way, Grafia." Grafia nodded as Ingvild spoke to Issei. "Are you sure of bringing her here? For all we know, her relationship with that Siskin of a Satan will cause complications in the current situation you are in. Not only that, her being here will only be a beacon for bringing the devils, like some sort of a homing signal." Issei nodded to her concerned suggestions. She knew what she was pointing out. Issei was well aware on the consequences of what is going to happen when she is here. Grafia was not only a Lucifuge pure-blooded devil, with only two known being in existence for now. But she was also the wife of Satan Lucifer. She was married to Serzich's Lucifer, formerly Gremory, albeit it was more of an arranged marriage. She was basically a homing signal to all sorts of trouble from the Gremory family and from the Devil Council that would do anything to retrieve her back here. "I understand your concerns, however it was not why I brought her here. It turns out Serzich's marriage with Grafia is not all lovey-dovey, as we thought it would be." Issei spoke with a sigh, as Ingvild was surprised by this, as she spoke with a tone of surprise. "What? Explain." "You see, it turns out the one of Lucifer is no better than the original one. He is a devil in every sense of a word. The man abused Grafia on a weekly basis after the rape incident that happened to me. Apparently, not only did he not have faith in her, but she was also beaten and whipped on a daily basis. Honestly, it sickens me on how far the supernatural has fallen and on why it needs to be cleansed from this world. The Gremory clan are nothing but a bunch of monsters pretending to be good people." Issei spoke with disgust, turning a horrified look on her face. She couldn't believe Grafia has gone through so much torment after the incident. "If you don't believe me, I can ask Grafia to show you the scars. It's really nasty on what that asshole did to her." Ingvild shook her head and spoke with sadness. "No, it's alright. I understand that she must have gone through a lot. But even then, Issei, you need to find a way to hide her aura. Else everyone here would be in trouble." Issei nodded in understanding, as he knew what he had to do. He had created a special bracelet that would hide her aura. He was planning to do the same with Tamamo no Mei as well, so that they can live as normal people. "Right, I am aware of this, and Ingvild, you should choose a proper dress." Ingvild was surprised as she asked. "Wait, why?" "Well, the RageRevan family is going to keep a party within 3 days for which I have been invited to, and I thought that maybe it would be nice to invite you as well to the party. It's alright if you don't come, I am not forcing you." Ingvild shook her head and responded with a genuine smile. "No, I would love to come." Ingvild spoke with a blushing smile, as Issei nodded in understanding, as he spoke. "Get yourself a good dress, you will need it." "Yep, I have got a ton of them." Scene change. Issei headed inside the room where Tamamo was showing off her room. It was a spare bed she could use till the house is upgraded to handle more people living here. This was the same room Tamamo no Mei was staying in. "I hope the two of you don't mind having a conversation." Tamamo and Grafia nodded, as Tamamo spoke instead. "Yeah, we don't, so what happened to Issei-san?" Tamamo spoke with a tone of respect, as Issei spoke. "It's about living here. First, Tamamo, you will be needing to hide your tails and fox ears. The humans aren't yet used to seeing your kitsune self as of yet." Tamamo nodded, having heard of this before. She wasn't against it hiding her tails and ears, and she understood on why would the humans want to not see this, after all she was hunted for having them. "Secondly, both of you are going to be needing an alias. You cannot go by your original names while you are staying here or going outside. Since if they come to know your real names, they would do anything in your power to hunt the two of you down." The girls nodded in understanding, especially Grafia, who knew that Serzich's must have known about her escape and destruction of the evil pieces. "In that case I will go by the name Benalestin." Grafia spoke with a normal tone, as Issei noted. "Fair, that name doesn't have a specific name or relation, so you can work with that." Grafia nodded with a smile, as Tamamo looked at Issei, remembering a specific game she had played once. She then spoke. For me, ran Yakumo. Issei only raised an eyebrow and spoke. Really? From a game? It was the best I could come up with, please cut me some slack. Tamamo retorted in an annoyed tone, as a sigh could be heard from Issei as he spoke. Fine, you can have the nickname, after all the two of you only need to have it for 2 weeks at most, since after the wedding, everything is going to change for the supernatural. Tamamo had an idea on what is going to happen and clenched her fists in anger to the point of bleeding. She wanted Yusaka to pay for having her hand in her husband's demise. Although they didn't do the deed, she was going to the day Toba got sick. When Issei revealed her everything before heading to the lab, she was beyond furious at what her sister had done to him. Issei had to calm her down, unless she does end up destroying California in her outright fury. Issei assured her that she would get her vengeance when Yusaka gets destroyed on the day of Dai's exposure. Very well then, Grafia, you believe what you will be here for, right? Grafia nodded. She was good at housework anyway, so it was not a problem. She could teach even Ingvold and maybe Tamamo on how to handle housework. Until then, you can stay here. Let me know if there are any problems. Grafia nodded, as she soon settled down in her new home. She knew that Serziches would take time to locate them, but eventually he will. Until then, she is going to remain here safe and sound. Scene change. Bremery Mansion, Underworld, 10:30 p.m. Serziches was furious on what he was seeing. He easily recognized the broken pieces of his queen piece, wondering who had the audacity to not only find a way to remove the piece, but also took her away. He hoped she was not alive, since if that was the case, then his reputation may start to decline. Lord Serziches. Serziches turned around to see two soldiers, as he asked. Anything on Grafia? The soldiers shook their heads and one of them spoke. No sir, she just vanished out of thin air. We even spoke to Lady Riaz, and she stated that Grafia was there just 2 hours ago, and only after that she vanished. However, according to her, she seemed nervous. The other soldier spoke in response. Maybe some other person whisked her away. During these 2 hours. Serziches noted this, meaning someone managed to infiltrate the mansion and whisk away with Grafia, while neither could sense on who was really responsible. He then asked. Couldn't any of you sense on who is responsible? Serziches asked with annoyance as the soldiers shook their head. In response, a sigh of frustration was heard from his lips. He hated that he was going to have to explain to Milikas on his mother's disappearance. I see. Serziches responded, to which he announced. Send in a manhunt for her, locate her wherever she is. I don't care if you have to get her from the darkest depths of Tartarus, locate her at all costs. Serziches declared as the soldiers nodded in response. Serziches vowed to make Grafia pay for this, just like she did when she was apparently raped by that disgrace. He vowed to make the torture even worse. Additionally, the RageRevan family had also cut all ties with the supernatural, and he wanted to make sure they answer for their actions, either by choice or by force. 3 days later. Issei's house, California Beaches, US, 8:30 p.m. Issei was already dressed to go to the party. He had already Issei Haidu in a black suit, gray jacket, a white shirt and a purple tie. He was already well dressed for the party that was coming soon. He knew that he would have to be well dressed for this. Now where is Ingvold? Issei muttered to himself as he looked around in her room. He waited for a few minutes till she came out. As soon as she came out, Issei looked at her in a daze. She is now wearing an elegant deep purple dress with black lace accents that highlights her figure properly. She was also wearing golden earrings that had a red gemstone in it. Well. Ingvold spoke with a slight blush as she asked. How do I look, Ice? Oh right. Issei snapped back to reality as he spoke. Why yeah, you look amazing. I never thought a dress like this would suit you so well, you look amazing. Ingvold blushed upon this as she turned her gaze away. Even Issei couldn't believe on how amazing she looked with that dress. They soon looked at each other's gazes and they were about to fall into their own world until. Cough. Cough. The duo turned towards the source of the sound as it was Grafia who had an annoyed expression. She had gotten rid of her maid dress and wore something comfortable. Her hair was now styled in a high ponytail, with the ponytail secured by a red ribbon. It is further styled into a thick intricate braid that drapes over her shoulder. She has bangs that frame her face. Her outfit consists of a tight, sleeveless white crop top with a high neckline, which reveals her midriff and is fitted closely to her body. She is also wearing blue distressed jeans that are tight-fitting and feature rips on the thighs, giving the look a modern, edgy vibe. The character also wears a black choker around her neck. Skip the flirting in public, you two. The two turned their gaze away, as Grafia seemed to have a blushing yet annoyed look to her face. Issei looked at her and nodded. He remembered on he got rid of her injuries and scars. He headed to the lab and removed some phoenix tears that he was able to replicate. He had obtained this when he had raided Euclid's base a year back and used it on Graphia. The Lucifuge woman being grateful for the treatment. However, she asked Issei to keep the scars so that she can show it to the underworld on how she is treated. She was willing to help Issei expose Cerziches since they both hated the man and was grateful to Issei for saving and helping her recover. You seem to also be going outside. Where you headed? Graphia sighed and spoke. Didn't I tell you, both of us are catching the movies. Since the two of you are having fun, we also decided to have some fun. Wait, both? Ingvild asked as Tamamo soon came outside. She had hidden her fox ears and tails. She had worn a white crop top and a purple jeans. She wore 2 bangles in her hands. Graphia spoke for the duo. Me and Tamamo have decided to head out for the movies. You needn't worry, we will be back before 12. And the door. Will you? Graphia cuts him off and speaks with an annoyed tone. I have been taking care of the house ever since I joined. This includes cleaning, cooking, and other household chores. I will make sure the door is locked and even ask you to have a spare key in case you lose the first one. Didn't I show you? Issei couldn't say anything as he turned his gaze away as Graphia spoke with a smirk. That's what I thought. Graphia spoke as Tamamo responded while tapping her shoulder. Graphia, we will miss the opening. We need to leave in 2 minutes. Graphia nodded in response as Tamamo looked at Issei and spoke. We will be heading out, take care and have fun in the party, both of you. Tamamo and Graphia left the house taking a key from the key stand, leaving Issei and Ingvild alone as Issei spoke. I think we should also leave. The guy with the plane will be picking us up for our destination. Right, I will take the keys. Graphia has the spare key, so it is not a problem if they do enter the house early. Issei shook his head and spoke. Let me, I doubt you have pockets in your dress. Ingvild nodded in understanding as the duo also left the house. Issei made sure the door is locked so that no one gets in. They soon met the pilot as they headed in the plane to head to Northern Europe where the party was being held. RageRevan Mansion, Estonia, 6:30 p.m. The plane soon landed in the private landing pad of the RageRevan Mansion as the doors opened and Issei and Ingvild leave. Ingvild then asked. Say, why didn't the others come? Well, I believe you know Graphia and Tamamo couldn't come for obvious reasons due to being hunted down the most, right? Ingvild nodded as Issei continued in response. I asked Valerie and her family to come, but they are all having a family dinner. Rind was pretty much dragged to this, much to her annoyance. She wasn't a big fan of heading for family dinner, but it was nice seeing her join the others. From what Valerie claims, she is getting closer to the family. Ingvild nodded in response and spoke. Well, that's good to hear. Then we have Athena and Artemis, who are staying at Blackwatch since they couldn't be at their home with the Greek pantheon patrolling their street area. They wanted to train the soldiers even more, but they may end up coming here, so there is a chance we may have a run-in with them. Issei explained to her as Ingvild nodded. He then spoke. Vondel couldn't come due to her boss requesting her to work overtime at her current job, and Team/Dog and Volley team had their own problems to deal with. The former finalizing their process of leaving Grigori once and for all. From what I hear, Azazel is doing everything he can to stop them from leaving. I have even given him an emergency call magic circle that would immediately teleport them to the current location if things become bad. Issei explained to Ingvild, making her understand that the others have their own personal work as well to deal with. What about Hades and his family? Issei explained to her in response. They are reinforcing the barrier. Apparently Zeus and his Olympians have been trying to breach the barrier, but have failed. They really want him to be arrested for asking Mercer for help. Issei spoke the last part with anger. He should have killed Zeus as a warning sign to what happens when you mess with family. But that would put him under more suspicion and jeopardy. Calm down, we will deal with him when the time is right. But for now let's enjoy the party. Ingvild suggested, to which Issei nodded. He then spoke. You are right, I don't think LaFolia or her family will like a sour representative. Ingvild smiled in response as the duo went inside. As soon as they did, they were greeted by LaFolia and her family. However, there were 3 other people accompanying her. The first was her father Lucas RageRevan, who was described to be a large and well-built man who has brown hair and beard and yellow eyes. He is a middle-aged man over 2 meters tall with a muscular build, spiky side hair, and a beard with a horizontal stripe that covers his mouth. The second was LaFolia's aunt, Kanan Canis, who was described to a beautiful girl who looked similar to LaFolia RageRevan. But Kanan has shoulder-length white hair that is braided by a violet ribbon at the end on the left side, with bangs hanging over her eyebrows and clear blue eyes. And finally, her mother Polyphonia RageRevan, who was described to be like a slightly more mature version of her daughter, LaFolia. She has long silver hair and green eyes. Issei. Ingvild. LaFolia exclaimed while waving her hand, calling out to him as she rushed to them. She greeted Issei and Ingvild as she spoke. I am glad the 2 of you could make it. Yeah. Seems pretty lively out here. Issei turned around seeing various guests. He recognized several of them to be from wealthy backgrounds or from high positions in multimedia corporations around the world. LaFolia responded. Yep, many were invited for this party. Although some of them are a bit religious, so do expect some angry glares or disgusted looks from them. Issei responded, taking a glance at some of the guests who could recognize him, with them having disgusted looks or angered looks on their faces. However, they were only a handful, which meant Issei's actions are slowly turning them against the gods and other beings that they used to worship. So LaFolia, what is the occasion of the party? Ingvild asked LaFolia, to which the girl responded. It's the 250th anniversary of the RageRevan family, so that is why the celebration, plus our father, does plan on joining BLACKWATCH. LaFolia muttered the last part, as Issei and Ingvild nodded, as soon enough, Kanan, Polyphonia and Lucas joined them, with Kanan speaking. Issei Ani-san, I am glad you could make it. Issei gave a smile to the girl and responded. It was good to see you too, Kanan-chan. Kanan gave a wide smile, as Polyphonia was the next to speak. So how have you been doing? I am fine, Lady Polyphonia. I managed to set up my own corporation to deal with the supernatural. Polyphonia nodded, as she spoke. First call me Polyphonia, you needn't be so formal with me, Ice. Polyphonia spoke with a smile, as she continued. Secondly, how's it going? It's going well, Polyphonia. Apparently, even the US government has approved funding of our organization, and we have been developing weapons and missiles that would specifically harm supernatural beings instead of humans. Polyphonia and LaFolia seemed interested as she asked in response. Please tell us more. Issei nodded and spoke. When I raided Euclid's base, years back, I was able to get my hands on several samples. The man wanted to clone Graphia for his weird obsession with his own sister. But there were also experimentations on making hybrids. The RageRevan family and even Ingvild was surprised by the last part, as LaFolia spoke. Go on. Yes, so apparently while making the raid, I found out samples of other DNA, ranging from devils, angels, yokai, all the way to the likes of Hindu gods, and DNA samples I have never even encountered in my life. Issei explained to the family, as Polyphonia asked with concern. How did Euclid even get them? Issei shrugged and spoke. I have no answer to that for now. But I must admit, the man was dedicated to his cause. He was able to get almost every sample, the ones that I was unable to identify. I believe they are from pantheons that are in complete hiding from both the supernatural and human world. It's surprising on what that man managed to achieve. Had me and Valerie not raided that base, those samples would have been used for his projects, which I believe would be used for his very own fetishes relating to Graphia. I see. Polyphonia spoke in response to Issei's explanation, as LaFolia responded. So we have been working on some viruses that can not only break down the molecular structure of the devils, but also can harm only those that are pure-blooded supernatural beings. The reason I don't want to harm the hybrids is that many of them don't even know of the blood that they have in them. I won't be surprised by the number of demigods or other hybrids running around in the human is due to gods seeing humans as tools for their pleasure, case in point Blunder God himself, Zeus. The RageRevan family nodded on how many gods see humans to be. They hated all of it, but could do only little about it. They hated on how this divine order has put humans as the lightwork of all society. But even then, humanity has managed to thrive and survive in the harshness of any situation. It was because of their sheer willpower and ingenuity in the situation that caused them to survive and come out time after time. However, the supernatural has seen this as means for their own benefit, manipulating humans and even killing them if needed. That had to change. And Issei will make that change, and the change will only happen unless the pantheons are destroyed. It's going to take time, since researching and development of unique types of virus will take time. But we will get there. If there is anything that humanity has shown, it is to thrive despite the odds. We may lose people, but we always push forward, no matter what happens. The Polyphonia family agreed to this words, as LaFolia had spoken in response. Anyways, the two of you should enjoy the party. And Issei, don't forget. LaFolia spoke with a sweet smile, as Issei could only grumble in response. He noticed Lucas patiently waiting for his turn to speak. Damn it, LaFolia. Issei cursed underneath his mind. He had to deal with a protective father-in-law that had a short temper. Normally he would have clashed and fought against them, case in point Zeus or Azazel. But Lucas was different. Lucas RageRevan was one of the few that Issei could call a true friend and an ally. He was someone that helped him along with his family and is the reason how Issei got the funding and work for his labs and other equipment. He was someone Issei could rely upon. Issei, I have heard about the drunken incident. Did you do what you did to my daughter? Issei glanced at LaFolia, who was only smiling. She was one of the few that could get on his nerves and even get away with it. Lucas's tone seemed annoyed. He wanted to know the truth. While Issei, he had to reveal the truth. He sighed and responded. Yes, I did what she has told you. No sooner did Lucas hear this, he started to release reddish aura which made Issei start to sweat. Issei was now experiencing what it means to meet with your future father-in-law. Lucas then exclaimed with fury. You have some nerve to actually deflower my daughter. Issei. Issei could only gulp, but La Folia only spoke with a serious tone. Father, don't you see that I love Issei? In fact, all girls that love him, truly love him with all their heart. See, even Ingvild likes him. Ingvild turned her gaze away with a blush causing Issei to open his mouth agape. He couldn't believe that even she has feelings for him. However, he sensed a stronger aura behind him. You bastard. How many girls have you sunk your teeth in? Lucas exclaimed with anger, his tone even louder causing Issei to gulp. However, he soon remembered the drunken incident involved even more girls. No way. Lucas remained in shock as La Folia spoke. See father, we all love Issei and care for him. He is not a bad person, just his past made him more aggressive, but we know that once the factions are dealt with, he will become better. La Folia muttered the last part, to which Lucas remained silent, calming down a bit. Issei sighed in relief in response. Well, we should be. Issei wanted to change the topic when suddenly an explosion took place as many guards surrounded the RageRevan family. They immediately shielded the family as Issei used magic circles to protect the other guests. Everyone take cover and protect yourselves. Issei commanded the humans as they immediately rushed outside the room. Issei soon noticed a magic circle belonging to the Beelzebub family. The RageRevan family were also surprised before their looks changed to anger. They knew who it was as a young man with light blue eyes and green hair that his slicked back shows up. He has a mysterious aura around him, which he claims makes him seem devilish. This was none other than Ajuka Beelzebub. Hello RageRevan family. Ajuka greeted them seemingly respectfully, yet there was a mockingness in his tone. Lucas then spoke with anger in his tone. You have some nerve of showing up and attacking here today, Lord Beelzebub. Ajuka only smiled, angering the RageRevan family even more. He then spoke. So did you come to a choice? What choice? Issei asked the RageRevan family, to which Lucas responded. They have been asking us for our non-involvement in the supernatural. Apparently, they want us to make their kind settle down in our luxury homes. They want to let gods and other supernatural beings get in the houses of our country. And you are forgetting the fact that we are even paying you for it. Billions, trillions, all you have to do is let the god rent out the house for a few months, and that's it. Polyphonia responded with anger in her tone. And displace all those humans that have currently paid for the houses, not going to happen. Ajuka only shook his head in arrogance as he noticed Issei and spoke. Well, we even have the chairman of BLACKWATCH here. The self-proclaimed savior of the human world. Issei only sighed in response, he never claimed himself as the savior of the human world in his interview. Issei then spoke. All I hear is nothing but delusional talks from someone who claims to be a genius. You really think that you can get away with the attack, then you are sorely mistaken. Look around you, the people will know of the existence of devils even more, further besmirching your name to the ground. Ajuka only cackled in response as he spoke with a smile. Oh Issei, don't you remember we have access to memory erasure? The humans will forget any and all casualties that happen here. Issei gritted his teeth in fury, as much as he hated it, Ajuka is right. He knew that he would even go after Ingvild so as to return her to the underworld and appease the old Satan faction. Better for us, you even brought Ingvild back to us. I will gladly take her away from you, not to mention, you cannot fight me at your full power, we have full control of this situation. Ajuka declared as suddenly there was an explosion where some of the people ran. Screams were being heard as people were desperately trying to escape. One of the guards had spoken after receiving word on the communication. They have rigged the entire place with bombs. Issei and La Folia gritted their teeth in anger as Issei exclaimed. You son of a bitch. What did they do to you? Ajuka only shook his head and spoke. They are just distractions, after all my goal is La Folia and Ingvild. Fire on the others. The devils under him started to fire on the group, causing them to, as Ajuka slipped through the gap and attacked Ingvild and La Folia, trying to grab them, but Issei was quicker. He fired a point-blank dragon shot, forcing him to back away. Nice try, fucker. Ajuka could be seen grunting in frustration, grabbing the two girls was not going to be easy. Issei soon entered into his balance breaker as La Folia started her chant to use the holy sword of the Volundar system. Daughter of the gods that is within me. Protector of armies, age of the sword, bringer of victory and deliverer of death. La Folia's body started to glow with holy magic, which made Ajuka flinch due to the holy magic she was releasing. This was ability La Folia can use to temporarily turn herself into a spirit. However, soon curiosity grew on his face as he spoke. So this is the infamous Volundar system, something I need to study. I am going to need to capture at least one RageRevan for this. I won't let you. LaFolia exclaimed as she dashed forward. Issei also joined, using the two swords he used during his fight against Kuo Academy Supernatural, disguised as students, that being Neo Ascalon and Neogram, two creations of his. He attacked Ajuka, who was dodging the combined attacks, as he unleashed magical blasts in response. But Issei kept blocking the attacks, as LaFolia used holy magic blades to strike back. However, all of a sudden they stopped in midair. No way. LaFolia spoke with surprise, as Ajuka was smirking, a specialized magic circle beside him. He can be seen putting his hands forward, as Issei spoke with surprise. So this is Kankara formula, which allows the user to utilize your demonic powers to fill in the calculations of the natural phenomena. By using a specialized magic circle, you are capable of affecting the outside world in various ways. Ajuka nodded in confirmation, as he spoke. Yes, your attacks are useless against me. Issei looked at the attacks, as something caught his eye, but before he could make out what is it, Ajuka deflected them back, forcing the two to protect themselves. Ajuka slipped through the cracks again, as he soon headed for his intended target. Even if LaFolia was not going to work, he knew who he had to go for. The two managed to push back the dust that was surrounding them. However, they turned around to see Ajuka holding Kanan and Ingvald hostages, the two women struggling. The Satan then spoke. I will be taking them away. Thank you for bringing them to me. Issei rushed towards him and shouted. No. Ajuka started to teleport as LaFolia also joined in doing so. In his last-ditch effort, Issei fired a dragon shot at his face, which made him scream in pain. His desperation forced him to use some of his aura on the dragon shot. Despite this, Ajuka was able to teleport, taking the girls with him, as Issei and the others could only watch. The others were handling the devils that had accompanied Ajuka and trying to deal with them, fortunately killing several of them before they had to escape. Lucas then shouted to the security. Locate the guests and bring them to safety. We need to make sure that they survive. Forget about our lives, we will be fine. Lucas's words made the security nod as they all rushed outside, leaving the Polyphonia family and Issei alone. Lucas and Polyphonia were devastated by what had happened. Oh dear. Polyphonia spoke with devastation in her tone as Lucas calmed his wife down as Issei spoke. Worry not, Lucas, we will find them. And Ajuka will pay in blood for what he has done. Issei spoke the last part with total coldness. Lucas then asked. How? How will we be able to do it? In my last attack, I had used some of my aura on the dragon shot I had fired. I can track him to a location. Drake, can you tell me where exactly he is? Drake spoke from the boosted gear with a serious tone. He is in one of the warehouses nearby, due to your attack. He was forced to relocate so that he could recover before he could present the prizes back to the devils. I am pretty sure that full Satan would use Ingvald as a breeding tool to your so-called brother. Issei nodded and responded with a cold tone. If he even thinks that, I am going to relish in breaking his spirit completely. I am going to make him regret what he has done. Issei's words were agreed by Drake, as Lucas and Polyphonia understood what is going to happen. They heard from LaFolia that Issei has the unique power of consuming his enemies and gaining their traits and abilities. They knew this was the Blacklight virus's power. He can even absorb the power of gods. Issei, please bring them safely. Polyphonia spoke with sadness, as Issei nodded, he looked at LaFolia and spoke. LaFolia, stay with your parents. LaFolia shook her head and spoke. No. Issei was about to retort, but LaFolia speaks. He attacked my family, kidnapped Kanan and Ingvald, he will regret what he has done. I am coming too, and that's final. Issei looked at her and nodded, he then spoke. Fine, but you will listen to what I have to say. Issei brought out a magic circle which had a Greek symbol as he activated the magic, as soon enough. Artemis came from the circle. She was now wearing a military t-shirt, a red jacket and brown cargo pants. Her hair was tied in an open bun with her curly hair flowing downwards. She was surprised to see herself being summoned here. Turning around, she noticed Issei, LaFolia and the RageRevan family, as she was confused on why she was brought to a party. She then spoke. Ice, I gave you that seal for an emergency. Don't tell me you wasted it for this party. Issei shook his head and spoke. No, Artie, something terrible has happened. Issei explained everything to the goddess of hunt as she kept a calm face. However, she was internally furious at what the devils had done to Ingvald, who she saw as a friend, and even went after Kanan Canis, who was a miracle child, born from an angel mother and a human father. I see. Artemis narrowed her gaze and spoke. I will enchant the two of you with stealth magic and I will be joining you as well. Let's see if Ajuka can handle the combined efforts of a RageRevan heir, a evolved dragon god and a Greek goddess. But wouldn't this expose your involvement, making you a fugitive? LaFolia asked, to which Artemis shook her head and spoke. I have my ways of covering up my tracks, now let's go. I don't think he would be in that place for long. Issei and LaFolia nodded as Polyphonia spoke with concern and worry. Take care all of you, especially Eulepholia. We have already lost Rondo and Passacaglia, we don't want to lose you. Lucas nodded in agreement as he added. Issei, Eulepholia, Lady Artemis, we are counting on you, you must rescue them from that damn devil, please. The trio nodded as they soon teleported to the location where Ingvild and Kanan were held captive. Scene change. Unknown location Estonia, 8 p.m. Issei, Eulepholia and Artemis were watching the warehouse guarded by several devils. Artemis looked at the two and spoke. Alright, here is the plan, I will give cover fire like we discussed before heading to this point. Issei and Eulepholia will head towards the group and rescue those two girls. You will need to get Ingvild out of there, if Ajuka manages to use hypnosis, he can easily. I know. Issei spoke, as Artemis nods, she chants the spell on them and makes them completely invisible. Even Artemis herself couldn't sense or see them, it was a good thing she remembered where they were standing, as she spoke. Both of you, this spell wears off within 4 hours. That is all you have. Issei nodded as he spoke. Eulepholia, let's go. Right. They both left, as Artemis wasn't even aware they went until there was complete silence. She looked at the soldiers and placed the same magic on herself, making her invisible. She brought out a bow and spoke with a smirk. Try surviving this. Artemis raised her bow and got ready to unleash her magical attacks on the devil guards that were posted outside. In the meantime, Issei and Eulepholia headed inside, as an idea clicked in Issei's head as he spoke. Wait, we can chat like this. Issei created an internal message chat system, it is similar to a WhatsApp group or a Discord server. He then decided to test it. Eulepholia, Artemis, can you hear me? The two girls were surprised by this, as they both exclaimed. Issei? Issei nodded in response, as Eulepholia spoke internally. What is this? This is Hermes' power. You managed to create a sort of chat system, where we can converse and speak without any problems, right? Issei spoke with a grin, as he responded. You got that one right, it is in its testing phase, but we gotta make do with what we have. Speaking of which, did you start attacking the soldiers outside? Artemis shook her head and spoke. No, I was going to. Why do you want me to stop? Artemis asked in response, to which Issei spoke mentally. For now yes, when I inform you via the chat system, then unleash the attacks. I want Ajuka to know that there is someone that is more smarter than him. I will unleash such a trap that he will be unable to escape from. He is arrogant, thinking his intelligence makes him powerful. Well, I am about to show him that there is someone smarter than him, and I am going to make him regret ever harming Kanan-chan and Ingvild. Artemis and Eulepholia knew what was going to happen. Ajuka is going to have to pray to whoever he can, since Issei is going to torment the man till there is nothing left, and then he is going to consume him, just like he did to all those that have crossed him so far. I see. Very well, just give me the heads up a few seconds, I need some time to prepare my arrow barrage. Artemis confirms in response, as Issei speaks mentally to Eulepholia. Eulepholia, you will release the guests, before that we will check if Ingvild has been put under a spell. I will break that and you will release the two. I will then set up several traps to prevent his escape and make sure that he is unable to do anything. Right, you can leave it to me, although I also want to join when you do subdue him. I want to make him regret for harming Kanan. Issei nodded and spoke mentally. Very well, you will get it. Alright then, it's settled, all the best both of you. Artemis spoke, as Issei disables the chat system for now. They rushed to the room where Ingvild and Kanan were headed. They quickly enter the room using magic and see Ajuka healing his face, as he grumbled. Curse that human. Burning my face like that, he is going to regret that. Issei internally scoffed at this, as he turned to Ingvild and Kanan, the former seemingly in a trance. It took him a few seconds to realize that she was under control. He gritted his teeth in anger, remembering her state when Nyx was desperate enough to control her just for a friend a few months back. The difference here is that Ajuka wants to use her power to strengthen and weaken dragons. He took a deep breath to calm himself as he walked to Ingvild. Activating the chat, he spoke. So did you get Kanan, Eulepholia? Yes, I did. Ingvild seems under control, do you have a plan to reverse the hypnosis? Issei responded mentally. I do, when I release them get the two out of there and back to Artemis. I understand. Issei then informed Artemis. And Artie, when you get the girls, commence the attacks. Eulepholia, return back to me, once you are done. You got it, Chairman. Artemis chatted sarcastically as Issei internally sighed, as Eulepholia spoke. Roger that. Issei disabled the chat again, as he turned to Ingvild and started to analyze her state. He noticed that her hypnosis was pretty easy to crack, it must have been due to Ajuka hastily applying a hypnosis magic and failing to maintain some aspects. He smirked knowing what he has to do. He took advantage of the cracks in the magic and reversed the spell in mere moments. His intellect allowed him to analyze and find a counterspell to deal with the hypnosis. The spell soon broke as Ingvild came back to her senses. Before she could speak, Issei showed himself as she looked at him. Ingvild was about to speak when Issei kept his hand on her mouth. She looked at Ajuka and nodded. Issei soon released her, as Lafolia had also revealed herself. She gave a smile, as Kanan was released as well. Issei Ani-san. Kanan muttered, to which Lafolia gave a nod. He then spoke softly to Ingvild. Go fast and head to Artemis, I and Lafolia will deal with him. If you use your powers, they will locate you soon. Ingvild wanted to retort but understood the gravity of the situation. Until the marriage happens, she will have to hide till Issei forces the factions to comply with his demands. She reluctantly went with Lafolia as Issei teleported the three away. He soon sat on the chair. Issei knew he couldn't shapeshift into a person until he consumes a stronger god like Zeus. He needs to consume someone who is properly and highly skilled in shapeshifting like a Hindu god. He only has limited shapeshifting powers. Issei reactivated the chat system and spoke. Did you get them, Artie? Artemis nodded in response and spoke. I did, I will commence the attack. Excellent, Lafolia, return back, okay. It's time we kill this genius Satan for good. Lafolia understood and responded. Yes, I am heading back. Scene change. Many soldiers were running or heading for cover from the sudden ambush. The arrows came out of nowhere as one of them spoke. Someone contact Lord Beelzebub. We can't, the arrows are never ending. The soldier tried to contact the green-haired Satan, only for arrows to be struck in his head, as many more arrows were headed their way. They could only look in horror and terror. The attacker was revealed to be Artemis, who was constantly unleashing a barrage of golden arrows aimed at them as she watched apathetically on the devils getting massacred and dropping like flies. Kanan-chan, can you perform holy magic? Kanan nodded as she revealed her powers as a miracle child, releasing 2 rainbow-colored wings that start to glow. Ingvild instinctively flinched upon seeing this as Kanan spoke. I can Artemis One-sama. Artemis smiled and spoke. When we are done slaughtering them, you will assist me in vaporizing them, leaving no traces of body remaining. Ingvild, can you create blades using water pressure? I can. My father taught me on how to use water as a weapon. Artemis nodded and spoke. In that case, generate small blades and slaughter any soldiers that are inside guarding, alright. Understood. But Issei asked me to keep my powers a secret. Artemis took that into consideration upon hearing this. She understood on why Issei asked her to keep it a secret as she spoke in response with a smile. Use it, I have a plan to hide you from their sensing abilities. Scene change. Issei was done setting up the traps, shapeshifting his hand into a sort of whipfist. Lafolia was standing beside him, seeing Ajuka healing himself. Issei and Lafolia decided to get rid of the invisibility. He had done his job and now was waiting for the shocked look on Ajuka's face. Ajuka soon healed himself as he spoke while turning around. Now then, Ingvild, once we get you back, you will be. Ajuka trailed off when he saw Ingvild and Kanan were gone. Instead, Issei was sitting in her place and Lafolia was standing beside him. Issei spoke with a grin. You will be what? Die hide, you side bitch. Isn't that what you wanted to say, one of genius? Ajuka was in complete shock at what he was witnessing as he soon became angry and shouted. You? How did you get here? And where is Ingvild and Kanan? Issei only spoke with a smirk. Safe and sound, way away from you. Ajuka could be seen gritting his teeth in fury. He hated that fact that a mere human managed to outsmart and outplay them yet again. He soon realized that he still had something he can use, and that was hypnosis magic. Oh Issei, you really are a fool. I had used hypnosis magic on her, now then witness your fall as you get mind controlled by your very friends. Ajuka snapped his fingers as Issei and Lafolia were angered by their friend being controlled, when in reality they had gotten rid of the hypnosis a long time ago. All they had to do was wait, as Ingvild never showed up, something that caught the genius Satan off guard. Wait. What? Ajuka asked, confused, as Issei only shook his head in amusement. Lafolia was also pondering on when the fight will begin, since they have already won this situation. He keeps on trying, but to no avail. He gets angry as he shouts. You? Issei became surprised, with Issei responding. Me? Yes, you. You did this, didn't you? Even now you interfere in our businesses. You? Issei cuts him off and shouts in anger. Shut it. You dumbus. Ajuka was taken aback as he gritted his teeth in anger. A mere human talking back to him really annoyed him to no bounds. But something was telling him that there was more to him. You harmed many innocent humans to strong-arm the RageRevan family into joining you and complying to your demands. You tried to kidnap my friends, and don't you dare push that garbage of her being a Leviathan, so she should be married to die or any pure-blooded devil, to push your stupid agenda. You have some nerve of going after the people I love. Issei spoke with a cold tone that even made Lafolia shake for a bit. She understood that Issei was really angry. Ejuka wanted to escape, his plan had completely resulted in tatters as he contacted the devils, but only received static. What? Ejuka muttered with horror as Issei spoke. It's over, Ejuka, there is no one that can come and help you. You have only one choice, and that is to perish for what you have done. I am done tolerating people like you. Not if I have anything to say about it. Ejuka tried teleporting, he needed to at least escape so he can try again. But he failed to do so. Issei shook his head in amusement as he spoke. Did you really think I didn't plan for this? That is the difference between humanity and most of the supernatural. While humans lack the power, strength, durability and magic to combat other planetary beings in this world, they make it up for with their fault tolerance and tenacity. They learn from their mistakes and strive to become better. They have survived time after time, dealing with the harshness of life molding them into the people they are. In the end, it has always been humans that manage to come out on the top in the animal kingdom, despite being seen as the weakest from the ape group. Most of the supernatural will never be able to attain this due to their nature of thinking themselves above everything. Issei spoke with proudness, as La Folia was surprised by how much Issei respected humanity. While Ejuka was gritting his teeth in anger, but before he could do anything, Issei pulled the strings in his hands and trapped Ejuka. He was bound by several spider strings. This was a trap that Issei had laid out while Ejuka was healing his face. He was not expecting this to happen. He tried to use his Kankara formula, but Issei exclaimed, "I won't let you." Issei used holy lightning to zap him brutally as he screamed in pain. He added a very small amount of his draconic powers from office as a safety method so as to not let Ejuka control his powers. The damage was even worse due to the holy element present in the lightning. Issei then explained. Spider string. Issei showed the strings, showing how strong and powerful they are. They have the tensile strength of 1.0 to 1.5 gigapascals, almost reaching 2.0 gigapascals, which is stronger than the likes of high-grade steel, one of the hardest materials known to mankind and supernatural beings. Then we have Holy Lightning, Barakiel's signature ability. The only other person known to wield this is Akeno Himejima, and me, who gained it from him. I doubt you have much information on it, since Akeno was too cowardly to use it for a long time, her own power mind you. Anyways, did you really believe that I would let you escape? Issei spoke coldly as he stopped shocking him. Ejuka's body was sizzled with electricity. He then walked to him as Ejuka looked at him and spoke with horror. That means, you are. Ejuka put two and two together and realized Issei and Alex Mercer were one and the same this whole time. The being that slayed gods. Yes, I am Alex Mercer, Ejuka Beelzebub, and guess another person is going to be on my list today. Issei once again activated the ability, shocking him even further. He was torturing him as Ejuka screamed in pain, helplessly enduring the torture Issei was putting him through. The sadistic grin was in Issei's face. He was going to enjoy breaking Ejuka before consuming him. La Folia looked apathetically at this man who intended to go after her family and friends. I noticed something flawed in your Kankara formula. Issei stopped shocking him as Ejuka gritted his teeth in pain and fury. He couldn't even escape or release himself as Issei spoke. Now let me educate you, be silent, okay? Ejuka shouted with all his heart. Why you? You sick son of a. Ejuka was silent as Issei landed a kick to his face which caused his head to turn backwards, cutting him off. He then spoke coldly with a smile. I said be silent, okay? Maybe another round of torture will fix that. Issei zapped him again with holy lightning, causing his screams to reverberate across the rooms. He couldn't even speak, let alone beg for mercy, as Issei enjoyed his pain. He soon stopped as he spoke. Now then, where was I? Oh yeah, I noticed a flaw in your Kankara formula, which was your struggle of manipulating holy abilities that La Folia used against you. La Folia looked at Issei in surprise as Issei continued. I have a theory on this. Either your ability is only designed to be used against demonic magic, or you can use this ability on any magic that you can analyze and understand, have the knowledge of. But you will still struggle to control those elements that can harm your normal body system, which I theorize is holy magic. Isn't that right, Beelzebub, or should I say Astereth? Ejuka's response was glaring at Issei as the latter smirked in response. He then spoke. Guess I was on the mark, right Astereth? It's Beelzebub, show some. Issei once again kicked him in the jawline, cracking it as he spoke. He was once again silenced by the blow as he was completely helpless to do anything about it. I told you to shut up, didn't I? Guess you need to be broken in order to learn. La Folia, would you join me? La Folia chanted her ability as she brought out her blade. She then spoke with a cold tone. It would be my pleasure. Ejuka could only look helplessly and in fear, knowing that two humans are going to be his tormentors. Screams were heard from the Satan as the couple kept torturing the devil, breaking his mental spirit completely. The screams were heard all the way outside, albeit with a lower volume than the one inside. Scene change. Back outside there were a mountain of corpses that belonged to devils. They were either riddled with arrows or they were having stab wounds in their necks. All of them had a look of shock or fear as Kanan threw the last corpse and spoke. "That's the last one." Artemis nodded with a smile and responded. "Good job, Kanan-chan." Kanan gave a smile as Ingvild spoke while stretching. "Gathering these corpses was more an effort than actually killing them. Couldn't agree anymore. Well, let's destroy them, right Kanan-chan?" Kanan nodded as they activated their attacks. Kanan activated holy magic while Artemis used Greek flame magic as they burned everything to nothing but ash. "I wonder what Issei and Lafolia are." Artemis was unable to complete as screams were heard belonging to the Satan Ajuka were heard. This gave the girls the answer, implying he was being tortured by both Issei and Lafolia. "Well, that's going to take a while then." Artemis spoke as Ingvild and Kanan agreed to this. Scene change. The torture lasted for a few minutes as Ajuka's broken state was seen. He was whimpering and crying due to the immense pain he was in. His clothes and hair were torn and messy. He had lost his one eye courtesy of Lafolia. There were several light swords piercing his privates. Lafolia had stabbed him in multiple locations as the swords remained until Lafolia wants it to do so. He had bruises and injuries all over his body, not to mention his body was completely twitching due to the electricity, almost as if it was charred. "Lafolia, please would you remove the blades?" Lafolia looked at him for a moment to see his face changing, his jaw turning more predatory. She knew what was going to happen next. "Very well." Lafolia did so, as Issei brought Ajuka towards him as his broken look disgusted Issei. He then spoke. "Worry not, your powers and memories will be useful for my war against the factions." Issei started to consume Ajuka as he once again screamed in fear and pain. He was terrified of what is going to happen to him. Once Issei was done consuming him, he flicked his hand to get rid of the blood and other material. He did this for his face and clothes as well, as Lafolia had turned her gaze away from the mutilated corpse. She then thought. So this is the power of blacklight. It can take anyone's powers and abilities by consuming them. Lafolia just saw the consumption of a supernatural being in first person, and it made her gag. She then spoke. "Can we leave? My parents must be worried about us." "Wait a minute." Issei used a magic circle that teleported Ajuka's remains back to an unknown location. Lafolia then asked in response. "What did you do to his body?" Issei only spoke with a smirk. "I sent it as a parting gift to a certain someone. Let's leave from here. I think the others will be here soon." Lafolia nodded in response as they left the room. They were greeted by Artemis, Kanan and Ingvild. "Where is Ajuka?" Artemis asked as Issei spoke with a smirk. "Dead, he won't be bothering us." Artemis and Ingvild had an idea on what happened to him and knew that his power was going to be used against the factions. He was gone for good, and with one of Underworld's powerhouses down, its strength is going to reduce. Lafolia hugged Kanan in worry. She was afraid on what Ajuka would have done to her. "I am glad you are alright, Kanan-chan." Kanan shook her head and spoke. "I am fine." He managed to put Ingvild in hypnosis, but with Issei Nai-san and your help, we were able to escape. Lafolia nodded in agreement as she gave a cheerful smile to Issei. She then spoke. "How can I ever thank you, Issei? Had it not been for you, I would have even lost Kanan, like I did to my sisters." Issei shook his head and spoke. "It's alright, you are close allies of me. And Kanan is like a little sister to me, plus you are one of my mates, so it's alright." Lafolia had a slight red tint as she spoke with a smile, shaking it off. Then it's settled then. Once you find a way to suppress or cure your virus, we will be getting officially married." Lafolia declared to everyone, shocking everyone including Issei. Artemis was blushing red as she exclaimed. "Hey, no fair. You can't just declare marriage like that, Lafolia." Lafolia only gave an amused look in response as Artemis radiated her aura and jealousy. She had a look of jealousy in her face, almost as if she wanted to kill someone. Issei could only sigh at this as Kanan wondered what is going to happen. Ingvild was jealous like Artemis as a pout could be seen on her face. Scene change. Serzich's office, Underworld, 8:30 p.m. Serzich's was working on his papers when a magic circle revealing Ajuka's remains were being dropped one by one as the circle disappears quickly. Serzich's looks in horror as he sees the parts. "Ajuka?" Serzich's shouted in horror seeing his best friend's state as he muttered. "No, this can't be." Serzich's screamed in anger and agony, knowing his best friend was killed and his corpse was found in such a state. He vowed to make the person responsible, which he believed was Alex Mercer, pay for what he has done. Scene change. RageRevan Mansion, Estonia, 8:30 p.m. Aliphonia and Lucas were happy that the group returned safe and sound. They embraced their family as Ingvild, Artemis and Issei watched with happiness. Once they were done, Lucas walked to Issei and spoke. "Issei." Issei turned to Lucas, who was approaching him, as he bowed and spoke. you once again saved my family, how can we ever thank you? Well, you don't. Issei was cut off by La Folia, who spoke. How about accepting him as your future son-in-law? Lucas turned around in surprise as he asked. La Folia. Yes, father, time after time Issei has fought for us unconditionally. He tried to save Rondo and Passacaglia, and if it wasn't for Dai being credit hungry, they would have been here today, and he even saved Kanan-chan from Ajuka, someone who was highly influential in the factions. He fought for us, isn't that enough for being considered? Lucas remained silent. He had to agree that Issei has been there for the family for a very long time. Polyphonia was the next to speak. La Folia is right, Lucas. You should give the boy a chance, sure he may have deflowered her before wedding. But we all know it was a drunken mistake, and if we know about dragons, they are eternally loyal to those they consider their mates. I think Issei-kun is perfect for La Folia. Lucas looked at her and sighed as he spoke. I guess you are right, fine, I will accept him. Lucas turned to Issei and spoke. Although, if you hurt my girl then. I know, Lucas, you can count on it. I won't ever hurt your daughter ever again. No matter what happens. Lucas nodded in response, accepting the answer, as he then spoke. Also, I intend to join BLACKWATCH as well. Issei was about to respond, but he spoke. I wanted to tell you this earlier, but the attack made it delayed. Furthermore, after what happened, I want this to happen. If I have to protect my family and country, I need to join your faction. It's time for humanity to show the supernatural that they cannot control us anymore. Lucas spoke with total seriousness and coldness as Issei accepted this answer. He looked to see that the RageRevan family also agreed to this. Issei then spoke. Very well, we can begin discussions soon. For now let's help the people and hopefully rest for the night. The group agreed as they all headed inside to help recover the damage the attack had caused. The attack caused by Ajuka will only turn more humans against the supernatural and eventually the gods. Issei's house, California Beaches, US, 3 a.m. Issei and Grafia were sitting on the bed after what had happened in the RageRevan party. Grafia wanted to have a word with him. At this point, she knew that Issei was Alex Mercer and didn't mind keeping it a secret. She owed Issei a lot and wouldn't mind keeping it a secret. So you decided to consume him, right? Grafia asked with curiosity as Issei nodded, revealing Kankara formula which he had gained after consuming Ajuka Beelzebub, as well as the Satan's memories of how to use it. Yep, I did. That bastard tried to harm Ingvald and Kanan-chan, he didn't hesitate to go after a child. He got what was coming for him. Grafia didn't respond and understood why Issei killed Ajuka and eventually consumed him. The genius Satan had it coming, she then spoke to Issei. I am sorry. She had spoken in an apologetic tone as Issei shook his head and responded. It ain't your fault. Ajuka's arrogance, pride and overconfidence became his downfall. He presumed that his genius would be enough to guarantee success. It's a shame that such a man became this way, but I guess no matter what happens, he couldn't change who he really is, just like his brother. Issei referred to a certain Diodora Astaroth that was a nuisance to his life. It was the day that Asia hated him even more because of Dai stealing credit. But that was not why he was referring to him, it was because Ajuka became as bad as his brother in the end. And like Diodora, his arrogance and pride became his downfall. Both were ironically tormented by Issei before they were killed, the difference being that Diodora was killed by Shalba, while Ajuka was killed or consumed by Issei, with La Folia joining in for torturing him. Grafia nodded on who he is referring to. She remembered Diodora all too well. She had no care for him since she barely knew him. I see. Grafia spoke in response as Issei spoke. I think we should go to sleep. Issei, wait. Issei looked at her and responded. What? Is something wrong? Grafia sighed and spoke with a deep breath. Your killing of Ajuka might cause you some complications. How so? Issei asked, in response to which Grafia spoke. When I was with Surziches, I saw on how close he was with Ajuka. They are basically, how you kids call it, yeah, besties. They would do anything in their power to protect the other and in severe cases avenge each other. They would even protect their ideals if it comes down to it. I see. Issei understood what Grafia is trying to convey. Surziches would be vengeful upon realizing what Mercer did to his best friend. He could take advantage of this, but for now, he would rest and enjoy the chaos unfold. Be careful in what you are doing, Ice. Issei nodded in response as he asked. So what is the plan for sleeping today? Grafia didn't keep eye contact with Issei as she spoke in response. Well, your room is the only one that is unlocked, Tamamo keeps hers locked, and I didn't want to disturb Ingvald since she is in deep sleep. So your room was the only one left. Issei noted he would have to buy another property for Grafia and Milika's when they settle down here permanently. Sighing, he spoke. I will get the futon, you can take the bed. No. Grafia exclaimed in response as Issei asked. Why? Do you want to sleep in the futon? No. We can sleep on the same bed. Issei widened his eyes in response. He wondered why Grafia asked that. He was not going to do anything with her, at least not yet. He then asked. What did you just say? I mean, we can sleep on one bed, there is no point in using a futon for one day. Grafia suggested, in response to which Issei nodded in understanding. He then spoke. Fine, I am alright with that. Yay, futons are a pain to wash and dry. Grafia muttered the last part, as she knew that futons are very hard to clean, as Issei spoke in response. You said something. Nothing much, let's head to sleep. Grafia spoke in a slightly exhausted tone, as Issei nodded. He and Grafia soon slept on either side of the bed, as Grafia fell asleep quickly and soon kept her hand on his chest and held it tightly, almost as if she was holding him out of safety or fear. Issei woke up with a jolt after a few hours and saw Grafia holding on to him. He understood that she was still under trauma from what Serziches has done to her. He growled in response, desiring the man to lose everything for what he did to her, for no reason. Worry not, Grafia, I won't let him harm you ever again. Issei spoke to himself as he rubbed her head, assuring that no one would ever harm her ever again, especially Serziches. Issei also soon slept off, knowing that he was going to get a night of peace, while the factions weren't going to get any peace till they are done with them. The next day. Lucifer City, Underworld, 7 AM. Bajuka's death was well known throughout the underworld. Many were starting to fear Mercer, knowing he was able to kill a super devil and one of the top 10 strongest beings and make him into such a state. His family were taking it the worst, with Laisha Astereth being the most affected from amongst the family. She was devastated. His death struck her the worst, and she vowed to avenge his death at the hands of Alex Mercer. His funeral was held shortly, with many visiting his grave. There was barely anything to bury except some remains. Laisha took one last look at her uncle's body. It was horrific to look at. She hated Alex Mercer with all her heart and wanted that man to suffer before he died. Laisha was a beautiful girl with almond eyes, with long blonde hair with blue hair tips, as she has a voluptuous body and large breasts, whose proportions are similar to Ria's. She wears a noble-like dress while holding an elegant folding fan. I swear to you, uncle, I won't rest till I see Alex Mercer dead. Laisha declared in a low tone, as she shed some tears for her uncle. It was not enough for Diodora for disgracing the clan. Her uncle's corpse was found by them. She was horrified by this when she heard that someone out there was capable of killing her uncle and succeeded in that attempt. He fell by Mercer's hands just like all the others that had gotten in his way. Additionally, he failed in his quest to get the RageRevan family support, and with Issei being in the same location, he would certainly use this to gather more support against the supernatural, or primarily the devils. Something she hated Mercer for. Had he not killed, then maybe they would have covered up this incident. Damn him. Laisha cursed underneath her breath before looking at her uncle's corpse, or what remains of his corpse, one final time and turning away as he is buried into the ground. Riaz and the others approach her as she asks. Oh hey Riaz. How you are doing, Laisha? Riaz asked with concern, to which Laisha responded. I am fine, uncle's death will always haunt me. Laisha spoke with sniffles and tears in her eyes as Riaz hugged Laisha, calming her down. It was a dark day for her, as the Gremory and Highview peerage could only watch with total helplessness. Ray then spoke. At worst, we couldn't gain RageRevan family alliance, and they would even hate us even more. Not to mention, my brother was also there in the celebration. He would use this attack against us, ruining us even more. Ray spoke with anger, coupled with disdain at the last part. She already hated her brother for the crushing defeat that she had endured at his hands. Her weak older brother had become strong enough to take her attacks like it was nothing and make an example of her. The peerage was also equally angry but were fearful of him, especially those that were tortured, which were Asia, Irina, Riaz, to name a few. It took a lot of Phoenix tears to give them a full recovery, and they had to be placed under induced coma to remove any magical attacks that were left behind by Issei, especially holy magic. What should we do then? Asia spoke with fear. She did not want to cross Issei ever again and was afraid of making him angry. She was hugged by Dai, who had to maintain his charade of loving them, since he did love them, but primarily for their bodies. There is nothing we can do, at least not about the past. We gave Issei the opportunity to put us down even further, and knowing my disgraceful brother, he would use that to turn more people against us. Ray spoke with anger, to which many nodded in agreement. Akeno then spoke in response. With what happened, the leaders are having a meeting for Lord Beelzebub's death. His death means Mercer is an even bigger threat than before. Akeno responded, the death of both of her parents coupled with Issei mocking and humiliating them has taken a toll on her. She would have been emotionless, but with her friends around her and keeping her company, she has become better than before. Yeah. Even Lord Shiva has become weary of Mercer and is preparing an event when he would come against him. Kiba responded to the group. He overheard the Hindu gods already preparing for a war against Mercer if he does attack the Hindu pantheon and other pantheons. he then spoke. Then more pantheons may join us, Celtic is still up for debate since there was no response by them. Kiba spoke as he ended his words. We are going to need even more support against Alex Mercer and then against Issei and the Blackwatch. Kiba spoke the last part with anger, he hasn't forgotten the brutal defeat at Issei's hands. He was going to one day defeat him to restore his honor. Even Zenobia was angry, she had lost ex-Durandal to Issei, she hated Issei even more and wanted to make him suffer. Ravel was nervous when Issei was around, she was terrified that Issei may torture her and her regeneration would only delay her torment. His words echoed in her mind, haunting her even further. You, Phoenix clan, may be one of the world's best punching bag. Ravel's expression was noticed by Roswis who calmed her down. She remembered her grandmother's relationship being made public by her hand, as Gondal didn't hesitate to hide it from everyone. This happened 2 days after the Issei's fight against the supernatural. Many were against this, with Roswis being the most vocal about it. Even Odin asked her to not pursue a man like him, but patience reached its limits and Gondal soon had enough. She lashed out on everyone, tearing them a new one and claiming that they had no right to judge her relationship, no matter what happens. She then took the resignation documents that she was preparing and threw it at Odin's desk, making her resignation official much to everyone's horror. Roswis pleaded with her grandmother to not abandon her, only to be met with a disappointed glare from her. She walked away abandoning her and never being seen again. She even left her home in Asgard and settled down in an unknown European country. Roswis detested Issei for turning her grandmother against her. She wanted him to suffer and will do anything to locate him and make him pay for this. But she remembered her grandmother's words and was terrified of even encountering him, fearful of what he would have done to her had Gondal not begged him to not do. Do you even realize on how hard was it for Issei to not put you in the ICU like he did with the others? I saw the video and he was itching to teach you the same lesson that he did with your former master Riaz Gremory and current master Dai Haidu. I was the main reason why he did not do it, he knew that I would be saddened, and I feel ashamed at myself that I am responsible for the way you have become. Had I not sent you to Odin, you would have never met that brat and become this way. Her words were etched in her mind, what will it take for Gondal to see that Dai is a good person? When will she see that Issei was a terrible man and Dai was better than him in every way? What is it going to take for her to see that Dai is the best person for her? Roswis snapped out of her thoughts when Asia called out to her as Roswis spoke. Why yeah. Are you alright? Roswis gave a nod to Asia and responded. Yes I am. How are you doing Roswis? After Gondal well. Roswis responded with a saddened sigh as she spoke to Laisha who had asked the question. Not well, my grandmother wants to go after Issei and she still isn't accepting mine and Dai's relationship. Why didn't that bastard just surrender to us and let us be? He is the major reason why my life is in tatters. Roswis spoke with devastation, her grandmother's decision to leave Asgard for Issei's sake really haunted her. She was calmed down by Akeno and the others as suddenly someone showed up. If anything, it is your fault that Gondal left you Ross-chan, not mine. The one who spoke was Issei Haidu, who was now wearing a black coat, a plain white formal shirt, a white tie and black pants. Many were surprised to see him here, the chairman of Blackwatch and the Red Dragon Emperor was standing in front of them as he punched a nearby wall, proving that he was really there. And this time in person, not in hologram. I mean, how could I miss such an auspicious event like this? Issei spoke looking around the people present, there were varied range of emotions. From anger to fear to hatred, there were a variety of emotions as they all gathered and surrounded Issei. Whoa relax. I am not here for a fight. Yusaka, one of the people present was the angriest upon his arrival, Kunu was terrified as she clung to her mother out of fear. Many were wondering what Issei's intentions were. She had soon spoken to Issei. What do you want now? Yusaka was the one that had spoken as Issei spoke. Curiosity, I wanted to see the funeral of the genius Satan of Beelzebub Ajuka Beelzebub, someone who was considered one of the top 10 strongest, has finally fallen. I mean, it's a huge event. Issei declared with happiness, he didn't show that he hated the man due to what he did to Kanan Canis and Ingvald Leviathan. Not that these devils will care, since in their eyes one of them was a mere human, while the other always belonged to the devils. The devils were gritting their teeth in anger and fury, they hated that Issei was straight up mocking them. Issei sensed this and smirked as he turned to Laisha Astareth who had tears in her eyes as Issei spoke to her. As yes, asked to mouth's current heir, Laisha. It is the first time we finally get to meet in person, isn't that right? Laisha could be seen clenching her fists in anger, she hated on Issei disrespecting her family right when the funeral of her uncle is going on. You? Laisha growled as Issei spoke. Yes, me. What of it? You aren't going to curse or cuss me, like I was expecting, don't have the spine like Riaz Gremory right there. Issei pointed to Riaz Gremory who was tearing up in fear. Her brother was not there to protect her, and Issei can easily disable teleportations with his device. She was helpless and tearful at the monster that was in front of him. Leisha also felt helpless, as this man who was mocking her family was the reason why she was like this, as well as Ajuka's death. "Why are you doing this?" Issei turned to Asia, who was asking with sadness and anger. "Why are you ruining our lives?" "For fun, Asia-chan. I enjoy seeing you in despair while unable to do anything about it. Like I am glad that MERCER is tormenting every single one of you fuckers while you can't do anything about it. You bastards are the reason why so many innocent humans are in such pain, and now it is time to set things right, starting with." Issei trailed off as he turned his glance towards Yusaka and dashed forward towards her in blinding speeds, in a manner that it seemed like he was teleporting. Many were surprised by this, as he soon closed the gap between himself and Yusaka, who was surprised. She was ready to unleash foxfire, but Issei was quicker as he grabbed her left breasts with one hand. "Ah!" Yusaka moaned in response, as a blush appeared on her face. She glared at Issei with hatred in her eyes, wanting nothing more than the man to suffer. Issei was not letting go of his actions, as he spoke to the rest who could only watch upon with anger and hatred in their eyes. Issei spoke in response. "As you can see, I can grope the queen of Yaokai right there and dare you to do something about it." Many wanted to rescue Yusaka, but they were fearing that Issei can use her as a shield just like he did last time. Kunu was looking at Issei with fear and tears in her eyes. She knew that her attacks won't do anything to her. Yusaka kept moaning as Issei kept squeezing her breasts. He then spoke in response with hatred. "You only have a good body. I will be blunt with you, there is only one thing good about you, and that is your appearance, that's it." Issei soon released Yusaka, as she was holding her breasts. She was humiliated in front of everyone. She had a look of anger and embarrassment combined. She wanted to make him suffer, but knew she could barely do anything against him. "Mother." Kunu rushed to her mother, as she had a look of worry and concern in her eyes, as Yusaka gave an assuring look to her. Issei then spoke. "But aside from that, you are rotten in every other category that I know of. You are vile, cruel, deceptive, conniving and murdering two-faced bitch. I now can see why your former mate had left you forever." Issei spoke with a dark and predatory grin, as Yusaka became wide-eyed. Her former mate has always been a sensitive topic for her. Issei then continued. "He must have fallen for your charms and appearance, like many men normally would. After all, it is just ingrained into our nature that we would fall for certain traits in a female, and your face and body type checks out every single appearance, from a good-looking face to a hergless figure and huge breasts. That is all you have." Yusaka was starting to tear up. Issei was right on how Yusaka saw her former mate. She saw the two as the same. "But I am pretty sure, after he saw you for what you truly are, you executing humankind for breaking laws and even your own kin for that sake, he must be terrified and disgusted at what you have really become, and that is why he left you. You are trash, Yusaka, doing such heinous actions to your own kind, including Yuri, who caused no problems for you and your kind. I am going to enjoy seeing you suffer one day, and karma will strike you the hardest." Issei spat with disdain. He really despised Yusaka with all his heart for her hand into Momo no Mei's terrible past, and her being slandered as one of the most evil Yaokai in all of history, as well as Yuri's situation, and being the reason why they have to live in hiding. Yusaka was on the ground weeping with all of her heart. She never thought she would hear such words. She refused to believe this to be true, and was adamant in believing that her mate left her, because he only wanted to do the deed with her. Kunu was tearing up and glaring at Issei for humiliating and insulting her mother in such a manner, but seeing his cold look made he back away in fear. She was even more terrified of her uncle. "You are pathetic, beneath anyone's respect, especially mine. You are nothing but a waste of space, and deserve to suffer for the atrocities you have committed." Issei spat coldly, as he walked away from Yusaka, who was a weeping mess. As he looked on the others, they all had looks of anger and despair, as he spoke. "Don't worry, I am going to see the despair in all of your eyes when the truth is revealed to you about your pillar. Think whatever you want, I really don't care if you think I am lying. Let's see how long you will want to be in a relationship with him once the truth is revealed." Issei spoke with a mocking grin, as many were on the edge of their seats, with Irina speaking in response, believing that her darling would never be like Issei. "Aikun would never be like you. His disgraceful brother. He loves us with all of his heart, unlike you who only saw us for our bodies." Irina spoke, as Zenobia added. "Yeah, you are nothing but a perverted rapist who takes advantage of girls' innocence and goes after their bodies, just like you are doing with the two foolish goddesses and Leviathan." Zenobia was unable to complete when Issei grabbed her by the throat and started to choke her. She was looking at him with fear, as Issei spoke with anger. "Don't you dare say that I am going after their bodies, you power prostitute. You have no right to disrespect the people I love and cherish. Try that, and I will make sure you are burned alive right here and now." Zenobia was struggling, unable to escape the grasp of her tormentor. She was crying and had a look of fear in her eyes. She was powerless, since Issei can just snap her neck, killing her before he soon dropped her, but not before kicking her brutally in her stomach, making her gag as she was sent flying a few feet and was groaning in pain. Zenobia, Irina, Griselda and a few others rushed to her and Asia started to heal her up. Issei had brought his gear in case the bigger problems would arrive. Griselda was glaring at Issei with anger, hating him for harming her ward. Since you have faith in your daikon so much, Irina, let's see if you have the same faith when his true colors are revealed. Issei took a glance at Dai, who was standing in the open like a deer caught in a headlight. He was too terrified to even do anything, as Issei shook his head in disappointment. While he hates Dai for everything he did to him, there was one thing he should thank him for, and that was to show the true face of the supernatural, and being the reason why he is fighting for a better cause. After all, Dai will be the one to cause the fall of the supernatural. Well, I should be taking my leave. I did have some fun toying with certain people that I hated. Oh, and ass to mouth, you have my condolences. Issei spoke, feigning sadness, after which he spoke while laughing. This angered Leisha even more. Many others were horrified and shocked by how Issei was acting and how callous he was when he laughed on Ajuka's death. Just kidding, I am glad he is dead. That fucker got exactly what he is coming for, what he did to Kanan-chan and Ingvald. He got what was coming for him, and let me tell you, as long as I am there, no force can harm the people I care for, not even gods. Issei declared before teleporting in a red dragon magic circle, as many were helpless again by the fact that Issei can do anything and can get away with it, daring them to do something about it. Leisha was weeping even more. His declaration sent shivers down the spines of the people present. They were even more fearful of him at this declaration of his, and were fearing on inducing the wrath of the Red Dragon Emperor. Isaka was completely devastated and weeping endlessly, as many of the yokai were helping her, with Dai also going to calm her down. He hated his brother even more, and showing him on how powerless he is, he wants him to suffer, but there was no way. They truly felt helpless. Scene change. Issei's house, California beaches, US, 3 p.m. Issei was seated on the bench, wearing a t-shirt and shorts. He enjoyed inducing cows in the faction's funeral of Ajuka Beelzebub. Many of the leaders were absent, meaning they were preparing for Mercer's assault, as they were all afraid of Alex Mercer attacking them at any given point. The Mamo soon came inside. She had her ears and tails out in the open, which was fortunately masked by her own ability, since only God-class beings and above would see her real self. And to anyone else, she would be a regular human, as she brought a can of Diet Coke for Issei and a cup of herbal tea for. She had settled down next to Issei, seated on her chair. She then spoke while handing the can. Here. Thanks. Issei responded, as Tamamo gave a smile. Issei then asked. So Tamamo, how is your current situation? I'd say better. I still miss Toba, but all in all, if it wasn't for you guys, I would have been in a much worse state. Issei nodded, as he noticed the change in her tone. Earlier she used to often speak in a more regal or formal tone, but it has started to become informal as time passes by. She has managed to blend herself well in the 21st century. Although, she still has some fear when vacuum cleaners are being used, and she often climbs on Issei's head holding him in fear. Sometimes her breasts fall on Issei, making it hard for him to breathe. This does cause some awkward situations between the Fox Yokai and the Red Dragon Emperor. Additionally, she still holds some weariness towards dogs, especially Japanese hunting dogs, since they were known to hunt and discover yokai disguised as humans. Dogs were known to often disarm and expose yokai, especially kitsune and other fox yokai, to the humans. Hence she preferred to walk out with either Issei, Ingvald or Grafia, so that she could remain safe. It's alright, and it would be best if we not think about it and enjoy the scenery. Tamamo nodded with a smile. She could see some children playing on the beaches along with their parents. She smiled seeing them as she spoke. If you had told me there was a whole another world out there, I would called it a bluff. I never knew the west of the planet had such an extensive history. I never even knew it existed to begin with. Issei gave a smile. He remembered on how the Europeans were the people that started to explore other worlds, including America. Bad and good things happened, and now everyone knows what is there on one country to another, thanks to the existence of the internet, something that humanity invented and supernatural are taking advantage of by trying to control things that belong to humans to begin with. These children, they seem happy, don't they? Playing with their friends and parents. I wished to have that as my own once. Tamamo spoke with a smile. Even if she was his concubine, she wished to start a family with the man she loved, which was Toba, but alas, things didn't go according to plan, and here she is, in an era she would have never known. You wish to start a family? Issei asked, to which Tamamo nodded and spoke. Yeah, I wish to start a family of my own, Ice. I wish to have children of my own, but alas. Tamamo gave a sad sigh and responded. That isn't going to happen, and the worst part. I am not going to get the life I wanted. Even if I take revenge against those that wanted me to not be with Toba, and even if I make Yusaka pay for what she did, it isn't going to change the fact that I will always be alone. I won't have anyone to spend the rest of my days with. I will always be alone. The Mamo spoke with a sad smile, as Issei couldn't help but feel bad for her. She reminded him of the fact that these supernatural have a knack for making humans and other lowly beings suffer, sometimes for no reason, and the worst part, even their own kind was not exempt from this. Issei approached her and pulled her in for a hug. He then spoke in response while rubbing her head. "You are not alone, Tamamo." Tamamo sniffled as her ears drooped in response. Issei then continued. "You have so many people that care for you, including me. Remember I told you that you should live for my sake. I mean, take me as your purpose and start living a new life. You aren't alone, and you can spend the rest of your days with us. At this point, you know I treat those I care about like my family, right?" The Mamo nodded as she spoke in sadness. "Yeah, but even then, I can't completely forget him, Ice. I understand, you cannot forget someone you love, not that easily. And I don't expect you or want to forget him." Tamamo looked at Issei as she asked. "But didn't you want me to live for your sake?" "I did, but I never said that you should forget him, if anything remember him. I even said remember the time you have spent with him, after all memories are the thing that remains after you lose someone." Tamamo nodded. Issei was right, she had to remember the time he had spent with him, she would never forget the good times they had. She agreed with Issei's words as she spoke with a smile. "You are right, Ice, I will not forget the memories." Issei only gave a smile before he holds his head in pain, he then groans in response. Tamamo jolted up and responded. "Issei, what happened?" The Mamo exclaimed in worry as Issei spoke. "Just some pain in the head, I should get some shut-eye, it would get better." Issei got up and was heading inside his room when Tamamo grabbed his hand. "Oh no, I am afraid not." Tamamo spoke with a serious tone as she snapped her fingers and brought a pillow in her free hand as she spoke. "You will stay here, I know a way to heal your headache." "No, Tamamo, it's alright, I don't want to." Issei was cut off by a glare from the kitsune who responded. "You are staying here, and that's final." Issei had a nervous look, she left his hand as Issei watched Tamamo sit down on the balcony floor and placed the pillow on her lap as she tapped on it and spoke. "Lie down on the pillow." "But..." Issei responded as Tamamo demanded in response, taking no argument. "Now." "Alright." Issei spoke with defeat. This was the first time Tamamo was actually persistent and commanding. He never expected Tamamo to have this side to her, where she would actually be serious and commanding. He reluctantly placed his head on her pillow as he lied next to her. Issei was embarrassed to say the least, as Tamamo gently placed her hands on his head and started to rub it. Issei felt relief as he spoke. "Why yeah, that's the spot. I knew you were stressed and your body is showing signs of it. You literally sleep at 2 or 3 in the morning, and you wake up at 7 in the morning to head to BLACKWATCH for your work. Haven't you even considered on how this would affect your health?" A grumble could be heard from Issei. It was like a mom was scolding her child, or a wife was scolding her husband for being too reckless. Issei was not expecting Tamamo to act like this. Issei then spoke. "And no, but I will be fine." "That's not the right answer. We all worry for your well-being. You need to be in fit health. If you are going to fight against those rotten supernatural beings, you need to take care of your health, and you will do so, Ice, and I don't want to hear any excuses." Issei looked at her as he spoke with slight worry and fear. "Why yes. Good." Tamamo's fingers started to glow with a green color magic, which soon entered into his head as Issei spoke in response. "This is Senjutsu, my own Senjutsu. I have years if not centuries of mastering it, and I know how to use it even better than Yusaka herself. I am transferring some of my healing Senjutsu into your head to ease the pain in it. You need to take care of yourself, and I will be there for you if you need any help." Issei nodded in response. He started to feel drowsy. This magic was making him rest, and it was feeling good. He felt at peace and relieved. The Mamo smiled seeing this, as some of her tails started to wrap around at Issei, with the latter holding a grab of it. Tamamo felt the sensation, but she kept it in, she didn't want to disturb the session. Issei then spoke. "So fluffy, so soft, I always wanted to touch foxtails." Issei muttered subconsciously, as Tamamo gave a gentle smile. She knew what her sister caused this man to go through, and she would never forgive her for what she had done to both him and herself. "We will be doing this every day, and you can touch my tails as long as you want. Till your headache doesn't go we will continue to do this, alright?" Issei, who was half drowsy, spoke in response, before dozing off to sleep. "Yeah." Issei held her tail like a pillow as Tamamo smiled seeing this, after transferring energy to his head. She gently rubbed his head to calm him down. She did this to Toba as well, and it was similar to how she did for Issei as well. Scene change. Lucifer City, Underworld, 5:30 p.m. Surziches had gathered all the leaders for a meeting along with Goro Haidu. It was a dark day for the factions, since Ajuka was slain by Alex Mercer, as Surziches wanted to inform the situation, and on how bad it is. Surziches first lost his wife, and now his best friend. So I believe you know why you all are here, right? Surziches spoke with total seriousness, as the others nodded, with Serafal speaking with sadness. Why yeah, Ajukai was killed by Mercer. I warned you time after time that Mercer is a far bigger threat than Issei, but none of you listened. You decided to go after Issei's loved ones in futile efforts of locating him, instead of preparing against Mercer, and now he has killed a member of the top 10 strongest beings. Will you now listen to me? Shiva spoke with annoyance in his voice. It was taking him everything to not tear them a new one. He knew Mercer was the biggest threat the supernatural would face, and there is a chance it may even eclipse Trahexa itself. He wouldn't deny it, but this was one of the two things that scare the god of destruction, the first being Trahexa. Yes, we understand Lord Shiva, we underestimated him, and we won't take him lightly. Surziches responded, as Shiva shook his head. He knew the incident that had happened a few hours back involving Issei mocking his demise. He frowned upon Issei disrespecting the dead, but he knew that Issei isn't the type to care about this. He was provoking them to let their emotions get the better of their judgment, causing them slews of mistakes. Worse, he was afraid that Blackwatch would soon see the Hindu faction as a threat as well, due to Norse, Greek and Shinto factions' hatred towards Issei. Anyways, what is the plan now? Mercer has taken someone strong, we cannot just let this slide. Elmental tried to speak in response, to which Odin spoke. That Brad is strong, he is striking us when we least expect it, he knows that we are vulnerable when we are alone, our best option will be to stay together, but even then, he is unpredictable. He attacked the following people. First he went after Barakiel, a fallen angel. Odin's words made the fallen angels present flinch. Then he went after Hermes and Ares, two gods belonging to the Greek pantheon. Odin's words this time made Zeus grumble. He remembered Mercer killing them and not being happy with it. After that, he went for several Nekomatas and Jorgumos in the dark forests in Mount Nasu, near the Sessosiki. Odin spoke analytically, which made Yusaka grit her teeth in anger, remembering on how they were killed by Mercer, and even the whole forest was burned down. It took them a while to recover it, but several didn't want to head there out of fear of Mercer. And finally, just yesterday Ajuka Beelzebub. Odin ended the statement, as the devils were saddened or angry at his demise. He then gave a frustrated sigh, as he spoke. There is no pattern here, he is just killing his enemies at random, he is unpredictable, and we don't know where Mercer is going to attack next. Odin spoke in response, as they all, even Shiva, agreed. His attacks are random and it made no sense. They failed to see on why Mercer or Issei attacked them. And it was pretty obvious. Barakiel was in self-defense and some vengeance due to him threatening to torture and go after his loved ones. Ares and Hermes tormented Issei's adoptive sisters Macaria and Melano, who were seriously injured thanks to them using god-slaying weapons to torture them. Nekomatas and Jorgumos were also in self-defense, and the added action of them going after innocent humans for their own pleasure and amusement, and to make themselves live as long as possible. And finally Ajuka Beelzebub, who went after Issei's friends and captured Ingvald and Canaan so that the RageRevan family would suffer, with the addition of harming and injuring several innocents caught in the crossfire. That is true, we must find the pattern. The one who spoke was Michael, even they had to find the pattern. Goro, who was silent, had finally spoken. There is a way, we can get the pattern. Goro spoke, as he responded. We must capture my disgraceful son. He has met Mercer at least twice, once when he was saved by him from Barakiel, and then during the party where he was there, right? What did I just say? Shiva exclaimed with anger, as Goro spoke with slight fear. Please listen to me, Lord S. Shiva. Shiva took a deep breath and spoke with a tired sigh. Continue. Goro breathed a sigh of relief. The Haidu clan is powerful, but compared to a god of destruction, it was like a puppy clashing against an elephant. Issei then spoke. We will capture Issei, no torture, nothing, we can see his memories, to find any and all connection he has with Mercer. Since I believe whenever that disgrace's friends are in danger, Mercer shows up. It is just a theory though, but if it is true, then we can find out on what plans Mercer is going to go for next. Goro's words did make sense, especially for the ones that hated or detested Issei. They wanted to capture Issei for other plans. Shiva could see the points in Goro's suggestion, but knew in reality why he wants to capture him. He wouldn't be surprised if he is crippled or tortured by a vengeful Issei once he performs his stunt. Fine, you can go with it, but do you have someone that can capture him? Goro had a smirk as he spoke to him. I do. She is one of the mages that is skilled in black magic and dragon slayer magic. She can capture him and bring him to us. The others nodded, appreciating Goro for his ingenious plan, as they knew that this would bring Issei to them. Issei thinks he can do whatever he wants, but we are going to show him that he can no longer do that. The one who spoke was Serafo. She wanted to make him suffer, and she was one of the most vocal about it. He was the reason that Sotan couldn't remain in Kuo, and she wanted him to suffer. You are right, and we will make sure of it. Serziches spoke to them, as many agreed to this. They wanted to make Issei suffer for their own reasons. However, all they are doing is pushing a man in his limits, and soon bodies will drop long before the truth gets exposed. Goru was speaking to someone. She was dressed in a gothic black hooded cloak, adorned with intricate chains and ornaments that have a slightly sinister, spiked appearance. Her face is partially obscured by the hood, but her glowing red eyes are prominently visible. She seemed to have pale brown hair. This was Kuroyami Haidu, one of the elite mages in the Haidu clan. So you want me to capture the disgrace, right? Kuroyami spoke with a serious tone, as Goru spoke with a serious tone, however there was anger in it. Yes, but make sure it is painful if he resists, make him regret ever messing with the clan and looking down upon me. I believe you were doing what I asked you ever since he disrespected me, right? Goru hated his former son, especially after he tormented both Rei and Dai. Both his older children disgraced him, with Issei doing so even more. He wanted to make sure Issei regrets ever messing with him. I do. And that disgrace has no suspicion on what is happening to him. Kuroyami spoke with seriousness, as Goru responded. Good, you will be heading out and preparing soon. Narrowing her gaze, Kuroyami spoke with a normal tone. I see. I will take some of my men that can disable his sacred gear, and then we will capture him. Excellent. Goru had a sinister smirk, as Kuroyami spoke. Is there anyone that will be joining us? Yes, Serziches has offered to send you his knight Sauji Akita to you. You will be meeting him soon enough. When Issei has been located, I want you to head there and capture him. Kuroyami nodded and spoke. Very well, it will be done. Kuroyami spoke with a smile, as she soon left the room. Goru walked outside and looked outside with a sinister smirk. He then spoke. You will fool Issei, and I am going to enjoy extracting the information about MERCER from you while you suffer and cry in agony. Goru spoke with a cold tone, imagining the agonizing suffering and anger that his former son would go through. He hated Issei even more and wanted to see him suffer. Blackwatch HQ, Maryland, Washington, 9 a.m. Issei was in his desk as he was reading some papers about the recent events. He looked at the person that was present in front of him as he asked, "Are you sure about this, Elena?" Elena nodded as she spoke with a solemn yet serious tone. Yes, Issei, many eyewitness and police reports have reported several escapees from certain camps in Romania. These escapees were humans that were once captured by the vampires for their own pleasure and goals. Apparently, all of them said one thing, they were captured by them, and some of them were used by both males and females for their own pleasure, in other words, rape them. Issei spoke with a serious and gloomy tone. Guess every aspect of the supernatural world is fucked up in its own way. From Yasaka executing and rewriting memories of humans that break her so-called laws which involve mating with another yokai, to devil women along with reincarnated devils, being seen as nothing less than a commodity, to the vampires committing horrific crimes to innocent humans. Yes, Romanian government has informed us that we need to act quickly, else many humans will be continued to go through these atrocities, and then many are either turned into the undead or they are turned into low-class vampires. Issei narrowed his gaze and responded with a cold tone. I see. Issei spoke with a serious tone as he continued. This requires our immediate action. We need to properly plan this and create backup plans. We cannot just go guns blazing. Elena wanted to speak, but Issei responded. I am aware that the more we delay the more worse the situation is going to get, but if we rush, we may end up losing our men, and that is not going to happen. We need to plan accordingly and head there soon. Fortunately, I have outfitted some of our ships with teleportation spells. Elena nodded, she knew that many would end up dying if things do go south. She soon spoke. Very well, as you see fit. Issei nodded as he spoke. We are heading to the conference room for this one. Is Athena and Artemis there? They are, why? Issei nodded and spoke. Bring them, we also need their help as well. Alright. Elena spoke in response as she heads there to do so. Issei narrowed his gaze. It was time to give the supernatural a very clear message. Either stop tormenting innocent humans else they will start to fall apart. Scene change. Blackwatch HQ, Maryland, Washington, 10 a.m. Issei was in the briefing room. He was present with the rest of the heads of the Blackwatch, alongside Artemis and Athena. Both seemed to be wearing casual clothing. Alright, I believe you all have been informed why we are having a meeting. The others nodded as Robert spoke. Yes, we do. It was informed that we have found another camp of captured humans. This time, the perpetrators were vampires. So do we have a plan for it? I do. Issei spoke as he made a map through the vampire kingdom and displayed in presentation format. This map was developed during his visit to the vampire kingdom due to his family annoying the hell out of him, but even there, he didn't get any peace. He then spoke. As you can see, most camps are located in the interiors of the vampire territories. The reason is that humans are valuable prey to the vampires. They serve them as not only food, but also serve them as more pawns for their goals, basically turning them into either the undead or some more vampires. Worse, they are even raped for pleasure and/or reproduction when numbers are lower, causing dampers to be formed. Creatures that are half human and half vampire. Many were shocked by this revelation. They knew that the vampires were using humans. But this was something else entirely. They are just like their movie counterparts, they really are monsters that need to purged. Robert spoke angrily, as James responded. Couldn't have agreed anymore, they need to be wiped out from the human world. The vampires need to be wiped out, else we will lose more innocence to them. Issei, you know about some dampers, right? Issei nodded in response, and spoke. Yep, both were abused by their own kind due to be half-blooded. They are even more proud and aloof than the devils. In fact, the discrimination between vampires and other species is so strong that it has reached a point that dampers resulted from vampire lords and human mothers or human fathers, take your pick. They were treated badly even by their own family members. Hunting humans is the true nature of a vampire for their source of food. And like I mentioned earlier, male vampires will use human women for their own pleasure and make them bear a child, and female vampires will use human men for their own pleasure and bear their child. Many were angry by this, as Issei spoke. The dampers need to be found who are still suffering under this system, however those that are part of the factions need to be treated in a similar manner. They are too far gone and too far idealized into their system. They only change their relationship towards the other races, but internally they are still the same. Even to this day. But how will we find dampers amongst vampires? Peter asked, to which Issei responded. UV radiation can damage them, however some have developed immunity to this, that is why we need to develop special variations of the UV radiation. Sunlight is not going to work against them, keep this in mind. The others nodded, as Athena was furious at how humanity was being treated by the vampires. She was kept in the dark about this, seeing her angered expression. Artemis spoke in response. Athena sighed to calm herself and responded. Sorry Artie, I was kept in the dark about this when I was with the factions. I am ashamed at myself on being in the dark for this. As a goddess that swore to protect and guide humanity, I am ashamed at myself for not noticing this. I am pretty sure Zeus also kept me in the dark on this. Athena muttered her father's name venomously. She really hated Zeus even further for hiding this from her, since she would have been more vocal on this. Else, she would have destroyed those vampires a long time ago. They don't get to live, especially when they harm innocent humans. Athena, it isn't your fault. You are not to blame. Artemis spoke to her sadly. She remembered on how under the influence of her father, she made many mistakes. She vows to set things right by stopping her hatred she has for other men. She even was considering and finding a way of letting her huntresses locate relationships of her own while making sure they remain chaste, only accepting it out of true love. She didn't want them to break their oaths, not like this. It is Artie, and it is time I set things right. Athena spoke with total seriousness, causing Artemis to only look away. Her older sister was right in that regard. They had to set things right. The two look at Issei as he makes the plan for it. Now, we are going to need to create specific positions where we can ambush and rescue the hostages. The positions I have marked will be certain ambush positions. Our super soldiers will be the ones that will be located there and clash against the vampires. Their skin is now on par with steel, so that the vampires cannot bite them to drain their blood or turn them into an undead or low-ranking vampire. Issei responded, as Elena spoke in response. What if the factions come and save them? Do you have a plan for that as well? I do. If anything, I am pretty sure they are going to come and save their allies, the Haidu clan. Given how I have humiliated them time after time, they will send one of their allies to do their dirty work. Goro wouldn't even move his ass to confront me. Issei spoke in response, as he spoke. That is why we will divide ourselves into two teams. I will move to the forefront of the attack, leading the first squadron of BLACKWATCH super soldiers in their positions. Our priority will be to save the humans first, only killing those vampires if they get in our way. The second squadron will be led by La Folia and Artemis. If anything happens to the first squadron, or when the time is right, the second squadron will take charge. Their job will be the opposite. Instead of getting the human hostages to safety, they will be more aggressive, assisting the first squadron in their goals and wiping out the vampires. The wiping out of the vampires will be their primary goal. The third squadron will be led by Athena, and their goal is to infiltrate the mansions belonging to the different vampire clans and locate any survivors or dampers that are being tormented. Once we locate them, we bring them in for interrogation and see on what we can do to get them introduced to society. Issei spoke with a serious tone as they all nodded to the plan in agreement. Elena then asked. So when are we leaving? Issei responded to her. In 2 hours, prepare the forces. Tonight we will show the supernatural that BLACKWATCH is not to be messed with. It is time to show the world on what humanity is capable of. There is a reason why we have the most potential. That even gods are afraid of why the supernatural hides from us. Issei declared as the others nodded. They soon started to prepare for the assault to rescue the people that were imprisoned, humans and dampers that were abused by the vampires. Scene change. 1 hour before the assault. BLACKWATCH HQ, Maryland, Washington, 11 a.m. Issei had a look of annoyance as he had his eyes closed. He then spoke. Do we really need to do this? Issei was in an awkward position as he was seen resting on Tomomo's lap. She had worn a casual clothing, with her wearing almost similar clothing to the one she wore when she went to the movies. He looked up to see her as she was rubbing his head, gently calming him down. She then spoke with a serious tone. Of course, is that even a question? You are going against an entire faction for the very first time, and with your current head pain, it would be best if we do this right now. Issei responded with a nervous tone. Why, yeah, that's fine. But why do we have to do it here? Issei looked at Artemis and Athena, both of whom were having sweet smiles, and became even more nervous. Artemis and Athena were ready to kill someone due to the amount of jealousy they were releasing. Issei could literally feel it, causing him to sweat in nervousness. Tomomo sensed this and spoke, looking at the girls. Issei needs this therapy if he needs to fight against his enemies. The girls were losing their nervousness as Artemis spoke. But even then, why didn't he tell us? Like he was having severe headaches and we didn't even know. The three looked at Issei, who sighed in response. I just didn't want to cause any troubles. I thought it was just mere headaches, but soon it became severe. Until I took notice of it and tried to sense it. You told me the reason was because of your sleep depravity, right? Tomomo spoke, ending his words as Issei nodded in response, with Artemis speaking in response. But Issei, you should tell us your problems, we would have gladly helped you. Issei could only turn away as Athena responded. Yeah, headaches becoming severe is some sign of a problem. I know it, but I doubt sleep depravity is one of the reasons. Yeah, headaches from sleep deprivation is nothing new, but even then severe headaches, even for less sleep, is impossible in human body. There is something else involved in this. Like a disease or something. Athena's words made Issei surprised as he asked. I am pretty sure there is no disease. In me. Are you sure of it? Issei spoke in response as Athena nodded, with Tomomo decided to sense it. Her hand changes the color from green to orange, with Artemis speaking. Are you checking for a disease? Tomomo nodded in response and spoke. Yes, ever since Toba died from a disease caused by my so-called kin, I have been researching more and more magic-based attacks. I wanted to prevent an incident like this from happening ever again. That is how I developed this technique for Issei's headaches. Tomomo spoke seriously. She decided to protect her new friends and family from what happened with Toba ever again. She vowed to make sure a repeat of this incident doesn't happen again. The three that knew her past were aware of what really happened to Tomomo's first lover. They hated what the Yokai did to separate them. And hoped that their main culprit Yusaka suffers through the same yet again. She soon widened her eyes as Artemis asked. Tomomo, what happened? This cannot be. Issei, why didn't you tell me that you were inflicted with black magic? Tomomo spoke with horror as Issei got up and exclaimed in response. What? Issei was confused at this as Tomomo looked at his confusion and responded. Even Artemis and Athena were shocked by this. You were infected with black magic and it has been there in your mind since your first headache. It was hard even for me to detect this thing. It was like a small magical worm that would cause headaches. I managed to detect only when it was noticeable enough to do so, and I doubt I would have even detected this, since it was only someone with extreme skill to actually perform such a feat. Issei was even more surprised by this, with Tomomo speaking. The magic, only skilled black magic users can perform it. It was so good and so undetectable that even someone as knowledgeable as me couldn't do it. And I have an extensive record of cures and knowledge of medicines that can help this. Tomomo explained in surprise, as Issei was thinking on who could do this. He soon widened his eyes, remembering he read it in his laptop on the person responsible for this. Ice, could you tell me who is it? Tomomo asked, as all three girls looked at Issei, whose shock changed into anger, as he growled. Kuroyami. The three girls looked at each other, as Artemis asked. Who is Kuroyami? Issei snapped his fingers, as his laptop was teleported to his current location. He opened it and put his password, and soon opened a file pertaining to the Haidu clan. He moved his mouse or touchpad towards a file of a clan member amongst several members which was named Kuroyami. He clicked on it, showing information on the member and a photo of her to her top left. Kuroyami Haidu, one of the strongest black mages. She is someone that not only has extensive knowledge about black magic, but also dragon slayer magic. She is the major suspect since black magic wouldn't have gotten past my defenses if she never had access to dragon slayer magic. She is one of the most deadliest mages for a supernatural being to also encounter, with her record having slain even some Satan-class beings due to her potency in black magic. Issei explained as he gave a summary of the file. Drake then spoke from the boosted gear. It's no wonder I failed to sense this until now. That woman is really something. Issei and the others could only understand that she would be a problem. Issei then spoke. That's not all. The Haidu clan used to use her to eliminate many of their rivals and opponents without any problems. She often used black magic to cause illnesses and torment those individuals until they perished miserable deaths. She is sadistic and serious and extremely loyal to the clan and its purpose. Issei explained as they all knew what would have happened if the black magic remained in his body. Tamamo then spoke. Ice, let me remove the black magic from your body. Issei nodded as if Issei were to go to the war. He can be captured and every information about him would have been extracted to him. Issei soon had an idea and spoke. Tamamo, what is your prowess in illusion magic? Issei asked to Tamamo, who spoke. Quite well, why do you? Oh. Tamamo understood what she had to do. Athena had an idea, while Artemis had a feeling on what was going to happen as she spoke. You want me to create an illusion that would make it like you seem to be infected with an illusion, right? Yep, can you do that? Tamamo soon gave a smile and spoke. It would be my pleasure, Ice. Please lie down, let me remove the actual black magic. Issei nodded as he lied down on Tamamo's lap, who actually didn't mind at this point. She knew that Issei was close to her at this point. While Artemis and Athena watched the process. They watched as Tamamo's hands glowed a bright green, which soon changed to reddish green. After a while, she yanked the magic out from Issei's head, pulling her hands immediately upon contact. Issei got up as the three saw Tamamo holding the black magic in her hands. It was a black miasma in her hands as she spoke. You see, this was inside your head. The grumble could be heard from Issei, knowing that Kuroyami would have done anything to get rid of him. Even if it doesn't kill him, it would be a painful existence for him. She is going to wish for death once he gets his hands on her. Tamamo exclaimed in response. Kitsune no Hai. As she immediately used Kitsune no Hai, Foxfire, on the magic, burning it down completely. The sigh of relief was heard by the group. They got rid of the black magic, the real black magic. Issei then spoke mockingly. Now then, let's fool the Haidu. After all, Kitsune are skilled in that category if I recollect, right? Tamamo only chuckled upon hearing this. She remembered on how she used to fool people for fun and her own amusement while making sure they didn't get hurt. She then spoke. It would be my pleasure, Ice. Tamamo soon summoned some healing magic as she spoke, with her hand changing into green again. This would be a healing magic that would heal any damage, prevent anyone from entering black magic in your mind for at least a few days. Tamamo spoke. The color soon changed to the black miasma, the black magic it was, as she passed the magic to his head by placing his hand on his head and transferring it. There you go, now they will presume that black magic is still in your head. Issei nodded and spoke with a smile. Thanks, Tamamo. I think we should get going. Tamamo nodded as the trio left the room. Tamamo watched them leave as she felt her heart ache for an unknown reason. She looked at Issei and spoke. Why does my heart ache when he is leaving? Tamamo asked herself. She felt her heart ache when Issei used to leave for something that would endanger his life. She then asked herself again. Am I falling for him? Tamamo shook her head and responded. No. This can't be it, I can't betray Toba like this. Tamamo decided to teleport and study even more. She distracted herself with studying, not letting herself be swayed by such thoughts. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi. Tamamo hiding herself while Chibi Grafia tries to clean the house. Vampire territory, Romania, 3:30 am. Issei and the rest of the company had managed to make a makeshift base. He was accompanied by James Heller, along with 100 soldiers. He didn't believe that too much soldiers would be needed for this mission. However, many were questioning on why Issei was asking them to wait for so long, since they could have attacked at any time. But Issei decided to address the issue right away. Now you must be wondering on why I asked you all to wait for a while before we began, right? The soldiers were wondering on this, as Issei responded. The reason is that vampires are weak toward sunlight, just like in those movies that feature them. There is a reason why they wear sunscreen and other sun protection devices. So we will strike them early in the morning when the sun is up, since the magical properties of sunlight are the most effective during dawn. Later on, the sun loses its magical properties, and we will have a lower chance of success. One of the soldiers raises his hands as Issei speaks. Yes, Daryl. The man identified as Daryl speaks. But what about the barrier? The vampires surely must have kept one to protect themselves, right? Issei nodded and spoke. I am glad you asked when I noticed the barrier. I immediately called James and have tasked a small battalion of soldiers to handle the situation. I have given a special device that breaks through any magical protection that I know of, but since this was developed within less time constraints, it cannot handle God-class barriers or above that. James, if you may. James nods and speaks. Indeed, like as the chairman said, I have been given access to the device. Some soldiers will be coming with me to assist this. I only need 10 soldiers to set the device up. Who can assist me in this? Some soldiers raised their hands as James responded with a smile. I appreciate your concern, but only 10 will be coming with me. The assault takes first priority. The soldiers nodded as James picks a small batch amongst the group and speaks to Issei. I will be taking them. Once we set up the barriers I will let you know. Issei nods as James leaves with 10 soldiers of BLACKWATCH. Issei then speaks. Now then, we should all get into our positions. I will serve as their distraction. Seeing the Red Dragon Emperor, they will want to avenge their pride and egos. In the meantime, use this to save as many as you can. The soldiers exclaimed in unison. Sir, yes sir. Scene change. Vampire territory Romania, 7:30 am. Issei was watching over the vampires. They were all having conversations, but Issei knew that majority were those that were turned into slaves by their vampire overlords. He could see several undeads being locked in specific chambers to prevent them from escaping and harming anyone, thus exposing them to the rest of the world. The vampire territory was dark and foggy. Issei knew that they created this barrier so that they could move even in the daytime in their territory. He saw the sun was out and knew that now would be the right time to strike. Issei soon picked up the walkie-talkie and activated a special frequency which would prevent the factions from listening to his words. He even asked the rest of the BLACKWATCH to do the same. He could have used a mental group chat to help his soldiers even better and to hide anyone from listening on them, but he wasn't sure if the soldiers would be able to handle it since he was still in the testing phase of creating a better chat system for everyone so that they wouldn't need to rely on walkie-talkies. Plus, he would have to create it for thousands of people which was not feasible as of yet, and it may cause many of their messages to be bombarded into the minds of his soldiers who weren't prepared for it, causing many to have a breakdown. So he would have to create a way that the soldiers can tune to specific communications while also chatting personally with another without any problems of being bombarded with thousands of messages. He then spoke to the communications. Everyone, terminate the undead. I know they were humans, but it is best to put them out of their misery than outright letting them live. Worse, they are going to turn more into their kind. The best way to kill them is by wiping out the vampire that is controlling them, ending their misery in a more peaceful way. Issei spoke the last part with sadness. He really hated on how many factions were getting away with their crimes for their major part. The soldiers responded. Sir, yes sir. The soldier captain responded as he cuts off the communication to the first squadron captain. James then spoke. Issei, we are done with the machine setup, give the order to activate it. Issei nodded in response and spoke. Good, now I will get moving. Issei leaped from the down and started to walk towards the vampires with no fear. He had no emotion aside from a dead serious one. Soon he was surrounded by the vampires, all of whom had pale faces. They were hissing with anger knowing who exactly it is. He recognized some of them wearing sophisticated noble clothing belonging to the 16th century or during the Renaissance period. Issei noted that they would either were vampire leaders or they were nobles of the 6 vampire houses, that being Carmilla and Teeps, the leading houses, and Vordenberg with Karnstein being affiliated with Carmilla and Vladi, with Manther being affiliated with Teeps. Securuite. One hissed in anger and arrogance. Issei noted that the one who spoke was from the house of Carmilla, given that it was a female that had spoken. So this is the welcome party. I am disappointed. Issei spoke feigning arrogance, as they all got angry at this, as a noble from the house of Teeps spoke arrogantly. You should be glad that our lords are not involved, you would have by now. Issei couldn't help but shake his head in amusement and spoke. I would think otherwise. I am pretty sure they would be having those high-quality tea in their mansions. While most of the low-class vampires do their dirty work. Like a bunch of pussies. Many vampires were angered by this, as a noble from House of Manther commanded his vampires. Bet him. The others also commanded the same, as the vampires started charging at Issei. Issei only spoke in his communications. James. James confirmed in response, as he spoke. Okay. The device was activated and the sun was out. Many vampires noticed their skin burning, and they looked up, with a low-class vampire holding her child, crying in agony as their skin was being burned. Their screams were blood-curdling, as the healing property of sunlight were harming them. The vampires tried to flee, but Issei acted quickly and used Durandal to strike them, forcing to the ground. Issei looked at them with a smirk. The vampires were looking at him with anger and fear. He then spoke. "Well, you really thought you could get a jump on me, my dear." Issei grabbed a female vampire by the chin who was getting burned by the sunlight. Judging by the clothing, Issei recognized her to be from House Karnstein, the same house Ilmenhold was from. He smirked, knowing the grief Ilmenhold would be going through. "What do you know? The same house Ilmenhold was. You vampires have such arrogance and bravado when you are in darkness, but when the light conquers the darkness, you play the victim. So tell me, vampire from House of Karnstein, how does it feel to be on the receiving end of the torment that you have put several innocent human through? You are really the monsters, not humans. Humans become monsters because of vampires like you." Issei spoke angrily as the vampire covered her face with her hand as she was being burned alive, screaming, not even responding to him. Issei could see that her hand was being burned to ash. Her face was being burned after her hand turned to ash, as he could see her face turning charcoal black, and soon he could see her skeleton. Eventually she was nothing but a pile of ash, and same went for the rest of the vampires. He looked at the vampires that were low-class vampires and had a look of sympathy for those that were humans and were forcefully enslaved by the high-class vampires. He knew that despite high-class vampires considering the act of human to vampire conversion disgusting, they still performed this action, and that was how low-class vampires even existed to continue this vicious cycle. Plus, they still captured humans and feasted on them, since many can only rely on blood consumption. Issei turned his gaze away as he walked forward. He soon got call. He knew this another communication as Issei spoke. "Yes. Sir, we have got some hostages that were captured. Many are in desperate need of blood. They are barely alive." Issei became horrified. That horror soon changed into anger as he gritted his teeth in fury. He was given an even bigger reason to purge these factions all the ground. "Orders, Chairman." The soldier spoke as Issei responded. "Bring them to a nearby station. I will ask Artemis to prepare for some emergency blood banks. Bring them to the second makeshift base at the north." The soldier responded with a normal word. "Copy that. Over." Issei cuts off the call and contacts Artemis with a communication. "Artemis, we have a situation." Artemis spoke in response. "Go ahead, Ice." Issei explained to her the situation as Artemis understood what she has to do. "I understood, Ice. I will prepare the blood banks and have medical beds ready ASAP. Athena and Lafolia are with me and they will assist me as well." Issei nodded and spoke in response. "Thank you, Artie. I will handle these vampires. It is time to purge these monsters and show them that their actions have consequences." Issei cuts off the call as he walks ahead. He soon noticed several more vampires being burned alive, with dampers also feeling weak. The soldiers immediately apprehended and captured those dampers that were abused or looked down upon by their own kind. "Take them to the jail cell at the third base. We will interrogate them and set them free in the human world," Issei commanded the captain, who responded. "Yes, sir." The dampers had hope in their eyes, knowing they would be free from the torment. However, all of a sudden, a magic blast was struck towards Issei, who had unleashed a magic barrier to protect everyone involved. "Leave now." The soldier nodded and took the dampers out of there. He could see that the other soldiers were escaping with the humans. Soon a sword strike was aimed towards the soldier, which was blocked by Issei as he looked to see his attacker. Issei recognized him to be Souji Akita, Surzich's knight. Souji has long, black hair tied up in a high ponytail that flutters behind them, adding a sense of motion to the scene. The character is wearing traditional Japanese samurai clothing, with a blue kimono and a red scarf tied around their neck. He had a katana in his hand. Using his strength, he pushed him behind. Issei spoke mockingly. "Guess the heroes of the supernatural showed up." Issei noticed Kuroyami with him, knowing that the Haida sent them to assist them. The two glared at Issei as Kuroyami spoke. "Issei Haidu, you have disgraced the clan, Kuroyami." The clan was already disgraced under the lead of Goru Haidu. That power-hungry moron contributed nothing to the clan, only enjoying the gifts and fame that my grandfather performed. "And you aren't special, just cause you excel in black magic and have base knowledge of dragon slayer magic." Kuroyami glared at Issei for saying this, which was intense than before. However, Issei was unaffected by any manner. He turned to Souji and taunted him. "And well, I heard about Serkant losing his bestie and wife. How is he doing?" Souji gritted his teeth in anger and pointed his blade to him as he angrily spoke. "Issei Haidu, you will fall by my blade." Issei only laughed in response and spoke. "Oh Souji, from a honorable knight to a disgraced moron. Guess being with the devils really changes people to the worst." "I guess that is the case." Kuroyami spoke to Issei in response before Souji would charge at him recklessly. "Since you still wish to oppose the clan, I will destroy the Blackwatch. Look around you." Soon enough several thousand mages belonging to the Haidu clan. Issei widened his eyes in horror, knowing that many humans were defenseless coupled with the dampers. He knew that his soldiers would survive this, but the others, they would not. No. Issei exclaimed, as Kuroyami had a smirk. Issei gritted his teeth in anger. He had to reveal his prototype powers to rescue everyone, but this would expose him to the world, potentially ruining everything he had built on. He would have to attack in certain locations and change entire plans to save what he has built and allies. Or he would have to slaughter every one of his enemies. He had to slaughter every last one of them quickly without tormenting them, since that was his only option. He could torment them, but he had to now kill them, something that annoyed Issei. Suddenly. Swiss. Aya. Screams were heard as everyone turned to see something surprising. Hope came when two light blades had struck many of the Haidu clan members with ease, while shock and surprise came for the rest. The heads of several mages fell apart, allowing the soldiers to escape with the humans and dampers with ease. Kuroyami lost her smirk and became angry as she shouted. Who is there? Who is responsible for this? Soon footsteps were heard as the light blades came to him. The three looked to see a cloaked figure in the distance. Pirate him! Kuroyami shouted as they all fired their attacks at the man who used his blades to deflect the attacks with ease. The attacks all fell to nearby ground, some even hitting the mages, causing them to collapse to the ground dead. Kuroyami was losing her patience, gritting her teeth in anger. How can this mere man defeat all these mages without any effort? The man then spoke. Arrogant as ever, Juzo would be disappointed in what this clan has become. The man spoke, walking towards Issei and getting next to him. He soon removed his cloak and revealed to the world who he is. He was a man with short, messy black hair and light brown eyes. He is wearing a traditional Japanese school uniform consisting of a dark buttoned-up shirt underneath a light-colored jacket. His expression is serious, with a focused and calm demeanor. Kuroyami looked in shock before gritting his teeth in anger, recognizing this person too well. He was one of the major enemies of the Haidu clan. Issei was surprised, remembering the person that he had bumped with along with his wife. You are the person I bumped with that day. The man looked at Issei and spoke. I can't believe that you don't recognize me. But I guess my sorry excuse of my daughter Miki must haven't even bothered telling you who I am. Issei widened his eye even further. He knew that this man was his grandfather from his maternal side. The man was none other than Kaji Kishinami. You're Kaji Kishinami? Issei asked, remembering he saw an image of his grandfather, but it looked different as Kaji spoke while turning his head and spoke with a smile. Yes, that is me. We can have our introductions later on. For now, let's save these humans from the vampires and deal with them. He spoke the last sentence seriously. Kaji pointed to the two people that had come to save the vampires. Once again, Issei was forced to work with a Kishinami, someone he refused to maintain contact with for a very long time and avoided unless he had no choice. He internally grumbled with this situation but relented. He had to thank Kaji for saving the humans and made his mission easier. And he even didn't need to expose his identity. The two looked towards Kuroyami and Saoji, who gritted their teeth in anger. Now they had to deal with the Kishinamis as well. Their whole plan went up in flames of capturing Issei, and they had to either change tactics or find a way to escape. Issei and Kaji were looking at their enemies Akita and Kuroyami as Issei spoke. But there are still mages. Worry not, Issei, we have got this covered. Issei could see several soldiers and assassins executing the Haidu clansmen without any mercy or remorse. Kuroyami looked in horror at her clansmen being wiped out. Kaji looked at the two and spoke. I don't expect much from you, Kuroyami, like that disappointment known as Goru Haidu. Honestly, I pity you at this point, going after your own former member cause he lacked magical prowess and capability, and now wanting to capture him. Why? Cause he broke your pride, cause he destroyed your fragile ego, cause he mocked you, spat on your pride, showed you how pathetic you really are. Honestly, it is pitiful and disappointing that the clan Juzo wanted to develop became like this. Kaji spoke with a pause. The man that was close to beating him would hate what this clan has become. As much as he hated to say this, they had become worse than the 5 principal clans in the past. Kuroyami was gritting her teeth in anger. She was clenching her fists to the point of her nails digging and causing bleeding. She hated the Kishinami was disrespecting her, but knew she stood no chance against this man in any manner. Juzo couldn't beat this man, what chance she had against him. As for you, Soiji, I am disappointed in you. Kaji looked at Saoji with disappointment. He remembered the man was once one of the most honored swordsmen in all of Japan as he spoke. You have misplaced your loyalty. Kaji spoke while shaking his head as Saoji responded, pointing his blade. You have no loyalty, you wouldn't be siding with him if that was the case. He is against the Shinto pantheon as well. Kaji could only sigh as he responded with a slight mocking tone. And you are a slave to it, Saoji. Those gods have fallen, lost their way completely to the point of no return. If they can support or give a blind eye to it, then there is nothing that can be done. If they think humans like us can be pawns for their own games and actions. Kaji prepared his blade, he saw the BLACKWATCH interview and is aware of Issei's actions so far. He saved a man from being executed for falling in love with a yokai. And now, he is saving many humans that were captured by vampires. He couldn't be any more proud of him. He is nothing like his clansmen, and his hatred towards the Kishinimas is just and understandable. Kaji could see himself in Issei, given he went down a similar path at one point in his life. Saoji was silent, he glared at Kaji for disrespecting his king in such a manner. Kaji then spoke. Issei, I will handle Saoji, I will settle this like how samurais settle their duels. No magic, no contest, nothing. Saoji looked surprised by this, as Issei looked at him and spoke. Sure, but you know how several devils are, right? Kaji chuckled upon this, as he spoke. Oh, worry not, if he has any honor left as in samurai, then he knows of this. Death before dishonor. Issei remembered the quote, as he glanced toward Saoji who narrowed his gaze, he then spoke. Fine. But you know what this entails, right? Saoji asked, to which Kaji responded, aware of what this response. This meant this was a duel of swords only, no magic, no resources, no foul play, nothing. It was only a duel of katanas. Yes, I am aware. Kaji deactivated his light blade and responded, bringing out his katana. Let's take this elsewhere, I don't think here we would be able to fight. Saoji nodded as they both left the area, leaving Kuroyami and Issei alone. Issei then spoke with a smirk. We might as well fight too, and besides. Issei brings out X-Durandal and speaks. I do have a score to settle with you, Kuroyami. Kuroyami grits her teeth in response as she speaks. You will never beat me, no matter how you try. Time will tell us the truth. Issei spoke mockingly as they start to fight against each other. Northern Camp Romania, 8 AM. In the northern makeshift camps that were made by Athena and Artemis, along with La Folia. They were all watching as soldiers were bringing in those that were critically in need of blood loss or were drained completely, on the verge of dying. Bring all those that are in desperate need of blood in the emergency room, the others lay them on nearby beds. Athena commanded the soldiers as they all responded in unison. Yes, ma'am. The soldiers responded. Athena could only watch the scene with sadness and anger, seeing on how many innocent humans need help. She hated what these vampires had done to these humans for their own selfish desires. They were, are and will always be monsters that need to be purged from this world. She saw how the soldiers were coordinating the victims and former prey of vampires in proper manner. Athena snapped out of her daze as she asked. Yes, Artemis. We are going to need more blood, especially blood belonging to O+ and A+ and the AB blood group. We are running out of it. Athena could only look down in sadness, they weren't prepared for this level of victims. They were going to have to delay the blood transfusion and prioritize on the ones that are in desperate need of blood first. Those accursed monsters. I hope they suffer for what they have done. Artemis nodded as she watched the soldiers trying to use as much resources they have currently at their disposal to save as many people as they can. It was a tragedy to say the least. Scene change. Forests, Romania, 8:15 AM. Saoji and Kaji were standing on opposite sides as they started to dash forward at the same time, swords clanging with each other. Saoji unleashed an upward slash as Kaji easily blocked it with his blade. He soon followed it up with a forward thrush as Saoji blocked it with ease. He soon pushed him back as Kaji leaped backward. Yeah. Saoji unleashed a battle cry as he charged towards Kaji, who blocked it with his blade. He soon decided to take things seriously. He started off by unleashing several sword jabs, causing him to block it. Kaji didn't push back, using Saoji's blocked state, he quickly unleashed Rikenshin Kagurashi, a single small side step coupled with a 90-degree pivot turn inward and a backhanded slash that quickly blasts the foe away. Saoji was sent flying, staggering a bit. He did take some damage due to Kaji's strike as he used the tree as a footing. He soon dashed forward towards Kaji, being a master of Tenin Rishin Ryu and coupled with having the evil pieces of Surziches. Kaji could see that he was nothing but a blur as he unleashed a shattering strike aimed at Kaji's leg, who managed to see the attack and block it, but Saoji was still able to damage a portion of it. Grunting in pain, Saoji was behind him. He quickly unleashed another strike, which was blocked by Kaji. He spoke. Not bad. As expected from the samurai of Edo period. But I am not done. Kaji quickly got up. Despite having slight leg injury, he was able to recover. If he could handle Juzo and many of his other enemies, this was nothing for him. Kaji got into his Batenjutsu strike, where he started to quickly unleash several strikes while using the sheath of his blade to try and disorient Saoji, which worked for a short while. He soon blitzed forward in speeds faster than someone of his age and stature before he could pose a problem. Rikmaisen. Kaji responded quickly as he unleashed an unusual technique in which one uses the god speed of Batenjutsu to sheathe the sword rather than to draw it in a practice known as Shinsoku Jutsu. This creates a sonic boom that can temporarily stun the enemy with particularly sensitive or acute hearing by affecting their auditory nerves. Saoji could only grit his teeth in frustration, it was so long before anyone could get an upper hand against him. Seeing Kaji's stance a bit relaxed than usual, he dashed forward unleashing several strikes towards Kaji, who was blocking every strike he can. However, some strikes managed to land, causing Kaji to take several sword scratches near his arms, legs, and even his cheek. Fortunately, Kaji was able to prevent any strike from fatally injuring him. Grunting in frustration, he was able to move forward, knowing that Saoji can end him if he is not careful. He decides to take this even further beyond. He had to end this quickly. He decided to use a Makakara Rik no Hirameki, which is a normal strike is performed by drawing the katana from its sheath on one side, while stepping forward with the following opposite foot, using a single step. This strike adds yet another step mid-draw, with the foot adjacent to the sheath, which momentarily makes an instantaneous acceleration to the forward charge, as well as the sword draw. Saoji was sent flying from the attack, as Kaji exclaimed. Now. Since Saoji was disoriented, Kaji can only strike him now, else he knows Saoji would evade the attack. He knew now was the time to end this permanently. He used Kuzuriksen, a dashing attack that uses Shinsoku to simultaneously strike all 9 vital spots on the foe's body from a normal Kenb stance, as each of these 9 points is the main targets for different sword styles. Saoji couldn't block this attack even if he wanted to, it is unavoidable and almost unblockable. He couldn't evade this at all, especially given in the position he was in. For Saoji, he was seeing 9 swords heading in his direction in speeds that not even he could evade. In reality, it was an illusion of 9 swords hitting him, that was how fast the attacks were. Saoji was on the ground, he was unable to move, he had dropped his sword as well, when Kaji decided to end this. He used the move Rikusen where he leaped in the air. This technique places its user above the opponent, thus opening up more vulnerabilities in the latter. This technique's practitioner uses the momentum of his fall to strengthen a two-handed sword swing that brings his blade down on his enemy's head or shoulder. He swiftly decapitated Saoji before he could do anything, the speed was faster than many could comprehend. Kaji twirled his blade as Saoji's head was released from his torso. He had dropped dead in response as Kaji spoke. You fought well, now rest like you should have a long time ago, Saoji Akita. Kaji was about to leave when his body started to levitate upwards, shocking the Kishinami's former head. What's going on? Kaji spoke with confusion and surprise, as soon enough his corpse released immense spiritual energy, and Senjutsu was being released. Don't tell me he was a nest of several hundred yokai. Kaji spoke with a tone of surprise, as he soon knew what he had to do. The yokai would attack him right now, as he brought out his light blade and was prepared for a fight. Scene change. Northern Camp Romania, 8:30 am. Several people were placed in makeshift hospital beds, as blood was being transferred to them via blood bag. They were all given anesthesia, such that they would be under immense sleep while the blood transfusion is going on. They were already in too much pain due to the vampires to begin with. Everything is going good so far, we managed to get some blood and necessary equipment from the local hospitals nearby. Athena spoke, as Artemis nodded, people were getting the necessary treatment for now. But they knew that they will be needing more, since that was the case with many more individuals. Thank you LaFolia, for helping us with this. LaFolia shook her head and spoke. When Issei asked me and my family for help, I was surprised at his request. At first I thought he would want the things for his experimentation, but I was surprised when I heard that he wants for saving these people. But I highly doubt even my resources would be enough. LaFolia spoke the last part with sadness, as Athena and Artemis agreed with this with her continuing. Furthermore, I thought that we would all attack the vampires right away, but until they are helped, there is nothing we can do. All we can do is wait for more supplies to come, as still 1,000 humans of varying age need help. LaFolia continued, as Athena and Artemis remained silent. Athena was wondering why no one even stopped this from happening. Were they unaware like her, or were they wanting this to happen? Perhaps we could be of some help then. The 3 girls were surprised when they turned around to see Haruka entering the tent. The 3 recognized her from Issei, informing them about her being the reason why Tamamo no Mei was successfully released, as one of the soldiers of BLACKWATCH spoke. Ma'am, this is a private tent, you cannot just enter here like this. Before anything could happen LaFolia stopped him and responded while walking towards them. No wait, she is an ally. You can leave us. LaFolia stopped the soldier, as he saluted her and responded. Yes ma'am. The soldier left, as Haruka spoke. I heard of the operation you were doing and I am here to offer my assistance to you. What do you mean? Artemis asked as she responded. Does Kishinami clan have access to blood bags? We are going to need them. Haruka only gave a smile, and soon another woman came inside. She was a young woman with straight medium-length black hair, which frames her face with soft bangs. Her attire is a traditional Japanese kimono, predominantly in red, with an inner white layer visible at the collar. The kimono is neatly wrapped with a green obi sash. She is holding a large red paper umbrella, which complements her outfit and adds to the traditional aesthetic. The warm golden glow surrounding her, along with the small glowing particles floating in the air, give the image a serene, almost magical atmosphere, enhancing her graceful and poised demeanor. "Greetings, members of BLACKWATCH. The blood bags you need are outside." The woman spoke with a gentle tone, as Artemis asked. "Who are you?" Artemis asked, to which Haruka introduced her to them. "Meet Shiiki Kishinami, my mother. She is the one handling the blood bags, and I believe this would be enough." Haruka spoke, as men from her clan brought tons of blood bags of varying blood types inside. The three were surprised by this, as Shiiki spoke. "Well then, I believe it is time to get to work. The sooner we help, the better we can join in with dealing with the vampires." Shiiki spoke with slight seriousness, as they all nodded to this. They all helped in dealing with providing the humans with enough blood to heal them up. Scene change. Deep's territory, Romania, 8:55 am. Issei and Kuroyami were duking it out, as Kuroyami was constantly unleashing a barrage of black magic attacks towards them. However, Issei dodged every last one of them. He then responded by firing 2 dragon shots. Kuroyami gritted her teeth in anger. Her whole plan was up in flames. The man that was supposed to seal his sacred gear have been killed by the Kishinamis. Worse, Kaji had joined the fight, someone she hated and feared him for due to him beating and tormenting Goru without much effort. "Damn you." Kuroyami unleashed a black magic blast coupled with dragon slaying magic, which was sliced by half by Issei, as he spoke. "Funny you should say that, Kuroyami, your arrogance is blinding you, dear cousin." Kuroyami unleashed a magic circle towards Issei. As he leaped in the air, Kuroyami erupted the magic circle. Using Hermes' speed in secret, he dodged the attack. Closing the gap, Issei attempted to stab Kuroyami, but she dodged it. She unleashed many more black magic blasts towards Issei, the black mage being frustrated by the fact that Issei is alive. He should have at least passed out. But she was hoping that Issei died from the black magic that was inserted in his head. Even now, she could sense the black magic was in his head. Little does she know, it was a lie. "What's the matter, Kuroyami? Can't keep up?" Issei dashed forward with Hermes' speed and used Ares' strength to smash towards Kuroyami, who was completely slammed towards the ground. "Jaya!" Kuroyami shouted in response. She tried to respond by unleashing many more point-black magic circles. Issei decided to try something new, as he soon unleashed the Kankara formula. He knew that no one was present since the vampires were already dead, along with the Haidu clan members. Applying his draconic magic instead of demonic magic, Issei was able to control anything that he had a prior knowledge of, which even included Kuroyami's black magic, as he put them in the form of formulas. He reversed the attacks back towards Kuroyami, much to her shock, causing her to screech in pain. Once she fell down, Issei quickly slashed forward, slicing both of her arms, causing her to scream even more in pain. "Ai!" Issei twirled his ex-durandal, as Kuroyami looked at her former cousin in fear. She was helpless and powerless against him, someone she saw as nothing but a weakling. Issei then spoke. "Tell me something and be honest with me, Kuroyami. Was it Goru that asked me to bring me in painfully?" Issei spoke, as Kuroyami spat with complete disdain, as she spoke with hatred. "You won't get anything from me and Aya." Issei had stabbed her eye and soon ripped it from her eye socket, causing her to screech even more. When she saw Issei's eyes, they were glowing red. It was as if she was viewing a monster. "Answer correctly, or I will rip the other eye apart, or even better, I may end up ripping apart your vagina, so what is it going to be? Proper answering, or do I need to rip some more of your body parts apart?" Issei asked coldly, as Kuroyami was even more fearful. She was afraid on what Issei plans to do with her, as she spoke with fear. "It was GG Goru." Issei scoffed at this. He was wondering on how he should deal with him. He was planning to leave a scar on him, but he had to complete the mission. "I see." Issei spoke, as he continued. "My next question, were you the one that had implanted a black magic worm inside my head?" Kuroyami was even more fearful, as she was silent. Issei then spoke. "I am only going to ask you again before I start ripping out your insides. Were you the one that had implanted a black magic worm inside my head?" Kuroyami was again silent. She was afraid on what Issei would do to her. Issei soon pointed his ex-durandal towards her privates, as he spoke. "So be it." Issei was about to stab, with the blades reaching almost close to her privates, as she shouted in fear seeing this. "No. I will tell." Issei nodded. He decided to record this for further reference against the Haidu clan, as she spoke with fear, tears falling from her eyes. She was completely terrified of Issei, as she spoke. Why yes it was me, I was the one W who orchestrated the worm in your head, it was G Goru that asked me to do this, please spare me. Issei internally scoffed. There was no way he was going to spare this woman. She has harmed many people for her own amusement, especially those that cause problems to her clan, or more precisely Goru's rule. Heh. Honestly, I can't wait for the shock that Goru has once he realized that both of his plans have fallen apart. I should be thanking Tamamo no Mei for helping me with this black magic. Issei spoke with a mocking tone, as Kuroyami now realized what this meant. It was Issei that freed her, which means he was Alex Mercer. Issei saw her horrified expression and decided to double down on her bad situation. Oh my, you finally realize it, don't you? I was the one that released Tamamo from the Sessoseki. I killed all those Nekomatas and Jorigumos that killed humans that unknowingly wander in those dark forests. I did humans a favor by wiping those monsters down. They deserve to die for how many humans they have killed for their own amusement and pleasure. Kuroyami could only grit her teeth helplessly, knowing that it was Issei that had killed them and released Tamamo, since only someone as skilled as a kitsune can find out about the black magic. But only those with 6 tails and above can do it. For removing that, you need someone above 8 tails to do so, meaning only Asaka could do it, and those of God class. It made sense on how Issei was able to find out and remove it. Think about it, Kuroyami, now I am your clan's biggest enemy, and I won't stop at your clan's downfall. I will make sure every last member of your clan is purged, except for a certain person. All will fall by my hand and there is nothing you can do about it. Issei spat with utter disdain and anger as Kuroyami was about to teleport, but Issei stabbed her in the gut, preventing her from escaping by any means. There is no escape. Burn. Issei decided to burn her using Drake's flames. She screamed in pain as Issei used a weaker variant of Drake's flames to make sure she felt the pain of being burnt. She soon exploded, revealing her charred body to everyone. After a while, all that remained was her burned body as she soon fell to the ground dead. Issei looked at her apathetically, knowing that he had killed one of the stronger mages of the Haidu clan. I hope this news finds you well, father. Issei spoke with a smirk as he soon heard footsteps. Turning around, he saw Kaji Kishinami walking towards him. Issei soon looked towards him and spoke. So what happened to Saoji? Kaji responded with a neutral manner. He is dead. I made sure he died a samurai's death. Despite working for the devils, I guess some things don't change. At least he has not lost his ways. Kaji spoke in response as he continued. So what is the next step in your plan? Most of the hostages have been rescued by now. Kaji spoke, to which Issei responded. Our final step is to eliminate one of the strongest vampires in all of existence. She is the one that is converting all of the humans into vampires and/or undead. Kaji soon became serious as he asked. Her name is Kralteeps. She is one of the strongest vampires up to date. And she is in hiding. Fortunately, I was able to find out where exactly she is. She is hidden deep inside the Teeps mansion. Issei spoke with a serious tone as Kaji responded with a normal tone. In that case, let's go there and end this, cause once we are done, the vampires would never recover their numbers for a very long time, thus protecting the humans in Romania and rest of Europe. I am pretty sure they wouldn't harm any humans ever again, and considering what is about to happen, they will be unable to reproduce using humans out of fear of dealing with the Blackwatch. Issei nodded as both him and Kaji headed towards the Teeps mansion, dealing with anyone that got in the way. Scene change. Northern Camp, Romania, 9 AM. Haruka and Shaiki were watching over many of the soldiers, along with Artemis, Athena and La Folia, who were all assisting them. Soon enough, many of the humans managed to get enough blood for their survival. Now only time will be needed for them to recover. So I guess we presume that we are done, right? Shaiki asked, to which La Folia walked to her and spoke. Yes, we are done. Thank you for your help, but may we ask why the Kishinamis wanted to help us? La Folia asked, to which Haruka responded to her. Our intention was to finally make our joining to Blackwatch official. With the Shinto gods joining the factions, we were losing faith in them and now condoning this. I think we are done serving them and our intentions towards them have changed. Haruka responded to her as Shaiki added her own words. Yes, and now we wish to get the Emperor's family out of their influence as well. We need to show them the true faces of their gods. Cause I know they would even go far enough to use them to control the masses of Japan, and we cannot let that happen. Shaiki explained to La Folia as she understood this. Artemis and Athena, who were overhearing their conversation, joined in as well. With Artemis speaking. We aren't against you joining us, but Issei won't accept. Shaiki and Haruka understood this, as Athena added. He holds anger towards the Kishinami clan, not enough to purge you like the Haidu clan, but enough to never even see or care for you. In his own words, since the Kishinamis abandoned him and his sister when they were young, you should leave them alone. Athena spoke the words which really struck a chord into the two women. They understood his anger and didn't blame him for it. I see. Shaiki spoke sadly as Athena asked. But why did you abandon him and marry? Like what did they do to deserve it? They did nothing. Haruka muttered sadly. Her father refused to contact Miki after she had abandoned the clan for the hiatus, someone they had distrusted immensely, after Goru took over the clan, which made it worse after the work Juzo did to fix the clan's action. Shaiki also looked down in regret when both she and Kaji declared anyone to contact Miki as immediate outcasts of the clan. They were blinded by anger back then when Miki left the clan and left her family despite them warning her to not do so, and she would be disowned immediately. Furthermore, Goru was nowhere close to beating Kaji in any manner, unlike Juzo, and he lost, thus they should honor the deal, but neither party did as Miki ran away from home that very night. Needless to say, it took years for anger to be fixed, and then regret came. They had abandoned everyone that Miki had. In other words, they abandoned their grandchildren. While Dai and Rei became like their mother, Issei and Mary were not like their mother in any manner. It was too late to do anything for the former two, but for the latter two, it was not too late, but they feared being hated by them. Which was true with Issei, who didn't want them near him or his sister for doing what they did. Wait, if they did nothing, then why did you abandon the two? Artemis asked surprised. She and the other girls were also surprised by this revelation on why the Kishinami clan abandoned him. Shaiki then spoke. That was because of anger, Lady Artemis. Shaiki responded as she continued. We were angry with what Miki had done. After we had specifically asked her to not marry Goru. She had eloped from her home to marry him. He didn't gain mine and my husband's trust, and we knew that the man was power hungry and would already make Miki worse than she already was. This anger was there for a while, and due to this, we refused to contact anyone that Miki bore, including the 4 children that she did. Shaiki spoke with sadness and regret due to the actions that they had done so years ago. She also remembered Kaji erased any and all memories of the things she learned during her time as a member of the Kishinami clan, only being reminded of her origin, that is it. This caused Miki to be resentful of her former family, and she often vented it out on both Issei and Mary, which was in the form of neglect due to their low magical prowess or lack of sacred gears. The 3 girls were silent upon this, as Athena spoke with a serious tone. She was angry at how Issei and Mary had to pay for their mother's actions, coupled with the fact that their clan was no help. Do you even realize the consequences of your actions? You decided to make 2 innocent souls suffer for the sins of their mother. You should be ashamed of yourselves for abandoning 2 children who had nothing to do. I can't believe that, but I guess you have become like the Haidu clan to some extent. Athena, being the goddess of wisdom, deduced this to be true. Both abandoned and made Issei and Mary suffer due to reasons the 2 couldn't even control. Artemis spoke with concern. She was angry too, but was worried that Athena was comparing them with a clan that was rotten to the core. Athena, isn't that a bit too far? Athena shook her head and spoke. Not at all. The fact that they decided to make Miki disowned, which is understandable, but they let Issei and Mary suffer for so long to the point they had to live most of their lives alone. Leaving them to their own devices for no reason aside from being related to that woman is like tormenting them to some extent. You may deny it all you want, but you Haruka are just like your sister in some ways, aside from blood. Same goes for you Shaiki, you are like your daughter. You ignoring your niece or nephew, or your grandson or granddaughter. Issei's anger towards you is justified, you ignored him for years, and I think it would be wise to leave him alone. Artemis remained silent as she glared at the 2, with the lady saying nothing. Athena was right yet again, as Shaiki spoke. But Lady Athena, is there no way to make things right? Yes, there has to be way. Haruka added, to which Athena looked at them and spoke. Do you really want to set things right? Your relationship with him is non-existent at best and close to hatred at worst. Athena spoke with a tone full of warning, as Haruka and Shaiki nodded in acceptance, with Shaiki speaking for the 2. Yes, we are aware of it. And we want to set things right. Athena nodded, seeing their determined resolve to set things right. Compared to the Haidu clan, they are better than them. Very well, I will talk with Issei, but I won't convince him to change his decision. If he hated your clan, there is nothing I can do, is that clear? Haruka and Shaiki understood this, as Shaiki spoke in response. Yes, we understand. Scene change. Deep's territory, Romania, 9:30 am. Issei and Kaji slayed the last of the vampires, as Kaji spoke. So this is the room, huh? Yep, we checked all other rooms. I was able to get some prior intel courtesy of one of my spies. We even eliminated Lord Teeps as well, but we were unable to find Krull anywhere else, since she travels between the mansion walls. This is where she is hidden. Issei spoke in response, as Kaji nodded in understanding. They knew that Krull Teeps was the final boss that they had to beat. They walked inside to see a completely darkened room. Kaji activated his lightsabers to illuminate the area, as a voice called out to them. So it seems like 2 humans have made it here, to their deaths. I am certainly going to enjoy destroying the two of you. The two looked at the attention of the voice, as soon artificial lights were deployed, revealing the person that spoke. She was a young girl. She is noted to have a petite figure. She has calf-length rosy pink hair, partially done up into two pigtails held by black hairpieces, of which the design appears inspired by bat wings. The black headdress is connected by a black headband, and she also has what appear to be short black horns at either temple. She has large, sharp, slightly slanted eyes that are red, as with all vampires, along with fangs and pointed ears. Well done, you have made it this far. The girl spoke with a mocking tone, with slight arrogance dripping from it. Krull Teeps, I presume? Issei spoke as Krull gave a smirk, as Kaji was surprised at first that she was Krull Teeps, before realizing that vampires looked like this, at least most did. Indeed, that's me, and I must presume you are Issei, the chairman of BLACKWATCH. And Kaji Kishinami, the former leader of the Kishinami clan. Issei and Kaji looked at Krull. They knew that like most vampires, this one was also arrogant and prideful like many. It's over, Krull, your clan of vampires has been eliminated and many more have fallen. Krull only laughed, her tone dripping with arrogance, as she spoke. You really believe that? Kaji and Issei were on the edge. Krull snapped her fingers as suddenly a coffin appeared out of thin air. They both looked surprised, wondering who is in that coffin. Soon enough, the coffin door opened, revealing a girl. Issei became wide-eyed, recognizing the girl. No way. It's impossible, she isn't supposed to be alive. Issei exclaimed with horror. The girl that was in front of him was none other than Moka Akashiya. She was described to be a beautiful white-haired woman with tall fair-skinned girl with knee-length white hair, bangs swept to the right side, green eyes, full pink lips and a cute girl next door face. As a vampire damper, Moka has pronounced fangs that allow her to drink blood, and her expressions are much softer in this form. She wore a school uniform, but she does not wear the collar tucked in or the bow tie, as she needs to make room to fit a Rosario. However, she lacked that for an unknown reason. Issei, who is she? Issei was shivering. Kaji had never seen this expression in Issei, at least not that what he had heard of from Haruka. He always was confident and cold towards his enemies, even coming off as arrogant to them, but he was never like this. This is Moka Akashiya, someone that was once a part of Issei's life and a good friend of his. Now she is my slave. Krull spoke with a cackle. She hated that this mere human was the reason why her clan was falling apart, as Kaji glared at Krull at what she has done. She was dead. How is she alive? Issei remembered that dye had been the indirect reason why she was dead. After all, Moka tried to suck the Samuel's venom from his bloodstream to save him, but it ended badly, and this caused her to end up dying. But here she was, alive and well. It was simple, I kept her alive, human. Krull spoke the word human with disdain. She really hated that a human would be the end of her clan, but that was not the case. Yes, her clan is ending, but she was going to take down Issei as well. She was killed when she tried to remove Samuel's poison from my body. It turns out human blood mixed with Samuel's poison is a death sentence to any vampire that consumes it. Kaj understood this. He was unaware that if Samuel's poison is consumed along with human blood, which had a dragon-based sacred gear, it would immediately kill the vampire, no matter how strong they are. Krull chuckled in response, seeing the despair in his expression, as she spoke. Absolutely correct, but I was able to remove the poison, and then, I brought her under my control. But enough of that, Moka, finish off Issei. Moka spoke with a monotone voice. As you wish, master. Moka rushed towards Issei, who brought out Durandal to defend himself. Moka landed a kick which Issei blocked. He could see Moka's expression flinching, implying that she was being affected by the holy element present in the sword. He pushed her back using the hilt of the sword. Krull could only laugh at this, as she spoke. So what is it going to be? Are you going to harm your friend in order to defeat me, or will you die by her hand? Haji could only watch with helplessness, seeing his grandson in such a predicament. Issei then spoke. Moka, please remember me. Do you recognize me in any manner? You used to call me Icon. Moka flinched upon this, as there was a stagger in her moment. Come on, don't you remember the time we spent together, Moka? The time when you often used to nibble on my neck to suck on my blood. You know, on how we used to often roam around and have fun. Tell me, Moka. Do you remember anything? Moka flinched back again. Memories were coming to her mind. She remembered on who she was, as the hypnosis was falling apart. Seeing this, Krull realized Moka's bond with Issei was stronger than she had expected. She tried to use magic to reactivate it, but Kaji intervened and slashed her with his holy blade, causing her to divert her attention towards him. I am afraid you have done enough damage, Teeps. Krull gritted her teeth in frustration, unleashing several darkness magic bolts. Kaji slashed through all of them with ease, as he spoke. Maybe you would give me a challenge, vampire. Krull was even more angrier as she attacked Kaji with all of her might. She was starting to lose ground and she was hating it. Meanwhile, Mocha was shaking, she was remembering on who she once was, as Issei spoke to Drake. Drake, is there any idea to break the possession spell on her? There is, that magic the bat put on her is strong but not unbreakable. It is located inside of her heart which is controlling her brain through sending blood using the veins. Once you remove that orb controlling her, you will free her from her brainwashing. Drake spoke with a serious tone, as Issei understood what he had to do. Issei quickly dashed forward and created a claw of draconic magic. It was more spiritual as it won't physically harm Mocha. Mocha tried to defend herself, but Issei spoke. Trust me, I will make this quick. Issei jabbed Mocha in her heart and was locating the orb. Once inside, Mocha stood still making her unable to move. Be patient. Just a little more. Issei spoke to himself as he was locating the orb, and soon moments later, he found it. He pulled the orb from her body, causing her body to almost collapse, which Issei managed to catch with his other hand. She soon collapsed as Issei looked at the orb and spoke with anger. So this is the damned orb. Mocha returned back to normal as she looked up to see Issei's face again. Icon. Yeah, it's me. Sorry it took so long. Issei pulled her in for a hug as Mocha kept crying on his shoulder. She was happy that she was finally reunited with him. I am sorry, I am so sorry, I didn't mean to. Issei cuts her off as he speaks. It is not your fault, don't blame yourself. I am just happy that you are alive. Issei spoke with happiness, he was relieved that she was alive, as Issei pulled her even closer by placing her hand on her head to calm her down. Pearl pushed back Kaji and looked in horror seeing Mocha and Issei in this state, her hugging him and being safe in his arms, horrified her, as she shouted. No. How did you break through my spell? Issei and Mocha split up as he spoke to Mocha. Stay here. We are going back home. Mocha nodded. She was in no position or strength to fight back. Issei turned around to see Krill having a look of anger and fury. This human managed to even free his servant from him. It's simple, no matter how strong possession spells are, some bonds that are very strong, almost unbreakable can never be broken, no matter how hard you try. You supernatural have lost your understanding on how powerful certain bonds be. Whether it be between a Yuki-onna and a human, or a goddess and a human, no force on earth can break those bonds, except for the people involved, but even then, they are rekindled back in situations like these, if bonds were strong and true enough. Not even a progenitor vampire like you can break them, Krull teeps. Krull was seething in rage, as Kaji looked at Issei with a smile of proudness. He was nothing like his mother, and any small remaining doubt that Issei had was no longer there. Normally, I would kill you for what you did to Mocha, but… Issei revealed his 12 fallen angel wings and started to wield holy lightning. Krull became pale upon the holy lighting as Issei speaks. I want to see to it that you suffer, death won't come to you, Krull teeps, even when you want it. Issei spoke with total coldness as he looked towards Kaji and spoke. I will handle this one, can you look after Mocha? Kaji nodded in response and spoke. Sure. I don't mind. Issei dashed forward and unleashed a voltage of lightning, causing Krull teeps to scream in pain. Issei then spoke in response. I see. I heard some very interesting things about you Krull, one of which is being a vampire who can withstand the UV radiation of the sun and can walk normally in public like a normal human girl. However, Issei stopped the lightning and spoke. Let's find how much holy resistance you really have. Issei once again activated holy lightning as she tried to escape by turning into darkness, but Issei was quicker. Using Ajuka's Kankara formula, he prevented her by controlling the very darkness itself. No. Krull spoke with anger, she was now starting to fear him as Issei activated the holy lightning to torture her even further. This caused her to scream even further, as Mocha was surprised by this new sadistic persona Issei had developed. She knew that he wanted to live his life in peace, but this was different. He soon walked towards a weakened Krull. Once he stopped attacking and walking, he spoke. You know, I may use you as my new guinea pig for something new I have developed, since I am going to need some spies in my factions. After all, the best way for you to suffer is when you are the reason your own kin perishes. I won't serve a human. Krull spoke seriously, as Issei responded. You have no choice my dear. Issei soon brought out a purple ore stone, as he spoke. Let me introduce you to corrodium, an ore I developed myself. It is still in its testing phase, though, and I wanted to see if it works. Krull looked at the ore and felt herself being corrupted by being too close to it. She turned her gaze away from it. Issei then spoke seeing the state. You can feel the corrupting ability of corrodium, right? It is a special ore that not even gods and goddesses can resist. Once I bring this ore closer to you, the corruption being spread to your body rewrites memories, personality and your very nature itself. Depending on how much I want to corrupt you, I can make sure that the woman known as Krull Teeps is gone and a new Krull Teeps replaces her, someone who is loyal and subservient to me completely. Issei spoke with a smirk, as Krull widened her eyes. She tried to escape, but Issei grabbed her with his hand, preventing her from escaping. No, please, no. Aya. Krull tried to evade the stone, but Issei forced her to see and be present. Soon enough the corrodium vapors entered her body as she screamed in pain. Her whole memories and personality were being rewritten and changed completely, making her subservient. Mocha was only watching this with shock, as she muttered with shock. What happened to you, Ai-kun? Kaji responded to her. He has lost his patience with the factions Mocha. They have actively tormented him for their own glory and tried to take the boosted gear away from him. Now they are going to suffer the consequences of their actions. Even now, they have no regret or sadness of what they have done. Mocha remained silent. She feared that Issei would snap one day, and this is what happened. She wondered if Valerie knew of this and wanted to know the full story. Once Krull stopped screaming, she soon fell to the ground unconscious as she started to open her eyes and spoke. Where am I? Krull looked at Issei with admiration instead of disdain and anger as she spoke. Chairman Sama, I apologize for attacking you early on and taking your friend as a hostage. Please forgive me. Kaji and Mocha looked with surprise, with the latter even more, as she knew how arrogant Krull was, and now with corrodium inside of her system, she had become more subservient and compliant. Kaji then muttered. So this is what corrodium is capable of. Kaji muttered to himself, pondering on what other inventions his grandson had developed. They watched Issei command her. Bed up. Krull immediately complied as he spoke. You will show yourself from hiding and reveal who you are. You are Krull Teeps, the progenitor vampire of the Teeps clan. You will pretend that you are critically injured and survived an attack courtesy of BLACKWATCH. You will join them alongside Elmenhold as a faction leader and report me everything that happens alongside Valerie Teeps. As you wish, Chairman Sama. Krull spoke with a bow as Issei responded. For now pretend that you are injured and passed out. Krull nodded and did just that as Issei looked at the corrodium and spoke. Guess you are working as I needed. Issei turned around and spoke, looking at their surprised expressions. Yeah, I plan on having some spies in the factions that will report me everything that happens. Issei spoke as Kaji shook his head and responded. Let's head back. I mean, we are already done with the invasion. We can discuss what needs to be done back at the makeshift camps you have made. Issei nodded as he looked towards Mocha, who had a shocked expression on her face. I will explain everything. For now let's head back. Mocha. Mocha nodded as they all left the temple, with Krull now passed out. She is now a spy for Issei and will be the reason why the vampires fall apart. Line break. The vampire was running away from the crowd. He saw what had happened in the mansion with Issei enslaving the progenitor vampire. He then spoke. I must report it to the factions. He knew that Issei was Alex Mercer and he had to teleport out of there to the underworld to inform them about it. However, before he could, several sword attacks were hit on the man. He screamed in pain. Looking up, he saw his attacker, who had a cold expression. She was described to be a tall and slender light-skinned teenage girl. Often referred to as beautiful, she has long black hair that is usually kept up in low twin tails by two red ribbons wrapped around them, with bangs hanging on the right side. She has blue-gray eyes, sometimes turning bright red, under black oval-shaped glasses with white thin temples, and the rest of it being rimless. She is seen wearing either her shrine maiden outfit. Pathetic, let's see on how vampires are on the receiving end of being tormented. The woman spoke as the vampire backed away with fear. She soon snapped her fingers and unleashed a concentrated beam of holy light magic, causing the vampire to be burned alive. Almost charred and on the verge of death. The woman looks apathetically as she was ready to decapitate him. Please have mercy. The woman doesn't say anything and swiftly decapitates him while speaking. Sayonara. The woman twirls her blade and the vampire disintegrates into dust. She looked at soldiers belonging to the Blackwatch that were behind and looked at their poster and spoke. I wonder if they would let me in. The woman walks away into the forests, never to be seen again. The vampires are dead and it was best if it stays that way. Since many are nothing more than mere monsters that have killed many for their own satisfaction. Issei, Mocha and Kaji returned back to the makeshift camps where they could see Shiki and Haruka along with the three girls tending to the camps. Mocha looked horrified at what her kin had done to many humans. These are. Mocha muttered to herself as Issei spoke. Humans captured by vampires, many are either raped or drained out of blood. We need to fix the physical and mental trauma. Physical is easy, mental, that is going to take longer. Issei spoke as he continued. Now you see, this is why I wanted to take down the vampires. Many of them are still suffering, and that is not even mentioning the amount of undead that my soldiers had to take down. Controlled by these vampires. Mocha could only mutter, horrified. She knew that blood is a diet that vampires need absolutely, especially some of them, but she knew that tomato juice or substances that can form alternates are present. She even has gone to this since she is no longer reliant on blood, only consuming it as a delicacy, which is Issei's blood. I see. Mocha spoke sadly, as Issei knew what she was going through. Everyone soon notices them and turns their attention to the three. So I take it that vampires are dealt with? Athena asked, to which Issei nodded and spoke. 80% of them have been purged. Our goal was to only rescue the humans and deal with one of the progenitor vampires, which we were responsible for increasing their count of vampires. She is now a spy that belongs to the BLACKWATCH's side. Issei spoke, as Haruka asked. How? How did you get a prideful being to your aid? Issei brought out the corrodium stone that used to corrupt Krull Teeps, as the goddesses in the room could feel the corruption from a mile away, causing them to be on the edge, as Issei spoke. This is corrodium, it is still in its testing phase, since I am still struggling to control this thing. I know for a fact that this thing can corrupt even gods if needed. That is why I am not going to use it recklessly, and only use it when absolutely needed. Issei kept the corrodium in a separate dimension, as Artemis spoke. I think it is for the best. Artemis was glad that she didn't go on with her pointless hatred towards me, else she may end up being on the receiving end of the corrodium. Issei, noticing her expression, sanitized his hands and walked to her and calmed her down by placing her hand on her cheek as he spoke. Artie, I will be damned if I use this on you, worry not, you are not someone I would want to harm in any manner. Artemis only gave a smile, as Athena pouted in jealousy, while Lafolia had a too sweet smile. The Kishinimus could only watch in amusement, while Mocha had a neutral look. She wondered on how many women does Issei have. She couldn't help but be jealous as well. Once this was done, Issei spoke. I will explain everything to you so far. But before that, it would be best if we contact Valerie, she would like to catch up with you. Issei spoke as Mocha nodded in understanding. It's been a while since she has seen her as well. Valerie was seen hugging Mocha, who had returned the hug, as she exclaimed with tears in her eyes. Oh, I am so glad that you are alive. I thought you were killed when you tried to remove Samuel's poison from Ice's body. But how did you survive? Mocha shook her head and responded. It wasn't easy, I was almost half dead when I was saved by Krull. That vampire wanted me under her control. Fortunately, thanks to Icon, I was freed from her control. Valerie nodded and split up from her, as Athena and Artemis walked to her and spoke. You must be Mocha, right? It is nice to meet you, I am Athena, and this is my sister Artemis. Athena spoke with a smile, introducing herself to Mocha, as Artemis responded. Hello. Artemis cheerfully greeted her, as Mocha nodded. And my name is Lafolia RageRevan, it is nice to meet you. Mocha nodded again in response before speaking. Hey. So I believe you all trust Icon a lot, especially you Artemis. Artemis, Lafolia and Athena nodded in response, as Artemis spoke. If it wasn't for Issei, I would have been stuck with Zeus's ideals, still been the man-hating goddess that I am well known as. Not to mention, I would have been engaged to Dai. The mere mention of Dai made Mocha really angry, given the damage he did to her and Issei. It was his indirect actions that caused her to almost die and fall into Krull's hands. Mocha then spoke with contempt, hatred dripping from her tone. That bastard. Issei rubbed her back to calm her down, as she took a deep breath to do so. The girls were surprised by this, as Valerie explained to them. Remember the time when Issei was stabbed in the back by Dai Haidu during the demonic beast riot? Valerie asked, to which the girls nodded. They all were livid at what happened. Even the Kishinimus were disgusted at what Dai had done, and worse, he was the pillar of the factions. Yes, we do. Wait, that means. Athena spoke with horror, knowing that she was the one that removed Samuel's poison, since Issei didn't survive regardless. Mocha then spoke. It was a pathetic try, despite me trying my best to remove the intoxicated blood. Icon died regardless, and worse, I was captured and turned into Krull's slave. She imprisoned me for months, using her magic and trying to control me, but she failed thanks to Icon reminding me on who I was. Mocha spoke the first part with sadness, before ending with a cheerful tone, as Issei spoke with a smile. And the best part is that Krull is now a valuable ally. She will report us everything needed, and we will have an idea on what the factions plan next. I do plan on getting more spies in the factions. We need to know what their plan for us next is and prepare accordingly. Issei spoke with a normal tone, as he turned to the Kishinami clan and spoke. Furthermore, if it wasn't for you guys, our mission would have been much harder. Thank you. The three nodded as Kaji spoke. It's not a problem, but we need to talk, Issei. The reason we came here is because we were wondering if you would. Issei cuts him off and speaks. Don't incorporate me into your family, cause I am not interested. And I will never be part of your family, remember this. Issei spoke while turning his gaze away, as Mocha once again became confused as Artemis explained to her on who they were, shocking her. Shiki then spoke. Issei, please. All we are asking is that just give it a chance. We know that we left you to your devices, but just give it. Issei once again cuts her off as he speaks. And what about Mary Nee? You even made her suffer as well, cause of my so-called mother. I have seen how broken she was when she was with the Haidu clan. But where were you? You were too blinded by your stupid anger towards your own daughter to even bother seeing us. I will never forgive you for what you did to her. Issei cuts her off as Shaiki remained silent. She knew that she even neglected her granddaughter due to Mickey. She understood Issei's anger as Athena spoke, remembering her promise. But Issei, can you consider talking to them? Issei shook her head and spoke. No, Athena, they may regretful for now, but it matters not. It is too late to make things right. They abandoned us when we needed them the most. Hell, if anyone showed up early on even after my death at Dai's hands and took me in, I would have given them a chance, but now, they don't deserve it. Issei spoke with total coldness as the Kishinimus didn't say anything and looked down in regret. Athena nodded in understanding. She did keep her word of suggesting Issei to give them a chance. But despite this, they have not given up on Issei, and they will one day gain his acceptance one day. That is for sure. Anyways, let's change topics. I believe that you wish to join BLACKWATCH, right? Issei asked, to which Kaji responded. Yes, that is another reason why we wanted to help. I might as well tell you the truth, since the problem is that the Shinto pantheon is trying to control the influence of the Japanese royal family. Issei became surprised by this, with the girls being stunned by this as Issei responded. I am going to need evidence, if that is alright. Kaji nodded as Shaiki walked forward and presented Issei a file as she spoke. There are recent policies that are implemented. The first thing is banning of the video completely in Japan. Any video watched by a person will result in their immediate arrest. They are using the person's watch history to perform that and locate certain individuals that do commit this crime. Even finding other private data through illegal means. Issei narrowed his gaze. He understood that this has been happening ever since the video became even more public. Shaiki then explained, moving a page of the file. Then worships are made compulsory on a daily or weekly basis, even those that belong to other religions like Hinduism and Christianity. I know for a fact that the Shinto pantheon is controlling the government and performing these actions. And I believe you know what this means, right, Issei? Issei nodded and spoke. I am aware, this would increase their powers. They are trying to use human prayers to get themselves even stronger than they were before. All to keep themselves in power and to make sure no one would oppose them. I guess we have to fix that situation once we deal with the Dai debacle. Issei spoke with a serious tone as Haruka asked. What do you mean? Issei smirked at her and responded. If you didn't know, they have made the wedding of Dai and his harem public in the supernatural. From today it will happen in 2 days. The Kishinimus were surprised by this as Kaji spoke. Wait, they plan for a wedding between Dai and his harem? Issei nodded and spoke. Why, yes, they are planning. Apparently it is also as a celebration to show on how far their faction alliance has come. Plus, with the wedding being broadcasted everywhere, I plan on making the wedding unforgettable, since I plan on secretly broadcasting it to even the internet as well. Let's just say when I get involved in the wedding, things will take a nasty turn. Issei spoke with a smirk as the Kishinimus nodded. They knew that things would get intense when the wedding does happen eventually. Furthermore, they decided to prepone the wedding, since instead of 2.5 weeks it has now been only 2 days are left for it to happen. This was because of Dai insisting the wedding to be earlier than before. Guess he is really impatient to make it official with his girls. Issei spoke the last part with a mocking tone, and Shaiki responded. And I guess the leaders are blind to his words. Issei nodded and spoke. Exactly. But enough of that, we have got a lot of work to do and… Issei looks at Mocha as he speaks. And a lot of catching up to do. Mocha gave a smile as she nodded. They do have a lot of catching up to do. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi Issei playing Pong with Chibi Athena and Chibi Artemis. The next day. Haidu residence, 10:30 am. Sniffles were heard from a room, with many of the orc girls and student council girls watching with sadness. They heard of the BLACKWATCH's assault on the vampire territory, wiping out 80% of the vampire race without any mercy. Many of Elmenhold's clansmen and clanswomen were killed during the invasion. The woman that was crying was Elmenhold, and Dai was consoling her. How can he do this to her? Ria spoke with sadness as she continued. That bastard had no empathy. He massacred an entire faction. He has now started to kill his enemies without any restraint or mercy. Asia spoke with fear as Kiba responded. You are right, he has become worse than a monster. We need to find a way to stop him, else all of us will be purged. Kiba spoke with anger in his eyes. He felt helpless seeing this and vowed to destroy Issei at all costs. Zenobia then responded. But how? There is nowhere where we could see him. He just comes and taunts us on our helpless state. We can do nothing but watch. Zenobia remembered on how he had almost killed her, not just once but twice. She remembered on how helpless and powerless she was, and is afraid that Issei can do anything he can kill her, and there is no force on earth that will stop their deaths. Worse, he even destroyed Yusaka-sama's pride and made her state bad. Dai-kun is trying to help her, but it didn't get completely rid of her state. The words that bastard spoke, it is haunting her even now, though it is less. Irina responded her own words, she no longer had the cheerful nature that comes with her usual bubbly self. Issei's attack left a mark in her, coupled with the humiliations that come with it. Kunu-chan, how is your mother doing? Irina asked Kunu, who responded. She is doing better, if it wasn't for Dai. That bastard's words have hurt mother a lot. My first father abandoned me long before I was born, so I don't know much about him. But all I know is, he left me and mother for a very long time. He has never returned since, and then, Issei tried to be perverted with mother, that is what Dai said. Kunu spoke with sadness and anger, she felt fear and helplessness whenever Issei was around to the point of being terrified of literally being afraid by his mere center presence. That's good to hear, after all your wedding is going to be tomorrow. Let's hope that Dai is able to cheer up Elmenhold before the wedding. It's a good thing that engagement was done prior to this incident. Irina responded, as they only watched Dai calming Elmenhold down and assuring her everything will be alright. They all vowed to make Issei regret ever creating the Blackwatch and making their enemy. Scene change. Leviathan Mansion, Underworld, 6:30 p.m. Serafal had returned to her office, the purging of 80% of the vampire race was something else. Issei really outdid himself with his actions. Him murdering so many vampires really caused many to be shocked, stunned and horrified at what he had done. She sighed at this, as someone knocked on the door, as she spoke. Come in. The woman that came inside was described to be a beautiful woman with long flowing white hair and blue eyes, adorned with a hairpiece that matches her outfit. She is wearing a detailed maid-style dress, which includes a wide apron with ruffled edges over a dark corset-like top and a skirt that blends dark and light colors. The dress is complemented by white stockings and high-heeled shoes with red soles and black accents. Lady Serafal. The woman asked, to which Serafal spoke with a normal tone. Belfast-chan. Belfast gave a bow, she was the queen of the Leviathan peerage as well. She then spoke. Well master, how was your day today? Belfast asked with a normal tone, as she knew that it was stressful. She wanted to know exactly on how her meeting was, she was more or less curious on how it was, so that she could serve her better. It was quite stressful, Belfast. With Issei now killing his enemies, he has become an even bigger problem now. Fortunately, we were able to get some information on him courtesy of Krull Teeps, who informed that his intentions were to eliminate as many vampires as he could for harming humans. Serafal responded, she remembered Krull being questioned by the other leaders and the vampiress being asked to tell them everything. She informed them on what Issei had done and his current actions, as he gloated on their demises and relished their suffering. In reality, Issei had told her to say those things so that the supernatural gets the wrong idea on his intentions. He wants them to think that he wants revenge when in reality, he wants to only save as many people as he can. He just wanted to spite them even further. I understand, master, I prepared some coffee for you. Belfast spoke politely and snapped her fingers as a tray, along with a kettle and a cup came in her hands. Do you wish to have some? It will relieve some stress. Serafal nodded and spoke. Sure, please. Belfast poured some coffee using the kettle, and Serafal drank some of the coffee, albeit in a slower manner. She then spoke. This is good. Belfast responded with a smile. I am glad you liked it, master. Should I give you a message? Serafal nodded, as she gave a message to her king, as Serafal muttered in response. Ah. That's the spot. Belfast gave a smile, as Serafal responded to her. Keep doing it. The stress today's meeting put me though, really made tired. I had to suggest a lot of ideas on how we can deal with him. We have been putting more security measures for this. Master, tell me, what is he trying to achieve by going after revenge? Serafal shook her head and spoke. He hates us for his deserved treatment. He thinks that he can get away with whatever he is doing. Dai was right, he was truly the scum of the world, and he only wanted women. Many of his allies still don't understand on what kind of a man he is. I see. Belfast spoke with a normal tone, she could sense her master's pain, and was also angry at Issei for being the sole reason for it. Belfast then spoke, trying to distract her attention. Should I get some food for you to eat as well? Belfast asked to Serafal, as which she spoke. Please do, Belfast. Belfast nodded, as she walked outside the room. She kept her tray on a nearby table, as she walked outside. She then headed outside where she would prepare some food. She started to walk towards the kitchen in the mansion, as she soon headed towards the location. However, all of a sudden, the dimension surrounding her changed. She looked around in surprise, bringing out her artillery shell and weapons next to her. Soon enough, the perpetrator revealed himself. It was none other than Issei. Issei. Belfast growled and Issei looked at her with a smile. So Belfast, I didn't even make a proper appearance, and you already have anger. Why? Cause your man-child of a master is angry at me, is stressed. Belfast narrowed her gaze, and Issei continued. I presume that to be right, I am certainly going to enjoy putting her under more stress. State your business, Issei Haidu. Issei lost his smile. He was annoyed by the fact that many still refer to him as Haidu. But he had to keep a charade since if he keeps his last name as Mercer, many would relate him to Alex Mercer, and it would ruin his entire plans. Me, I am here for you, Belfast. Belfast was surprised by this declaration, as she asked. What do you mean by this? I desire a new maid for my office and location. That is why I am here for you, Belfast. Belfast was stunned before her expression changed into anger as she retorted. I serve Lady Seraphol Leviathan. There is no way in hell I am going to serve someone like you who desires to cause more pain for the devils. Belfast quickly fired some artillery shells towards Issei, who dodged it with ease. He soon disappeared into the view as Belfast looked around on where he was. She was on guard knowing what the man is capable of. But before anything could be done. Snap. Jaya. Belfast shouted in pain and became stiff as she turned around to see Issei holding Belfast's back. Her artillery shell was pierced. Upon closer inspection, Issei was crushing her spine, with blood flowing in her maid dress. It was a good thing I had applied penetrate to my hands prior to coming here. It was so easy dealing with you. Issei spoke mockingly as Belfast gritted her teeth in helplessness. She could only curse seeing the state as she spoke. Damn you, cheater. Let me tell you, I wasn't asking for your opinion. You will become my maid whether you like it or not. Issei spoke coldly and with complete seriousness. He made sure it was crushed to the point where she wouldn't move or use magic for a while due to the pain, but it could be healed. He then threw her like a pebble, flinging her a few miles, crashing a few walls and destroying them. When the dust settled, it revealed Belfast with her hair disheveled and her clothes tattered. She was bruised in her face, with some sections being torn as well. Issei walked towards her and decided now would be the time to make her the slave to his group. However, in her last-ditch effort, Belfast fired a shot towards him, blowing his hand much to his shock, capable of recreating her artillery using the last of her magic. She had a smirk as she aimed her shot towards his head and blowed that up as well. Or she thought she did, but Issei was able to block the attack with his other hand. He used Hermes' speed and Ares' strength to block the attack, much to her surprise. Nice try. Issei dashed forward and kicked Belfast in the stomach, making her cough up. He presumed that she wouldn't be able to use magic due to her spine being crushed, but guessed she still had some magic capabilities left. Perhaps as a last resort. But it won't work on me. Issei soon unleashed a flurry of kicks towards her chest, causing her to cough up even more. He then followed it up with a leg stomp, causing her to get slammed to the ground. Belfast was in complete pain. This man was able to destroy an ultimate class devil with barely much effort. Issei then spoke. Honestly, you are more spunky and noble than what I had predicted you to be, and the fact that you used up all your reserves to create an artillery shell out of nothing. Issei's grin only widened. I like that in a woman. Belfast gritted her teeth in anger and helplessness. She was unable to do anything as Issei spoke. Although surprised, I could have dodged the attack. But I wanted to show you. Issei regenerated his arm much to her surprise, although his clothes also regenerated. No. Belfast smuttered with horror, realizing he could have regenerated his head. Issei then spoke with a smirk seeing her expression. So you do realize it now, don't you? I wanted to show you that resistance is futile. It would be wise to accept your fate and become mine. Issei spoke as he pulled her chin towards his, forcing Belfast to make eye contact with him as she declared to Issei. I will never serve a human like you. Issei only laughed at her expression and responded. You've still got that stubborn resistance. You don't back down, even when faced with someone you don't like. I admire that in a woman, someone who can stand her ground and fight for herself. It's a rare trait, and I find myself respecting you more because of it. But sadly, this is where it ends. It's time for you to see the supernatural world for what it truly is, a despicable reality. Issei soon brought out corrodium, as Belfast could feel the corrosive aura of the stone which made her close to gag. She then asked. What is that? Issei spoke in response. I will tell you once you become mine, now see the truth. Belfast wanted to escape, but she was unable to, as screams of the Queen of Leviathan can be heard. She soon passed out, like any other victim. Issei fixes her wounds with ease, making sure she can move without a problem. After a while, Belfast woke up, her blue eyes being replaced with a now light purple glow, matching that of corrodium. She then spoke. Where am I? She looked around to locate her location when she saw Issei leaning on a wall looking at his new hand. he then spoke. I guess I will have to buy a new clothing, biomass clothing isn't really my type. Belfast rushed to Issei, now with him being registered as her new master, as she exclaimed. Master. I am sorry that I had injured you, I don't know what came. Issei cuts her off by placing a finger on his lips as he spoke. Worry not, I just wanted to see on what kind of a person you really are, and I like how you are supposed to be. Issei never actually met Belfast, if anything this was the first time they actually met in person, and he was impressed by what kind of a character she is. He hated her master, sorry former master, but was unaware on what kind of peerage Seraphil even had. He was impressed by her attitude, and it was way better than the childish attitude that Seraphil had. Belfast was happy upon hearing this, but she was not satisfied, as she spoke with a bow while lifting some of her skirt up. I am glad you like myself, I am completely devoted to you, Master Issei. Belfast returned back to normal, as she spoke. But what I did, let me at least make amends for it. How so? Issei asked amused, as she soon sat down and placed her hand on her lap, she then spoke. Lie down, master. Issei was surprised, this was not what he was expecting, as he spoke. You sure? Belfast nodded as Issei walked to her and lied on her lap. She gently stroked his head, massaging it and asked. So how do you like it? It's fine. I like it. Belfast smiled in response, as she spoke. It's good that you like it. Master, may I ask you something? Issei looked at her and responded. Go on. Did you recruit me for just gaining a new maid and to spite Seraphil? Belfast spoke her former master with disdain, as Issei shook his head and spoke. Not exactly, well what you said was true. I have an ulterior motive as well, and it was to gain access to the wedding. Does that mean that? Issei nodded and spoke. Yes, you will have to remain with Seraphil and gain the invitation to the wedding. I don't want to. Belfast spoke with disdain as Issei responded while getting up. Just for a while Belfast, all you need to do is remain by her and get the invitation, only 2 days at most you need to remain by her side. Belfast looked at him and spoke with sadness. I just can't stand her anymore. She makes me cosplay into magical girls almost every time and makes me do suggestive poses. The only reason I did those was because she saved me and I served her without any problem, but I can't take this anymore. Please. Issei looked at Belfast with sadness, guess Corodium was able to remove some grief that was stored deep inside her heart, she was loyal to Seraphil, but her antics was too far, even for someone as devoted as Belfast, as Issei spoke with a serious tone. If you wish to be released, I will release you tomorrow itself, but on one condition, you must devote yourself to me, in mind and soul. Whatever I ask you to do. And I mean it, if you betray it, I will see to it your soul suffers for all eternity. Belfast gulped at the prospect, she knew her master was like this due to what he had to go through. She understood what this meant and spoke. I will serve you unconditionally, without expecting anything in return. I would rather take my own life than serve anyone else, master. No matter what happens, I will always be by your side and serve you without any condition. But please, I don't want to serve anyone but you, master. Belfast spoke with a serious tone, placing her hand near her chest, declaring her allegiance to him. She soon kneeled before him swearing her loyalty and even herself to him. Issei nodded and spoke. Very well, rise Belfast. First I will fix your clothing to show that nothing happened here. You only need to tolerate her for 2 days at most, and once we are done. I will assure you, your evil pieces will get removed after this if you serve me well and do everything I ask you to do, and I mean everything. Belfast nodded as she responded with a smile, as Issei snapped his fingers fixing her clothing, as she returns back to normal. Issei then returns the dimensions back to normal, as Belfast speaks. I should get her food, that woman child of my former master is expecting it soon. Issei nodded and spoke. Go on, but make sure to maintain the same adoration that you had. Don't let her suspect that you are under me. Leave that to me, master, I won't disappoint you. Issei spoke with a serious tone, as he teleported out of there. Belfast soon brings her ex-master food. Seraphil looks at her and asks. Belfast, what caused you such delays in bringing the food? It's been 1 hour and 30 minutes. Belfast sighed and spoke. Sorry master, it won't happen again. The food was too raw for it to cook, and the seasoning took some time to perfect. Very well, make sure it doesn't happen. Seraphil spoke with slight seriousness, as Belfast placed the food near her and stood beside her. Seraphil started to eat her food, while the maid watched her master with anger and disdain. Seraphil was unaware on her biggest piece, being her biggest enemy. The next day. 12 hours before the wedding. Issei's house California Beaches, California, USA, 9:30 a.m. Issei was back at his home, with Mocha staying at the BLACKWATCH building, since there was no space in his house for the time being. Today was the day for the wedding, and Issei already has planned the basics. Soon enough, Ingvild came inside. She was wearing a white t-shirt and black slacks as she sat down beside him. She then spoke. "So today is the day, right?" "Yep, today is the day for the wedding, Haim." Ingvild looked towards him and spoke. "Are you alright, Ice? There was a time when you used to love the girls." Ingvild spoke with concern and Issei laughed in response as he responded. "I stopped loving them a long while back, Haim. Believe me when I say this, they mean nothing for me. And I am going to enjoy their desperate faces." Issei spoke with a predatory grin which made Ingvild uneasy. Issei lost his grin seeing her expression and responded. "Sorry Haim, just got carried away." Issei spoke with a smile as Ingvild accepted the apology as she spoke. "Ice. Can I ask you something?" "Go on." Issei responded as Ingvild had a red tint on her face as she spoke. "Can I lie next to you?" Issei was surprised by this request as he soon sighed and spoke. "I am not against it and you don't need to ask something like this for me." Issei opened his arms as Ingvild leaped on him without hesitation, with her soon cuddling on his chest, wrapping her arms around him. She then spoke with a smile. "You are the best thing to have happened to my life, Ice. Had it not been for you, I honestly don't know what would have happened to me." Issei looked at her as he rubbed her head with his left hand, he then spoke. "I can have a theory on what happened or what may have happened to you. You most likely would have been blinded by Dai's charms and with many supporting Dai like a bunch dogs. Best case scenario, you would have been stuck with him as a queen and still suffering the sleeping sickness. Worst case, well you would have your chastity taken from you by him at this point and you would most likely be his sex slave, an object to show and display akin to a trophy." Ingvild paled at this as she spoke with horror. "And no. I would rather die than be by that man sighed." Issei only shook his head and chuckled at Ingvild's fear earning a pout from the Leviathan princess. She then spoke with an annoyed tone. "It's not funny. I know. But that is the truth, although I am surprised that you wouldn't want to be by his side. I mean, he is the faction pillar, so why not be by his side?" Issei asked, to which Ingvild shook her head and spoke with a smile. "No, as a princess of Leviathan, I am not going to give my chastity to someone that I don't like, and even if I do like, I am not going to throw that away. I am not going to throw my pride away like I am some sort of a slut." Issei smiled seeing her state as he spoke. "I see. Well, you should do as you see fit. I am not against that, Ingvild." Ingvild smiled in response as she exclaimed with happiness. "HHMMM." Ingvild cuddled to Issei as they remained like this for a while. After a while, Issei then spoke. "I think I should also be getting ready, I need to make some preparations. Hope you don't mind." Ingvild shook her head and spoke. "I don't mind, but I wish to stay a little longer." Issei chuckled at this and spoke while bringing her closer. "Sure, my princess." Ingvild pulled herself towards him as they stayed like this with no care in the world. 11 hours before the wedding. Issei's house, California Beaches, California, USA, 10:30 a.m. Issei was seen near the doorstep of his house as Grafia speaks with a bow. "Just take care of yourself and come back. Speaking of which, you remember about Milikas?" Issei shook his head and spoke. "I haven't forgotten that boy, worry not, I will bring him back safe and sound. Besides, the event is going to be do tune in the event. And besides, I am not going right away," Issei spoke in response as Grafia was surprised by this and spoke. "Wouldn't the event preparations start by now?" Issei nodded and spoke. "Yep, but I need to make my own preparations. Some people wanted a live telecast of the event in 8K pixel resolution, high definition." Issei gestures a television screen as Grafia was aware of this. She knew that Issei had intently thought and planned for this day to come. A day when the supernatural factions would encounter their first stage of true collapse. She shook her head looking forward to her former husband's breakdown and spoke. "I see." Grafia soon has a smile and speaks. "Make it worth it, Ice." "You got it, Grafia. I have already set up the channel for our house and I will start to stream the video and upload it again. This time it will be titled, The Truth of the Pillar." Issei once again did the television gesture as Grafia chuckled upon hearing this and seeing Issei's actions. She then spoke. "Looking forward to it. Have you had your breakfast? Cause I am not going to let you leave if you don't have it." Issei gave a sigh. He didn't want to fight with Grafia and spoke with a nervous tone. "Yeah, I had my breakfast, you can check the clean plate near the sink." Issei pointed towards the sink as Grafia looked at it and nodded. Issei then spoke. "Permission to leave, Grafia ma'am?" Issei asked with a teasing tone as Grafia chuckled and spoke with a happier smile. "Yes, you can." Issei nodded and left the home as Grafia watched him leave with happiness. He soon headed downstairs and walked the distance towards a place belonging to someone that stays here. It was none other than John. He was the first person that he is going to visit. He soon reached his residence as he rang the bell. He waited for a few moments and later Yuri came outside. She wore her white kimono like she usually wears as she spoke with a cheerful tone. "Ah, Issei-san. What brings you here?" Issei looked at Yuri and responded. "I was just here to have a talk with the two of you. Today is going to be a special day." "Is John inside?" "Yes, he is. But he is in a meeting right now. He should be done within 15 minutes. Yuri spoke as Issei spoke in response. "In that case, should I appear later?" Issei asked, to which Yuri shook her head and responded. "No, please come inside. I am pretty sure he should get done. Come inside." Issei nodded and headed inside. He then sat on one of the couches of their home. He waited patiently for a few minutes. Soon enough, the sound of doors getting unlocked was heard and John came out. He was surprised to see Issei again as he spoke. "Issei, you here?" "I am surprised." "Yeah, I had to come. Since today is going to be a very important day." Yuri walked out from the kitchen bringing some chips for Issei as she spoke. "Here. Thanks." Issei took a chip from the plate as she kept it down. Yuri then spoke. "So you told that today was a special day, so what is it?" "Well, to put it short, today is going to be the day for the wedding." Both John and Yuri were stunned upon hearing this as they both exclaimed in response. "Eh?" Issei smirked seeing their reaction as John asked looking at the date before turning to him. "But didn't you tell me that it is going to be a week and a half later from today, right?" Issei shook his head and spoke. "It was, but it got preponed." The two were even more surprised upon hearing the news as John spoke. "So let me guess, it is today. That is why you said today is a special day, correct?" "Yep, you got that one correct. Today is the day that the wedding is going to take place." Issei spoke as the couple remembered that even Yusaka was getting wedded to that day. Yuri and John had angered looks on their faces as Yuri spoke. "That hypocritical woman, she almost ruined our lives and thinks she can make hers." Yuri spoke with anger in her tone as she looked at Issei and asked. "Issei-san, please tell me that something is going to happen there. I want to see that woman suffer." Yuri spoke with a serious tone as she wanted Yusaka to suffer for imprisoning her lover and keeping him trapped for so long under false pretext and even ruining his life. "Oh, worry not, you are not the only one that wants Yusaka to suffer, Yuri, John." The two nodded and remembering the actions Yusaka had done even against Issei. They wonder on how many lives that woman has ruined. John then asked. "So what's the plan?" John asked, to which Issei spoke. "I am not going to tell much, else it would ruin the fun. But I am going to tell you this. I will set your television to let you watch the broadcast before it gets officially uploaded. Could you lead me to the television?" "Sure." John spoke as the couple lead Issei to their television, which was a LG 4K Ultra HD Smart OLED Evo TV. Issei starts the television and presses some buttons. He soon takes out his mobile, which was a Samsung S24 Ultra. He soon connects it to the Wi-Fi and transfers a file on the television. Once it is done, he downloads the file onto the television. Issei then spoke. "This application will let you see the stream live. So be there at sharp 8:30, cause that is when the wedding will begin." The couple nodded as Issei spoke in response. "And no, there is no spying software here. BLACKWATCH ain't interested in that stuff. We respect privacy of people and we won't let anything like that happen. Furthermore, some of these investigation organizations do have supernatural spies in them. So worry not, unlike them we have no intention of spying on you." The couple understood this as Yuri was surprised by this. She looked at John as he motioned that he would explain to her at a later date. He then spoke. "Oh, this reminds me, we actually decided to meet our parents along with older sister and I decided to reveal Yuri's true nature to them." John spoke in response as Issei became concerned. He then spoke. "John, are you sure?" John shook his head and spoke. "Oh, worry not, they understood our reasonings and accepted our wedding. They were only annoyed by the fact that we didn't inform them of our first wedding." "I see." Yuri then added in response. "That is why they asked us to do the same in France again. They plan on arranging our wedding and have asked us to invite whoever we think of as friends." Yuri added in response as Issei spoke. "I guess congratulations are in order then." Issei spoke as the couple smiled in response. Yuri then walked inside a room and decided to get an envelope as she gives the envelope to Issei as he checks it and Yuri speaks. "This is our invitation, if you want you can bring your friends as well. It's not going to be big, but it should be enough for you and your group." Yuri spoke as Issei kept it in his pant pocket and spoke. "I see, well thanks. I will do attend your wedding since you want me to come." John and Yuri nodded as Issei spoke. "Well, I gotta leave. I need to visit several other places as well. See you all later." "Very well." John responded as the men shook hands. Issei then leaves the place for his next location, which was Maryland, where he would have to give the next connection to the BLACKWATCH members and girls that are staying there. He soon teleported to the next location, which was Washington, D.C., where the main base was. Scene change. 8 hours before the wedding. BLACKWATCH HQ, Maryland, Washington, D.C., USA, 1:30 p.m. Issei had reached the BLACKWATCH main headquarters as he entered inside. The soldiers greeted him like usual, as he was greeted by Mocha, Artemis and Athena. They all knew why Issei was here. "So I believe today is the day, right?" Artemis asked, to which Issei nodded and spoke. "Yep. I am waiting to look at father's face when he finds out that the man he engaged me to was nothing but a total fraud." Athena spoke with a smile, as Mocha responded. "Wait, that booty fucker actually made you get engaged to that pathetic die?" Mocha asked to Athena and responded. "Yep, and I refused every time. Then my so-called father threatened to strip me of my divinity, and I threatened to leave myself. He couldn't do anything after that. He even tortured Ice when it was heard that our relationship became public." Athena spoke the last part with anger, as Mocha became angry. She was going to enjoy causing Zeus to suffer even more. "That god doesn't deserve anything but suffering due to the amount of damage he caused Athena, Artemis and especially to Issei. Worse, he was planning to even get me engaged to die. I overheard him one day, and I was devastated. You and he knows how much I had to go through thanks to Orion. Even then, he didn't even consult or ask me about my thoughts." Artemis spoke with sadness, as Athena hugged her sister. She remembered that Orion had sexually assaulted her, taking advantage of her innocence and trust. Mocha looked at Issei for answers, as Issei spoke. "I will let you know later, it is a very sensitive topic for her." Mocha could only nod, as Artemis was still having scars from her past. She looked at the goddess of hunting with a sad expression. Issei could be seen clenching his fists with anger. He wanted to at least punch Zeus in his face, sending him flying, making sure that he doesn't dare touch his mates in any manner. He looks at Artemis and speaks, deciding to change the topic. "Girls, I have heard about something interesting. You wish to hear about it?" The three looked at Issei, as Mocha asked. "What?" Issei spoke in response. "Remember the Yukiana I told you guys about? Whose lover I had saved from Yasaka? Yeah, how they are doing? Are they doing well?" Athena asked with concern, to which Issei responded. "Yep, they are well. They are apparently having a wedding again, and they have asked me to invite all of us that are part of my group. So I was thinking on inviting you guys, the BLACKWATCH board and even those at Valerie's place and my place," Issei explained, as Artemis responded. "Oh, that's a great idea. Speaking of which, we should probably take the Yukiana out for shopping whenever she is ready," Artemis suggested, as Athena spoke. "You got that right, Artie, she needs to look amazing. Hell, we should probably even ask Liana and her guild to join as well. They all would love to spend some time in the wedding." Issei sighed upon this. He wasn't sure if Yuri would even want to come, given that she is often nervous around shops and crowds. "Girls, I don't think this is a good idea, bringing out for shopping." The three were surprised, as Athena asked. "May we know why?" "It's because she gets nervous around shops, so I am not sure." Athena cuts him off by speaking. "Don't worry, leave it to us. We can handle it." "But..." Issei tried to retort, but the sisters gave a very sweet smile, making Issei back away. He could only mentally apologize to Yuri, knowing that the girls are going to make sure she is properly dressed. "Fine. You win." Issei spoke with defeat, causing the girls to exclaim with happiness. Issei then spoke. "Anyways, getting back to the point, I did set up the application on the monitor screen, right, for you to watch?" Artemis nodded and spoke. "Yep, you did. You did yesterday once you were done getting that maid to your side." Artemis spoke, referring to Belfast, as Issei responded. "Yes, and I will have to go with her. I know you girls want to go with me, but both Artemis and Athena are sort of hunted by the Greek, and Mocha is dead. Neither of you were invited to the wedding. That is why I have to go with Belfast. I hope you understand." "We do, Ice." Athena spoke with a gentle smile, as she continued. "But just make sure that Zeus suffers for his actions. I want to see the despair in his eyes. And do double down on him telling that his actions costed him his 2 daughters." "Will do." Artemis agreed to this, as she spoke. "Ice, we will be here, but we wish to once again return back to our apartment. We made many friends there, and they would be missing us. So can you make sure Zeus gets off our backs?" "I am surprised that you would say this, Artie. I never thought you would have humans as your friends. But I am proud of you, you have changed quite a lot." Issei spoke with a tone of happiness, as Artemis gave a proudful smile. She was happy that she was able to see her ways and change herself. "Consider it done." Artemis nodded with a happier smile, as Mocha spoke. "Ice, when I died, where did my rosary go?" Mocha asked, to which Issei responded. "If I recollect, when I asked Krull upon this, he told me that Azazel found a way to get it." Mocha was annoyed by this, she hated that the fallen angel was able to take advantage of her death. Issei sensed this and responded. Worry not, you can show up and demand the rosary back from him. If he doesn't comply, I know how to make him do so. Issei spoke with a normal tone, as Mocha remembered on what Issei did to him. She remembered Artemis and Athena telling her everything, and on how Issei tortured every single person that looked down upon him and hated him. I see. Well, I accept this. Mocha spoke, as Issei responded. Good, now I would be taking my leave. I need to visit some other places as well and set up the screening in other places. After all, everyone will be seeing in high definition, 8K resolution. Issei made a television gesture, as the girls nodded. They knew that the marriage is going to be something they are going to remember. Issei soon left the place, as he headed to his next destination, which was Valerie's place. Scene change. 6 hours 30 minutes before the wedding. Valerie's house, Kuo, Japan, 3 p.m. Issei embraced Valerie, as he did the same to Rind and Rise as well. With Rise speaking. How have you been, Issei? I am fine, Rise. Did you miss me? Rind spoke for the two girls. We do, you don't visit us often like you used to. Well, I am supernatural fugitive number 2. So I had to hide myself for a while, not to mention. Kuo is where those morons are living, including my so-called family, right? The girls nodded, understanding his annoyance, as Valerie spoke. You should visit us, let's see who dares to stop you. Worry not, once I exposed they wouldn't even dare see me as a criminal, else their reputation would destroy them. And the leaders would do anything to try and fix their reputation, especially with me. So I will visit you girls often, and you also do visit me in my place, okay? The three nodded in understanding, as Rind spoke. So you are here to set things up for the live event, right? Yep, where is your television? Rind nodded and spoke with a smile. It's in the living room, come. Issei nodded, as he started the television and once again set up everything that would be needed for the video setup. Once the application downloads, Issei then speaks. They're done, tune in after. Issei looks at his time, which was American time, and responds. 6.5 hours later, the live stream will begin. The girls nodded, as soon as Issei was tackled him and wrapped her arms around him, she then rubbed her cheek on Issei. Oh, how I missed you, Issei Naya. Issei looked up to see Kuroka, as she cuddled to him. Issei had a red tint and spoke. Kuroka. I haven't seen you in so long, Naya. Kuroka didn't care, as she cuddled to him like a cat does to an owner, rubbing her breasts near his hand, making him even more red. The other girls could only watch with jealousy, as Valerie exclaimed with jealousy. Kuroka, get your hands off him. Kuroka only looked at her and responded. Aw, is Valerie Naya jealous? Valerie only grumbled, as Rise was releasing her aura out of jealousy, while Rind only had a pout seeing this. Issei knew that the house would end up being destroyed if this would get out of hand. Kuroka was not stopping, as she kept rubbing her cheek to him. Issei then spoke while trying to push her aside. Kuroka, can you let me go? I need to go to other places as well. I can't stay here for long enough, since if they would sense me, it would cause more problems to you. Kuroka stopped cuddling him, as she could only give a sad sigh, aware that Issei was still a pariah. She knew her sister still hated Issei and her relationship with Issei. Issei then spoke. But worry not, I promised Valerie and the others that I would be visiting quite often, and we will all get together with our friend group once Dai is dealt with. Kuroka gave a smile, as she spoke. Okay, Naya. Issei then asked to them. Speaking of which, where is Arthur, Lefei and Biku? I haven't seen them in a long time. Oh, they have been living in secret, Naya. Away from here, they will be coming here today anyway, so they will watch this live stream that you are going to do. But anyway, Ice Naya, thank you. Issei was surprised as he asked. For what? For destroying Dai. I can only hope that Shirin will see the error of her ways, cause if she doesn't, then I have no choice but to cut all ties with her. Kuroka spoke with a sad tone, no longer speaking her verbal tick, Naya, as Issei knew what she was going through. It is never easy to abandon family, especially when there is only one person left in that family, and with Kuroka, she only has Shirin left. Her parents are dead and she has no one left minus Shirin, who hates her for being with Issei. Issei pulled her in for a side hug, as he spoke. Kuroka. I understand what you are going through. Even Gondal is having a tough time in her life because of Roswas, but you know what she did to me. She used to beat me every single day cause of the rumors Dai spread, and honestly, I am not going to lie to you, I hate her in every manner. I know. Naya. Kuroka spoke sadly as tears started to drip from her eyes. It was clear that she was devastated by what Shirin or Kaneko has become. Issei looked at her sadness and spoke. Kuroka. She has a choice. If you can, I would advise you to take her out of Riaz and her peerage, just like Valerie did with her team a long time back. Do this while you still can, cause if you don't, she is only going to get worse. Ria's was never a good influence, and she has made your sister worse. Hiroka looked at him with teary-eyed as Valerie sat beside her and held her, calming her down. I honestly don't know how, she just doesn't want to listen to me, and I feel helpless and a failure as an older sister. Tell me, Issei, what I should do so that she listens to what I have to say. Hiroka looks at Issei, hoping that his intelligence would help her find an answer. She was hoping his IQ would help. Issei then spoke after some thought. There is a way, Hiroka. Although this would change Kaneko completely. Hiroka was surprised but worried as Issei brought out corrodium. She could feel the corrosive aura coming from it, which made her nervous. Valerie was surprised by this as she spoke. No, Issei, if you use this then. Hiroka now became even more worried as she asked. Issei, what is this? This is corrodium, Hiroka. Valerie explained as she continued. If Issei uses this on Kaneko, the corrosive vapors would completely dominate and control Kaneko. She will lose herself and her old self completely, and a new subservient variation of the same will replace her. It will not be the same Kaneko that you know. Hiroka became pale by this as she spoke with horror. And no eyes, this is too far. Can you think of a different way? Issei understood this, kept the corrodium and spoke. There is only one way, that is for you to take her out of Ria's peerage, sort of like a kidnapping. Remember the time when we first met at the Devil's Party when we confronted Loki? Hiroka looked at him and understood what she had to do. She then spoke with a smile. How could I forget? I will never forget that day, especially the face you showed when you defended those ungrateful assholes, so manly, Naya. Issei rolled his eyes and shook his head upon this as he asked. Then you know what you have to do, right? Hiroka nodded and spoke. Leave it to me, Ice Naya. Issei smiled as he soon spoke. I think I should head to my next address, where the Kishinamas are. I need to set up the channel there as well. Since even they want to see what happens, and due to them being part of the Blackwatch. After that I need to head to a few more locations, and then the wedding. Hiroka and the girls nodded as they all said their goodbyes to Issei, with the Red Dragon Emperor heading to the next location. Scene change. 5 hours before the wedding. Kishinami Estate, Tokyo Metropolis, Japan, 4:30 p.m. In the Kishinami Estate, a vibrant architectural style that is consistent with Japanese Edo period designs, featured a simple yet elegant layout. The house has a dark tiled, sloping roof with multiple layers, reflecting a classic Kirizu-Mizukuri style, designed for efficient rainwater drainage. The walls are primarily beige or cream, framed with dark wooden beams that give a clear outline of the structure. The wood contrasts with the lighter walls, which is typical of traditional Michiyo. There are large sliding windows and doors, covered with what looks like traditional shoji screens. These screens let in diffused natural light, enhancing the home's tranquil atmosphere. The house has a modest main entrance with wooden doors, likely leading to an entryway where shoes are removed before entering the main home. The garden is well maintained, with green bushes neatly arranged along the pathways. The stone paths lead to different parts of the house. Hiroka was working on some paperwork belonging to her clan. She gave a sad sigh, knowing how things have become between Issei and the rest of her clan. They were so near yet so distant, since Issei never actually will consider them his family. Aji came in and kept her hand on her as he spoke sadly. Hiroka. I know, father, it is not going to be easy. Kaji shook his head and spoke. It never was. Regret always comes later. Had I not had my eyes opened, I doubt we would even have a chance to set things right. Kaji spoke with sadness as Hiroka spoke while shaking her head and spoke. No, we must have hope. Issei is right, in our blind anger we became the very thing we swore to hate. We became no better than the hiatus in certain regards. Kaji nodded as he looked at her daughter and kept his hand on her. He then spoke with a serious tone. But we can't give up. If a bridge can be broken, then a bridge can also be repaired, and if a bridge is broken beyond repair, then it must be rebuilt. I hope you understand what I am trying to say, right? Hiroka nodded. If she gave up on Issei, she would be no better than Miki. She wanted to prove Issei and his friends wrong who see her as no better than her sister. However, before their conversation could continue, a magic circle showed up belonging to the Red Dragon Emperor. The two were surprised by this, as Issei soon showed up and spoke. Greetings, I hope I am not disturbing anything. Hiroka shook her head and spoke with a neutral tone. None, so what are you here for? Issei then spoke. I will make this quick and not take up much time. I will set up a live event at your place and head to the next location. I still need to head to multiple locations. Issei spoke bluntly, as the Kishinami nodded. Hiroka then asked. So which television are you planning to use? Issei then spoke in response. The one with the best quality television. I will probably make this quick as possible and not take too much of your time. The duo nodded as they led them to the television. Issei soon got to work and once again connected the Wi-Fi and downloaded the application and spoke. It should be done in a few seconds. Issei spoke as soon the download happened, and Issei responded. It's done, tune it at exactly 4.5 hours from now. Haruka and Kaji nodded as someone else came inside. She was described to be a young girl of approximately Rei's age. She has long flowing dark brown hair that cascades down her back in soft waves. Her bangs are neatly arranged, framing her face, and her hair appears well maintained. She had brown eyes. She is wearing a beige school uniform with a blue bow tied neatly at the collar. The uniform has a formal yet elegant appearance, with a structured design and dark brown accents along the edges. There is a school emblem or badge on the left side of her chest. The uniform includes long sleeves, which fit comfortably, and she is also wearing black tights that cover her legs. She wears brown shoes. Mother, grandfather? Hakuno asked with surprise, as Issei looked at her. Haruka then speaks. Meet my daughter, Hakuno Kishinami. Hakuno, meet Issei, the chairman of BLACKWATCH. Hakuno was surprised by this. She took a glance towards Issei and saw the lack of emotion in her face as Issei speaks. So she is your girl. Interesting. Issei was about to leave as Hakuno tugged on the coat sleeve as she spoke while tilting her head. Wait, why were you here? I was here for some business with your mother and grandfather, and now that I am done, I think I will leave. Issei was heading out towards the door as Hakuno seemed to understand. He then continued. If you want to ask them anything about my business, you can ask them. I got to leave for my next location. Hakuno nodded in response as Issei shook his head. He was not affected by her cuteness all that much, but before he could leave, someone else had called out to him. Mother, what's he doing here? Haruka was concerned knowing whose voice it was. It was her son's Jin Kishinami. She remembered his particular present dislike for the hiatus, especially Mickey, given her treatment towards his mother. Jin was a tall, handsome, and muscular young man with gray eyes, sharp facial features, and black hair with bangs that dangle all the way down to his eyes. He is wearing a light blue zip-up jacket with a hood. The jacket has white detailing on the inside and around the zipper area, and it features 2 side pockets. He is wearing a simple fitted dark navy or black t-shirt. The shirt has a low, slightly wide neckline, giving a relaxed and comfortable look. Along with it, he is wearing slim-fitting blue jeans. He is wearing a pair of white and green sneakers. Didn't I inform that I was on business? Jin looked at Issei for a moment and asked politely. What business? Haruka. Issei looked at her, and she spoke. Meet my oldest son Jin. Issei nodded and spoke. I see. Issei created a teleportation circle belonging to the Red Dragon Emperor, as Jin asked. What business? You didn't tell me. Haruka then spoke in response. Oh, it's related to something about BLACKWATCH. I will explain to the two of you later on, by today itself. He just came to download here some program. Jin glanced at Issei and responded. Wait. Jin kept his hand on Issei as he spoke. Hands off, Kishinami. Issei spoke coldly as Jin didn't budge, with Jin speaking. I ask you a question, Haidu. Jin put the emphasis on Haidu as Issei spoke more colder than before while releasing some of his aura. I said hands off, Jin. Jin in response released some of his aura. Kaji, Hakuno and Haruka got on guard. They knew that they would have to step in to stop the fight. However, they didn't know if they could stop Issei. However, to everyone's surprise. Ha. Issei started to laugh in response as he showed amusement to Jin's aura, which did annoy him. He then stopped laughing and spoke. You got balls, I will give you that. Well, I ain't going to waste my time since, like I said, I got a lot of places to visit Jin. Ask your mother for more details. Issei leaves the place as Jin speaks. The software you downloaded, is there a spyware in that thing? Jin. Haruka exclaimed, trying to stop them. Things would get worse if Issei does get angered by this. She and Kaji know what Issei or have an idea on what Issei is capable of, but Issei laughed at his accusation, annoying Jin again. This time he asked. What's so funny? If I wanted to spy on the Kishinami and get information on them, I have far more efficient and successful methods to do so. Haruka and Kaji knew what he is referring to, and the worst part, they wouldn't know about a corrodium-infected individual until it is too late, since Issei can hide them. So before you put baseless accusations on me, think about it, Jin. Jin had a look of seriousness as Issei teleported away. As Haruka sighed, she remembered telling Jin about Mickey, and he has anger against them ever since. She could only hope an altercation doesn't result in her son's death, since Issei is stronger than even Juzo according to her father. Jin, was that necessary? Haruka spoke with slight annoyance as Jin responded. What do you mean, mother? Haruka shook her head and spoke. It's a good thing you didn't provoke him in any manner, Jin. Jin was about to speak, but Haruka responded. That man is the chairman of BLACKWATCH and is someone who can threaten, mock and taunt even gods and dare them to do something about it. Not to mention, he even is this generation's Red Dragon Emperor. Jin was surprised by this as Kaji spoke in response. And I have seen him fight, trust me, he is not someone you want to make an enemy of. I can say he is even stronger than Juzo. Both Akuno and Jin were even more surprised by this. Juzo was someone who could clash with their grandfather and almost beat him. And Issei, that man easily surpassed his grandfather. Scene change. 4 hours before the wedding. Gilly Forests, Norway, 5:30 p.m. Issei was near the bell of a cottage as he soon rang the bell. He waited for a few moments before someone opened the door. This was none other than Gondel, Roswis's grandmother. "Ah, Issei. Come in." Issei did so and gave a gentle smile. She then asked, "What brings you here?" "I wanted to first ask, before I reveal my reasons of coming here. Are you going to your granddaughter's wedding?" Gondel lost her smile and spoke with a solemn tone. "I am not going. Believe me when I say this, I want to go. I want my granddaughter to be happy in her life, happy with the man she truly loves. But he is not someone I approve of. I saw the video and I have seen him act. Roswis is not aware on what kind of a person he is, and she is not even willing to listen to me at this point." Issei could hear the pain in Gondel's voice. She hated what her daughter has become, blind to any sort of reasoning. He pulled her in for a hug and calmed her down as he rubbed her back. "I know Gondel, Roswis has become this way ever since Auden and many others were convinced that Dai is a good man. Roswis herself was reluctant on being with him at first, but eventually even she was vulnerable to his charms and become his, and the worst part, they have already done the deed." Gondel became horrified by this as she removed herself from her hug as she exclaimed with horror. "What?" Issei nodded in response as he turned away and spoke. "I didn't want to believe it, but I heard them do the deed. It was just speculation, but I never saw them do it. Did you see Crom's mark anywhere on your granddaughter?" Gondel became more horrified. She never saw the mark as she exclaimed in response with tears in her eyes. "Ice, why you didn't inform me of this? I would have never let Roswis even near that asshole. Even if I have to drag her and erase her memory, I would have never let them done the deed." Gondel fell to a nearby chair and held her head in despair. Issei could feel helpless. He did smell Dai's scent on Roswis when he was there for Ajuka's funeral. He speculated that they did the deed, but he was not sure. He felt helpless seeing Gondel's state. "I told that girl to not do the deed until she gets married. That is exactly why I didn't want her near that bastard. I can't believe that Auden nor the leaders did nothing to stop this." Issei could only sit beside her as he rubbed her head, calming her down. He then spoke. "The leaders are just dogs at this point of their pillar. If I don't do what I do today at the wedding, I am pretty sure that they would still be the same. Even then, I can only hope that Roswis is smart enough to not let die on her, otherwise." Gondel nodded and was angry at this. Not only did that bastard toy and have sex with her granddaughter, but also she disrespected her words. "I can only hope that she didn't disrespect you. But worry not, today she will see the truth of her lover. You can be promised on this." Gondel nodded and looked at him with a furious look and with teary eyes. She then spoke. "Ice, I hope you teach that bastard a lesson, make sure he suffers for what he has done. Oh, worry not, you can be assured on that. It will be done, but for now I am here for the setup. Would you lead me to the television?" Gondel nodded as she wiped her tears and headed to the television setup, motioning Issei to follow her. She then spoke. "Come with me." Issei nodded in response as he headed to her television. It was an older one as he took some minutes to set everything up. Once the application was downloaded, Issei spoke. "Play this in sharp 3.5 hours, the live stream will begin." Gondel spoke in response as she understood this. She then spoke. "I will, and I will enjoy seeing him suffer." Gondel spoke with a cold tone as Issei hugged her in response. He wanted to calm her down, knowing she was not happy with what just happened. She hated what Dai did to her granddaughter and will never forgive him no matter what happens. "Now I only have 3 more places remaining." Issei spoke after splitting up from her. Gondel nodded with a smile, knowing he was going to make Dai suffer the most for what he has done. "I will take my leave, and speaking of which, I am close to suppressing my virus spreading, so I believe the time will come when we can get intimate." Issei spoke with a smirk as Gondel blushed upon this. As she playfully smacked Issei upon this, she shook her head in amusement as Issei spoke. "And you will watch tonight's show in high definition, 8K resolution." Issei makes the television gesture, causing the Valkyrie to start chuckling at his antics as she spoke. "I will look forward to it." Issei nods and speaks. "Look at you, I like it when you smile. Please keep smiling. That is all I ask." Gondel nodded as she fixed her face and spoke. "Yeah. I will fix everything and set things right. I am not sure about Roswis, but I am sure that you won't be dealing with Dai any longer." Issei spoke while holding her hands as she speaks with a smile. "I know. Ice. You have always found a way to keep your word. Even if it was late. And I trust that this time, you will keep it this time as well." Issei nodded and spoke in response. I would be taking my leave, take care Gondal. Gondal nodded as Issei teleported out of there as Gondal watched him leave. She waited patiently for the livestream to begin. Scene change. 2 hours before the wedding. RageRevan Mansion, Estonia, 7:30 p.m. Issei reached the RageRevan mansion where La Folia had greeted him as she spoke. Ara, Issei. Been a while, Folia-chan. La Folia smiled at him even further as she spoke. So I believe you must have a good reason to come here, right? I do, where is your mom and dad? La Folia spoke in response. They are inside having a small meeting amongst themselves, but we can talk to them right away. Issei nodded as he spoke. Yeah, I should get the setup done, since soon enough the wedding will begin, and I also need to head to the venue as soon as possible, get ready and head there. La Folia understood as she headed to the room where her parents were. She knocked on the door as the voice of her father had spoken. Who is it? Father, it's me La Folia. I have brought a guest with me. Lucas understood this and spoke. Please bring him in. La Folia nodded and opened the door as Lucas and Polyphonia were surprised by this, with Lucas speaking with happiness. Issei, it's a surprise to see you here. And La Folia, Issei is not a guest, you know that, right? Polyphonia scolded her daughter with a playful manner as the girl responded in a playful manner. Sorry mother, it won't happen next time. So Ice, what brings you here? Issei then spoke in response. I believe it is time, today is the wedding, so I thought I would give you access to the live telecast of the video. Alright, so how do you plan on doing that? Lucas asked, to which Issei responded. Is there a television around? I will make it quick and not take much of your time since I have to set up in 2 more places. La Folia then spoke in response. Which 2 places? One is Hades's place, my adoptive parents want Zeus to suffer for what they did to him. And second is Liana's elves, even they want to see the supernatural's downfall. La Folia nodded in understanding. Lucas then spoke. I can't wait to see the despair on the Pendragon couple's eyes, let's go Ice. Issei nodded in response as Polyphonia leads him to the television. Issei walks behind her, with the rest of the family also heading to the television room. He then does the same to what he did to the other residents. And sets up the application there. And done, you should get the live coverage in just 1.5 hours. Issei spoke as the Polyphonia family nodded, with Issei speaking. Now I think I should go to my next place as well. And I need to get ready. I am sorry I couldn't spend much time with you guys, but I need to leave, I am really sorry. La Folia shook her head and spoke. We understand Issei, take your time and do put up a good show. Issei nodded with a smile and responded. Thanks, Folia-chan. Issei creates a portal as he heads to the next location, which is Hades's realm. Scene change. 1 hour and 15 minutes before the wedding. Hades' realm, Underworld, 8:15 p.m. Issei was in Hades's realm as he was finishing the final setup to the television on Hades's screen. He was with Hades's family as Issei spoke. And done. There you go, now you can watch it in high definition. Do tell me how it is, okay? Persephone had a smile and spoke. We will, and we want to see that fucker Zeus suffer the most, Ice. Do remember that. I will mom. Persephone gave a smile as she spoke. And Ice, do keep yourself safe, you know how much they hate you, right? I know. And I want them to hate me. Issei then spoke in response. After all, that is where the fun begins. And they won't forget tonight's wedding, that is something I assure you. That's good to hear, Ice, and how I am going to enjoy seeing the despair on my brother's face when he realized that his stupidity costed the lives of his 2 daughters. Hades spoke with a smirk as Issei had a grin with him speaking. Oh, worry not, I am going to double down on that. I want the cheater god to get angry. Believe me when I say this, I am going to make him pay for every pain he caused me, my girls, and fate knows how many more. Issei spoke with a grin that promised the Greek god of thunder pain. Hades shook his head knowing how much Issei hated Zeus and didn't blame him for that. Even he is looking forward to seeing the man in pain. Do keep in mind, little brother, that we all will be watching. Melano spoke cheerfully as Macaria responded. Yep, I am also looking forward to it. Although I was wondering, when are you going to visit her? Issei remembered on who she was talking to as he spoke. Once I am done with the party, I will for sure visit her, do tell her that. I will. And don't keep her waiting for too long, she is getting impatient. Issei shook his head in amusement and responded. I won't, now I think I should be heading out. There is one final person I have to visit, okay? Issei nodded as he gave his adoptive family a group hug, after which he said their goodbyes and headed to the next location, which was where he would meet up with Liana. Scene change. 1 hour before the wedding. Meet Point, Great Britain, 8:30 p.m. Issei was waiting for Liana as she soon came from a portal as she spoke. Why did you call me for? Well, tonight is the day for the wedding. I am planning to give you live stream access to it before I plan on uploading it to YouTube and other social media sites. So do you want that? Leanna was surprised by this as she asked. But why do you want to give me this? I mean, the supernatural did encroach on your numbers, right? Do you not want to live peacefully in the human world like you used to? Leanna shook her head and only gave a small laugh. Ice, don't do that, don't give me hope that we are never going to get. But Leanna keeps her hand on Issei, cutting him off as she spoke. I know, Ice, you are even willing to fight the world for us, but we know that they will find a way to encroach on us. Thank you, my dear. Issei keeps her hand down. Please, Leanna, all I am asking is to keep hope, for my sake. Issei speaks in response as Leanna shakes her head and speaks. Ice, I appreciate it, I really do, but it's alright if you don't. Focus on your goal first and then find a way to help us. Okay? Issei sighed upon this. Leanna was really stubborn. Once she sets her mind to something, there was a rare chance she changes it. Issei then spoke. Fine, but you have to watch the livestream, no questions asked. Alright, you got a deal. Leanna spoke as she took the device from Issei. She then walked up to him and kissed him on the cheek. And this is a good luck kiss, do give them hell. Issei nodded in response and spoke. You can count on it. Leanna gave a smile as she teleported away in a portal. Issei was soon left alone and he then spoke. Well, it's time I get ready. Scene change. 5 minutes before the wedding. Issei's house, California Beaches, California, USA, 9:25 p.m. Issei was getting ready for the wedding. He wore a similar blazer, shirt, pants and shoes like he did for the RageRevan party. Grafia then spoke. So you are ready? Yep, I am. Is the setup ready? Grafia nodded and spoke. Yep, it is. Now I think you should get going. Your maid is waiting for you outside. Issei nodded as he looked at Ingvold and Tamamo, who were near the television. He gave a glance towards them and turned back to Grafia and spoke. Worry not, after the wedding event turns bad, I will find a way to get Milikas back to you. I know how to do so as well. Grafia nodded. She only cared for her son in the Gremory family and no one else. She wanted him back, but was worried whether he would accept the new residents and especially Issei. She also feared that Serziches might have poisoned his mind against her. I will take my leave then. Issei spoke as Grafia nodded. He soon headed out as he gave a glance to Ingvold and Tamamo, both of whom nodding. He says their goodbyes before leaving. Issei soon leaves the house and closes the door. He was soon greeted by Belfast. You ready for this? Issei spoke, looking at Belfast and putting his hand forward. She was now wearing a dark flowing dress with a high slit, which features a deep neckline and is adorned with golden accents around the waist. I am, master. Let's head to the place. Issei looks at his watch as it says. 5 seconds before the wedding. 4 seconds before the wedding. 3 seconds before the wedding. 2 seconds before the wedding. 1 second before the wedding. The wedding has begun. Let's go, after all it is showtime. Issei speaks as Belfast activates her teleportation spell. He places his arm as she locks it with her hands. She then rests herself on Issei's shoulder as the duo teleport there. After all, Issei did ask her to be his noble attendant for the wedding and there was no reason for her to deny this. They were going to enjoy today's wedding, especially seeing the despair on the eyes of the factions. Issei and Belfast reached the wedding reception hall. He was surprised by how big it was. Belfast looked at this and responded. It was because they wanted to show on how far their alliance has come through, and that despite the fact that they had faced so many attacks including MERCERs, they are still standing strong, master. Issei gives a slight chuckle to this and speaks. Guess they are flexing, huh? Interesting. Plus master, they are expecting that you master wouldn't even come here. They have put some security against you as well. Belfast spoke with a serious tone, as Issei could only shake his head. He then spoke. This doesn't surprise me at all, guess they are still arrogant as ever. True, and my former master Serafel believes that you are still her biggest enemy and the bane of her life. Issei nodded and responded with a wry smile. Well, I technically am. I am an enemy that harms or looks down on humans. I could care less on what that man-child thinks, and today we are going to enjoy seeing her downfall. I am looking forward to it, master. Belfast spoke with a smile as they continued to walk forward. Issei then asked. Speaking of which, did you set up the cameras in the locations I asked you to? I did, and the best part, no one has any clue of their true purpose, master. Belfast spoke with a smile as Issei nodded in response. They knew that today is the day it will be complete chaos. However, soon they were intercepted by several guards. State your business, Red Dragon Emperor. Issei looked at the guard who spoke and responded. Me? I am here for this party with my partner. The guards got alerted by this as the guard captain responded angrily. You are not welcome here, even if you got the invitation, we were specifically told that to not let you in. Get him. The guards were all ready as Belfast released his hand, with Issei speaking with a predatory smirk. Guess this is the welcome party for me. I like it. His hands activate some mana as he speaks. Let's see what you have got. Inside the wedding hall, Underworld, 9:45 p.m. The guests were coming in one by one, as the bride and the bridegroom weren't present. The ceremony was just getting started with the guests piling up and settling down. Pope Vasco Strada was greeting the guests one by one. In the meantime, there was a discussion between some of the guests, namely Goru, Mickey and some of the parents belonging to the girls. So are you excited for this wedding, Goru? Goru nodded and responding to Tauji Shidu, Irina's father. Indeed, this will not only will this make my boy happy, finally settle down in his life. It will also make the clan more prestigious than ever before. Goru spoke with a laugh, as Mickey added. You got that one right, after this none of the other clans would ever cross me. Especially them. Mickey spoke with disdain towards her former clan, Kishinami clan. She remembered them helping her disgraceful son to defend against their attack and assault when the Blackwatch invaded the vampire faction just 2 days ago. You are right on that one. Tauji responded to his old friend. He was ecstatic that his daughter was finally getting married to Dai. Someone she loved, instead of that disgraceful and dreadful Issei. Speaking of which, wanted to ask. What happened to Kuroyami? Griselda asked the Haidu couple, who responded with an annoyed tone, as Goru spoke with anger. If it wasn't for those Kishinami, Kuroyami would have still been alive. Issei is going to regret what he has done with her. That is something I promise. Griselda nodded in understanding, as she could understand Goru's anger. Issei has become even worse than before. Earlier he was just a nuisance, and later became an annoyance. But now, he was an outright threat that took out an entire faction and brought it down to its knees, as well as mocked the leaders multiple times. But how will we get to him? He just shows up whenever he feels like it. He destroys some people, mocks us and even gets away with it. Tauji spoke with anger in his tone, as Goru didn't know how. His plan failed miserably due to the Kishinami's intervening, and he became the laughing stock of the factions, with Severa mocking him for his brilliant plan falling apart. He cursed Kaji and Issei being the sole reasons for the plans falling apart. He hated them even more, but was powerless to do anything to stop them. He would never reach their level, especially Issei's level. We will find a way, Tauji, and one day Issei will pay for his crimes, that is something I assure you. Mickey spoke coldly, as the others nodded as they could see Dai eagerly waiting for his wedding to happen. In the meanwhile, the devils were having a conversation, primarily Venelana, Zeocidus, Lady and Lord Phoenix and Lady and Lord Astaroth as well. So Zeocidus, are you happy with the wedding of Rias? Lord Phoenix asked, to which Zeocidus responded. Yes, I am. After everything that our family had to go through thanks to Issei. With him destroying my daughter a few weeks back and even mocking us on a daily basis. After so many terrible things, including the recent Saoji's death. It was nice that finally something good was happening. Zeocidus spoke with a smile, as Venelana added in response. Indeed, I just hope he doesn't intend to ruin this wedding too. Like he ruined my daughter's school life in Japan. I would really hate if that happens. Venelana spoke with sadness, as Zeocidus kept his hand on his wife's shoulder, as she spoke. No, Zeocidus, we should add up more security. I don't want that man in the wedding. Serziches has informed me that the security is tight, with even ultimate class beings minimum being kept on guard. They would at least hold Issei off till stronger allies show up. Zeocidus responded with a serious tone, as Venelana nodded, being satisfied with that. She knew that ultimate class devils would hold him off. Lord Phoenix then spoke. Plus, that brat will regret harming my daughter. Both Ruvel and Riser want Issei's head for what he did to Ravel. I am going to make him suffer. Lord Phoenix spoke with anger, as Lady Phoenix responded in kind. I agree, he is the reason why many hate my daughter in the human world. He exposed who she is to the rest of the world, and she can't go anywhere, especially in America, since some throw stones on her, calling her a devil and not welcome in this world. Lady Phoenix spoke sadly, seeing her daughter suffer like this. It made worse when Claire cut off all contact with him. She hated Issei for being the root cause of everything and vowed to incinerate him for being the one responsible for it. I know. My dear. I know. Lord Phoenix spoke with sadness, as her daughter was now being treated as a pariah in the human world, causing her to be stuck in the underworld for the rest of her life. Issei was constantly ruining their lives completely. Worse, he even disrespected Ajuka. Like, how can a man be this callous, this apathetic, even toward someone's death? Lady Astaroth spoke with anger in her tone. Her own relative was being disrespected in such a manner, and he mocked his death and dared them to do something about it. He is a monster in human flesh, he should be purged, but no one can find or even locate him in this process. It is just. He is showing us incompetent at every step. We are powerless to do anything against him. Lord Astaroth spoke with anger, as many of the devils agreed with this. Lady Astaroth then spoke. Laisha already hates him from what he did during that day. I just hope she is alright. Lady Astaroth spoke in concern for her daughter, as Lord Astaroth nodded in understanding. Zeocidus then spoke in response. I think the wedding will start soon, maybe Dai can help Laisha with her problems. From what I heard they have been visiting her more often than not. Lord and Lady Astaroth seemed to look at Laisha, who was conversing with some of her friends, as she wondered if Dai would help her with their problems. Speaking of Laisha, she was conversing with Sayerg and Sikvera, as the duo were having a conversation with the current heiress of Astaroth, as Sayerg asked calmly and with concern. So how are you doing? Sayerg asked, to which Laisha responded. I am better, with Riaz and her peerage keeping me company and trying all sorts of antics to make me happy. Sikvera shook her head and spoke. That's good to hear. I wonder why is there such a distinct difference between the two brothers, one that loves to care for others and helps them unconditionally, while the other causes so much pain and torment towards others. I am glad that I am not on the receiving end yet, who knows what would have happened to me. Sikvera spoke with slight fear, as Sayerg calmed her down by holding her hand. He spoke with a tone of assurance. As long as I am alive, nothing will happen to you. You can be assured on that. Sikvera gave a gentle smile to him. Sayerg then spoke in response. And even then, he is a coward and has no honor like his brother Dai. He attacks us from the behind, and when we least expect it. He should be captured and dealt with before he becomes an even bigger problem. Sayerg spoke seriously as the other devils nodded. Soon enough even Rizer joined the conversation, as he spoke. Hello. Rizer spoke respectfully, as Sayerg responded. You seem in a much happier tone, Rizer. Is it not obvious? Rizer's sister is getting wedded. Rizer is so happy. Sayerg nodded in response, as he spoke. Indeed, she is getting married to the hero of the underworld, and not that clout-chaser. Oh, don't mention that man's name. Rizer spoke with contempt towards Issei, remembering on what he did to Ravel, as he spoke. He is going to regret what he did to Rizer's sister. Laisha agreed with Rizer's sentiment and anger, knowing he was responsible for so much of her sister's trauma and made her a pariah in the human world. She hated Issei due to how he disrespected Ajuka, her uncle who did so much good for the underworld, and now wanted him tried for his crimes like the rest of the supernatural. However, she was afraid on what Issei is capable of and didn't want to cross him in any manner. Rizer soon had a grin as he spoke. Rizer is going to enjoy tormenting that bastard, just like Rizer tormented him when he was weaker. Once Lord Serziches captures him, I am going to relish making that man suffer. Rizer, I think you should calm down. If you want to think of punishing him, don't do it today. People might get the wrong idea. Sayerg muttered to Rizer, who nodded in agreement. He couldn't just let Issei's memory and thoughts ruin his day for his sister. He was going to enjoy the wedding and then deal with him. Plus, the girls being wedded to Issei, especially Lady Gabriel, would certainly cause Issei to fall apart if he sees this. Since from what Dai told me, he had feelings for her. This news surprised the three devils, as Sayerg spoke. The audacity that this man has. I am glad Lady Gabriel made the right choice choosing Dai over him. The others nodded, however all of a sudden the doors of the hallway exploded, garnering everyone's attention. Soon enough, a guard was sent flying towards the pillar, as many were horrified upon what just happened. They wondered who was the attacker to have broken through such guards and fortification. Hei is a monster. The guard spoke with fear before passing out cold, as a figure came from the smoke, and it was revealed to be none other than the scourge of the supernatural world, Issei Haidu. That was quite the opening party you gave me, I am impressed. Issei spoke with what seemed to be an arrogant smirk, as he kept his hands in his pocket. He looked at Belfast entering in, as he fixed the door. I thought this was going to be another boring reception, but I am impressed by this reception. I got to take out my daily stress on some of these ultimate class beings. Issei spoke mockingly, as many were horrified and shocked to see it was. However, horror soon changed to anger, as many of the guests were glaring at him with anger and hated. He was about to walk forward when Serziches fired a power of destruction blast, but Issei sliced it in half using Axe Durandal. Impossible. Issei turned to Serziches and spoke. No matter how much you try, you can never beat me. Serziches gritted his teeth in anger looking at Issei, as he spoke. After what you have done, you have some nerve of entering the wedding. You bastard. Issei only laughed at his face, angering him even further, to the point of his hands bleeding, as Issei spoke. So I heard Sauji, your knight was dead. And I even heard your wife left you, and your best friend is gone forever. Issei spoke with a mocking tone, causing Serziches to want to rip his face. But he knew that he was powerless to do anything. He noticed his former parents looking at him with anger and disgust in their faces. Issei then spoke. Ah, so I heard some very interesting things from Kuroyami before I well killed her. Issei spoke with a shrug and an apathetic tone. Goro Haidu was furious, to the point of his hand bleeding, but Issei didn't give two shits about his so-called father. He wanted to put him in his place, but he decided to strip everything from him and ruin his life completely, so that he would come and himself beg for his pathetic existence or worse his death as a sort of mercy. But that is not going to come for him, nor his mother. You see, she told me some very interesting things. She told me that Goro wanted to bring me in painfully and torment me for disrespecting him. Issei spoke with a cold tone, which made Goro silent from the surprised looks he received. Issei saw this and decided to fan the flames. He then spoke. Why surprised? After all, you fucks wanted me broken and tormented, right? But even then, he failed, and there was nothing that could be done to mend your baby-sized ego, right Goro Haidu? Issei cackled in response, as Goro shouted with fury, getting up and rushing to him. Issei? Issei released his aura, which belonged to Drake at his prime, making him back away due to the sheer magnitude of the aura, as he shouted himself. Shut-a-dumbus. Goro fell to the ground, as Issei's aura was shaking the ground itself. Surziches backed away and there was fear and anger in his expression. He was afraid of Issei, but hated him as well. Issei then spoke. I can also shout, you old power-hungry fuck. Issei grabbed Goro by his neck before he could escape, as he looked at him with fear. He was hyperventilating in fear, as the others looked at him helplessly. Miki was crying with fear, she couldn't dare cross against her former son who had her husband in his grasp. He could kill her husband without any problem. Let me make it clear, you are testing my patience, and if I can purge the vampires, I can purge your entire clan, keep this in mind Goro Haidu. Goro was trying his best to not cry, as Issei grinned seeing his former father being this helpless in this situation. Surziches wanted to save Goro, but was fearful that Issei would use him as a shield. He couldn't risk his life. I could cripple you and set an example. Issei showed his draconic teeth, making him terrified, as he continued. But not today, today is your son's wedding day, and I can't wait for it to unfold. Issei spoke with a dark cackle, as he fixed Goro's clothing and dropped him, who could only fall to the ground in terror. Miki and Ray rushed to him, trying to help him. Issei then spoke with a cold tone. Now before I change my mind, take him out of here and get the fuck out of my sight. The three didn't argue. Ray was helpless again, as she looked at her brother die, who didn't even make a move. He was clearly traumatized by the last two incidents and didn't even bother. He was once again standing there like a deer caught in a headlight. Getting back to the point. Issei turned to Surziches and spoke. Normally I would beat you and torment you to submission. Surziches had a look of murder on Issei, but he knew he couldn't do anything to him. He was almost untouchable at this point, since he was capable of breaching a barrier that was used to seal Trahixa. His aura was on par with Drake, someone that would destroy him without hesitation. The only person not affected by the aura burst was Shiva, who could only shake his head at the scene. He knew that they were testing his patience, and wasn't surprised if this outcome came. What he wanted to know is that, why is Issei committing mass murder, since it didn't sit well with him that revenge was the reason he killed 80% of the vampire population. He highly doubted that these many vampires were the reason why his life was ruined. But I was actually invited to this wedding. Issei spoke with a smile, as several scoffed, not believing this, as Zeus responded. Who would invite a fraud like you? I did, Lord Zeus. Belfast decided to show herself. She had a look of seriousness, as she spoke with a cold tone. I did invite him to this wedding. And he has come with me as a partner. Many were baffled by this, even Shiva was surprised. This was not something he saw at all. He tried to use his mind read, but was blocked, surprising the god even more. He could sense Issei's piercing glare towards him, however the god was more curious and surprised than fearful. He was curious on how his mind read was blocked. You were joking, right? B. Belfast would never invite someone like you. Belfast only looked at Issei, who responded after turning his gaze to Surziches. Believe it or not, she did. Issei gave the wedding invitation to Surziches, who looked at it in surprise, as he spoke. It's real. But why? Why would you want to invite someone like him, Belfast? Especially when your master hates him. Belfast responded to Surziches' question. Is it not obvious? He wanted to come and ask me for it. After all, you can get a partner to come with you, right Lord Surziches? Belfast spoke in response, leaving Surziches silent and stunned. Issei took the invitation, as he looked towards Belfast. Let's go. Belfast nodded in response. Yes. She wrapped her arms around him, as the two took towards a nearby pub, where they asked the waiter for drinks. Who could do nothing but comply to his orders, knowing that he would kill him if he doesn't listen. The others could only watch in helplessness that someone that has purged almost an entire faction that was part of the alliance was allowed to be in the same party that was set by the very same alliance. Many were glaring at them, however a glare from Issei made them back away and they minded their own business out of fear. They were having their own conversations as Issei smirked seeing this. He decided to have his own conversation with Belfast. "Say Belfast, I was wondering about something and I want your opinion of it." Belfast looked at him and responded. "Yes master, what is it you want to know?" "I was thinking of making a subsidiary company known as Gentech that would be researching the supernatural DNA and biology to develop useful weaponry against those that see humanity as nothing but toys. What is your opinion on this?" Belfast thought for a moment as she gave a glance to the bartender who could easily snitch them to the supernatural as Issei looked at him and spoke. "Oh worry not, I will make the announcement public anyway if I do create Gentech. So I hope you don't hate or look down on humanity or things won't end well for you." Issei speaks with a smirk causing the man to gulp and back away with fear. He was terrified of what Issei is capable of. Issei then spoke with a smirk. "Serve me Diet Coke and serve me well, else things won't end well for you if you do think of being a smartass and poison me." The man gulped in fear and shuddered as he acted quickly while speaking. "Why yes, sir." Issei smirked shaking his head in amusement. It was nice when the fear was on the receiving end unlike before. Issei then asked Belfast to sit beside him and spoke. "Come sit next to me." Belfast was surprised by this as she asked. "You want me to sit next to you, master?" "Yep, come on. Settle down and have a drink with me." Belfast gave a smile, a gentle smile, knowing that Issei was better than Serafal. He never looked down on anyone except for those that hate him, along with those that toy with humanity and see them as pawns. "Sure, master." Belfast sat beside him as Issei spoke. "Serve her as well and don't even think of being a smartass." The man nodded with a gulp as he then spoke. "So Belfast, what are your thoughts on what I asked you earlier?" Belfast kept her hand on her chin and responded. "That is quite the predicament, but can't you just put everything in the Blackwatch organization? Like wouldn't it be easier for you, master?" I thought of that as well. But with the more recruits joining us against the supernatural, I am planning to organize and transfer most research projects there and make it into a genetic research facility to the public." Belfast nodded in understanding as she spoke in response. "I am not sure of this master, I think it would be better if this is given a proper thought and made a proper decision. Transferring most research projects can cause disaster for Blackwatch." Belfast spoke her thoughts as Issei nodded taking this into account as the bartender served the 2 drinks and spoke. "H here." The man spoke with fear as he gave the drinks with Issei speaking. "One's for you, my dear." "Yes, thank you master." Issei scanned the drinks for poison as he spoke. "Good, you're the smarter one, unlike these idiots." The bartender got back to doing what he was doing before. Issei was about to take a drink when someone kept his hand on him. He sensed it was a devil as he turned around and was met with a punch, however Issei was quick enough to move his head and grab his hand. Belfast aimed her weapon, but Issei stopped her with his free hand speaking. "I got this." He turned to Sayerg who was the attacker as he spoke. "Never took you for the aggressive one, Bale." Sayerg gritted his teeth in frustration as he calmed down and responded. "I would advise you to stop threatening the bartender." "Oh, I was not threatening, Sayerg, I was giving him a warning and a promise that I wouldn't hesitate to fulfill." Sayerg glared at him as Issei released his hand. He then spoke. "This is your last warning, raise your hand on me again and you will meet the same fate as those in the video where I tortured your cousin and many others." Issei turned around to see rest of the devils joining in as well. Issei then spoke. "Take your buddy away Sakara, else he would have gotten himself killed like those vampires or beaten up like those devils." Many of them were glaring at Issei. Riser was about to attack him, but Sayerg stopped him with him speaking. "Don't, he is only provoking you. Let's go and stay away from him." Riser grunted in frustration as he responded. "You got lucky, Haidu." Issei rolled his eyes in response as they all left. Leisha stayed behind as Sayerg sensed this and spoke. "Leisha." Leisha turned to Sayerg and spoke. "Why yes." Leisha soon left, but not before glaring at Issei with hatred as she turned away. Issei soon was busy having his drink with Belfast as they were having small conversation. After a while, Issei was getting bored. He knew that some people must be talking about them behind their back. He then spoke. "Yo Belfast, wanna head to the balcony, I am getting bored with this ceremony." Belfast looked at the situation and nodded. She understood that they still are talking behind his back. Many still hated Issei, thinking that he had the nerve to show up despite what he did, but they didn't have the courage or balls to talk to him, especially after what happened a while back. Issei and Belfast left the ceremony as many were having their eyes on him. He soon started to walk up the stairs with Belfast and go out of the view. Once he was out, many sighed in relief knowing that the monster was gone. Scene change. Wedding hall balcony, Underworld, 10:15 p.m. Issei in Belfast was up in the balcony as Belfast spoke. This is quite the view, right? Yep. But there is something that can make things better. Issei soon walked towards her and kept his hand towards her chest, which made the maid blush as she spoke. Guess master's urges are showing. Well, as a maid, it is my duty to satisfy the master. She spoke with a seductive smile as Issei responded with a magic circle, which soon removed a piece from her chest, much to her shock. Not exactly, I wanted to remove the evil piece so that Seraphil doesn't get an idea of your current position and that would jeopardize our plans. I am not going to try anything that would make you uncomfortable, I made you a promise, remember. Belfast was stunned by this as she spoke. But, Belfast. Issei spoke while keeping the queen piece in a different dimension as he spoke. I can't get intimate with anyone. At least not yet, and I am not sure if these are your true feelings towards me or are you acting on the feelings since you are my maid. Belfast nodded with a sigh, she wouldn't mind them acting a little intimate as she asked. So what are we going to do? Well, one of Dai's girls, Gabriel, can read the hearts of people. I believe you have an idea on what this means, right? Belfast widened her eyes as she spoke. Wait, you plan on using her to expose Dai? One of the pawns that will be useful in my exposure of the supernatural. I will force her into making her read her lover's mind. I can't wait for her breakdown when she realizes what kind of a monster her lover is and what she abandoned. Issei spoke with a dark smirk as he soon headed to where Gabriel is. He was certainly going to enjoy the despair that she was going to experience. He was going to make her regret every action she did to Issei. Scene change. Outside Gabriel's room, wedding hall, 10:30 p.m. Issei looked at the knocked out angel guards that were protecting Gabriel as he spoke while covering their heads. Nighty night. So what's the plan? How will we make Gabriel see the truth? Issei spoke in response. I know exactly on how to do the deed, and the best part, all we need to do is restrain her. If we don't harm her, even better. I already have a device that can seal her powers. It is similar to the seal that I used on Yusaka, however the only drawback is that I can use it on one person indefinitely until I move on to my next person. I developed this in case we needed to imprison any supernatural creatures that we do end up capturing. Issei explained as he revealed a certain orb-like device, with him continuing. I can even regulate which powers I want to activate and deactivate, like a sort of a device. And all I need to do is activate the seal on that person, that's it. Issei spoke in response as he continued. Belfast, you keep guard out, if anyone comes inside, let me know. As you wish, master. Issei soon headed to the door and kicked it as Gabriel, who was wearing a wedding gown, was surprised as she exclaimed in response. You? What are you doing here? Gabriel exclaimed with surprise and anger in her tone as Issei brought out the device and activated it before Gabriel could do anything. Gabriel was about to unleash her holy light magic to restrain Issei, but the device fired a beam that completely restrained her completely. She tried to use her powers but couldn't do so. What did you do to me? Gabriel exclaimed, feeling powerless as Issei spoke. I disabled your powers, you are as good as an ordinary human now. Issei spoke coldly as Gabriel felt fear. She tried to scream to call for help. Someone help. However, Issei keeps his hand on his mouth and restrained her with his legs, tackling her to a nearby bed as she struggled to escape. Issei then spoke. I will make you see the truth, whether you like it or not. Belfast closed the door and placed a spell that would prevent anyone from hearing her. Gabriel could only grit her teeth helplessly in anger as Issei waited for her to stop struggling, as her struggling lasted for a while, with him speaking. He looked at Belfast, who nodded, releasing her restraints. Now then, let me show you the truth. Issei put a dimensional portal towards Dai's location in such a manner that he couldn't see this. This was an ability he gained after consuming Hermes and worked on a version of his magic that could make others view a person without them even noticing. I call this dimensional window, what do you think? Gabriel could only give an angry glare as she exclaimed. You're a bastard. Inflicting pain and torment on other people for your own amusement. Issei only narrowed his gaze. Belfast was ready to blow her head off, but Issei stopped her. He could see the tears in her eyes. Issei then spoke. You really believe that? Then see my heart and read it, let's see if you say the same thing again. Issei brought out the device and allowed her to use the power of reading hearts as she gritted her teeth and responded. Why should I? Issei scoffed and spoke. You believe yourselves to be good, just and kind. People that serve the will of God, a noble being. But in reality he was just an arrogant person who only wanted people to serve his will. You're lying. You always lie. That is what Dai told me, you are nothing but a liar, and you will always be a liar. And Gabriel was cut off when Issei slapped her, causing her to fall. She had tears in her eyes upon this as Issei spoke. And to think this is the woman I once fell for, I am glad you showed me the truth. That angels can be as vile and cruel as the devils. Issei soon grabbed her by her head, causing her to grunt in pain. Issei's other hand started to form tendrils as he spoke. If you are not going to see the truth, then I will force you to see it. Issei inserts the tendrils into her mind as she tries to resist but soon loses any form of resistance as Belfast asked. What are you going to do? Issei spoke in response. I can literally mind control anyone with my tendrils, and I can even extract sensitive and private information belonging to the factions from every faction leader. But the downside, since the factions know the markings, they will relate it to MERCER, but I have a way to prevent that. Issei spoke, as Gabriel could only watch helplessly in this situation. She was now in complete mercy of Issei. Now witness. Issei forced her to activate that ability and targeted Dai Haidu. As she saw what Dai truly was, tears started to fall from her eyes as she could see or hear what Dai truly thought of her. She was nothing but a trophy and a sex toy for her survival. Seeing her tears, Issei only smirked and spoke. So Gabi-chan, how does it feel to see the truth with your very own eyes? Gabriel turned her eyes to him as she kept crying. She didn't want to marry Dai and wanted to escape. She then spoke. Ice, please don't do this, and Issei cuts her off angrily and speaks. Don't you dare say that. You and the rest of the factions are equally complicit in this, and I am going to make sure you all suffer for what you did to me. Issei releases the tendrils and heals her wounds so that no one finds out on what happened. Gabriel weakly stands up and speaks. Issei, please let us talk about this and find a solution that can benefit both parties. Issei only shakes his head and speaks. No, Gabriel, you are nothing but a hypocrite for saying that. But I am going to enjoy seeing the despair in your eyes. You always wanted to marry Dai, go marry him. That is what you deserve, and I will destroy every last faction that harms or toys with humanity. They will be nothing but history once I am done with them. Gabriel could only tear up. She remembered that Issei once liked her, but now, there was nothing but hatred in his eyes for her. She was horrified to know that there was no resemblance in that. You will die alone, you will never love anyone again. That is something I promise you. Issei soon put a spell on her as he spoke, watching tears streaming down her eyes. He then spoke. You will speak of nothing what happened in this room, and there is no one that is going to save the factions from their fall. And no, Issei, please, I beg of you, don't do this, please. Issei had no empathy for her and unleashed the spell, causing her to screech in pain. He had no empathy or feelings for her, not anymore. Belfast only looked at him and gave a sigh, worried for her master's well-being. Once the spell was done, Issei looked at her broken state and walked away as he spoke. Let's go, Belfast, leave this hypocritical angel to her state. He allowed her to reuse her powers as he closed the door. Issei knew when to deactivate the spell. It was when he exposed Dai to everyone, and Gabriel was just a pawn in his plan. Scene change. Inside the wedding hall, Underworld, 10:55 p.m. Issei had returned from the balcony as many were worried on his return again. He once again sat near the bartender's pub to have another drink. Belfast had sat beside him as he asked the bartender. Well, how long will the real ceremony start? The bartender responded with fear. In 5 minutes. Issei smirked, seeing that the fear was present as he asked. Shall I get you two some drinks? Coke for me, and what do you want, Belfast? Belfast responded to the bartender. Some cider for me. As you wish. The bartender prepared the drinks as Belfast spoke in response. So all we need to do is wait for 5 minutes, right, master? Indeed, the real fireworks will begin in 5 minutes. We will have to go through a boring ceremony, and then, when the objections be asked, that is when we shine. You will need to restrain that coward when he runs away. Issei spoke with a smirk as Belfast nodded in agreement. She was also looking forward to see Serafal suffer for her torment. Soon enough, the brides come in one by one, each dressed elegantly. They are Riaz, Akeno, Kaneko, Asia, Zenobia, Irina, Roswis, Sona, Serafal, Tsubaki, Kusha, Yasaka, Elmenhold, Gabriel, Ravel and Penemu. Issei noted that some of the girls were missing, but that was not his problem. He was going to ruin his life regardless. Music was blaring into their ears, which was wedding music. Well, the show has begun. Belfast, on my signal, you need to entrap Dai and ignore what your former master says. Issei mutters to Belfast as she gets the signal. She knows what she has to do now. He gives her the evil piece and mutters. Throw this in her face once I reveal the truth. Fortunately, no one hears what they have to say due to blaring music. Issei and Belfast watched Issei's brother, who was having a smile. However, Issei knew that he was pervertedly looking at them, knowing that they are going to be his, and there was nothing that Issei could do to stop him. Little does he know, Issei could care less for them. Gabriel gave a sad glance to Issei, who could seen throwing a toast to them. He could care less on what they think of him. Fortunately, aside from Gabriel, all of the girls were in their la la land to even bother noticing to them. Vasco Strata started to announce the wedding. We have gathered here for the auspicious wedding between the pillar of the factions, that being Dai Haidu, and all these lovely women which comprise of Ria's Gremory, Akeno Himejima, Kaneko Taoju, Asia Argento, Zenobia Quarta, Irina Shidu, Roswis, Sona Citri, Serapho Leviathan, Tsubaki Shinra, Kusha Abaddon, Yusaka, Elmenhold Karnstein, Lady Gabriel, Ravel Phoenix and Penemu. It is an honor for me to be the one to host this wedding to gather for the union between these soulmates. Vasco announced with happiness, as many were happy seeing this, their daughters getting wedded to the legendary hero of the factions. Issei snorted in amusement while having a glass of Diet Coke as he muttered to Belfast. That old musclehead is right about one thing. This is a union between soulmates, after all the union is meant for those that share the same mentality, mindset and rotten nature of each other. Belfast chuckled upon hearing this as she watched the wedding, with Vasco making the wedding vows. Issei was initially surprised by the fact that they were making the wedding 2 days after what happened with the vampires, but he soon shook his head in annoyance, knowing that with Dai at the helm, this was a possibility that could have happened. He soon looks to see each of the girls saying their vows as well. Issei was getting bored upon this, as he patiently waited on when the wedding vows would end. Soon enough, Vasco spoke the following. If anyone here knows of any lawful impediment why these people should not be joined together in holy matrimony, speak now or forever hold your peace. Issei soon stood up, gave a glance to Belfast who nodded, and shouted. I have an objection. Issei looked to see all eyes turn to him, as Belfast vanished from the view. Many were startled by this, as the girls minus Gabriel in the wedding ceremony looked in surprise. Riaz was horrified seeing him here, as she shouted. You? How dare you interfere in our wedding? And who let you in for this? Many others also soon joined in the protest, with the second person being Akeno, as she spoke. Yeah, after what you did to Elmenhold, you shouldn't even be welcome here. You're the reason why my own grandmother turned on me. Roswis shouted in anger and agony looking at Issei with Yusaka being next. You are nothing but the scourge of this world, you should be ashamed of coming here, you bastard. My sister hates me because of you, she deserves better like die instead of you. Kaneko spoke venomously, as Penemu continued. You're not going to get away with this. Penemu shouted, as the girls started to insult him, as Issei only took a deep breath. Gabriel was the only one not insulting him. He then released his aura and exclaimed. Shut it, you dumbasses. The girls immediately zipped their mouths and were fearful, they were terrified of the monster in front of them, with Elmenhold looking at him with fear, helplessness and despair. Issei then spoke. Good, you whores have kept your mouth shut, it was getting suffocated. Issei then shook his head and spoke. And if you are wondering on how I am here, that's a secret, and know before you ask, I am not against this wedding, if anything I am here to provide my little brother with a wedding gift. Since I never actually gave him one. Pre-wedding. Issei walked towards the ceremony, as some of the guards wanted to stop him, with the wedding guests also desiring the same. But they knew that he is not going to let that slide. He reached the altar where Vasco and the girls wondered what gift he is going to give his brother. He then spoke. May I have the microphone? But why do you need it for? Vasco asked, to which Issei spoke. Just wanted to make this show more lively. Fret not, I will return it back to you. Vasco just gave him the microphone. Michael wanted to speak, but Issei wagged his finger and gave a glare which made him back away, knowing full well what he is capable of. Now then, I will be honest and blunt with y'all. Aside from the Diet Coke which was provided by my lovely friend right there. Issei pointed towards the bartender who was turning his gaze away from everyone present as he continued. It was pretty boring, like there was nothing to do but wait for these whores who took a ridiculous amount of time to get dressed like ours to do so. I mean, who does that, and even still there was nothing to do here aside from drinking at the pub. Issei spoke mockingly as many were glaring at him, including the girls that had a look of murder, but they were helpless against them. Okay, I can understand that these girls needed time to actually get dressed, since it was the best day of their life, even if it was married to someone like him. The girls were getting even more angrier, Issei then continued, while Dai could only helplessly watch. But even then, there should be something at the wedding. Shame on those that organize these weddings, real shame on you. The ones that Issei had jabbed against, the Gremory family, were glaring daggers at Issei, especially Venelana and Zeocitus, who detested Issei for what he had done. And the Phoenix family, who wanted to roast him but couldn't do anything against him in any manner. However, worry not. I am here to entertain you all. Consider this my perfect gift to my brother, so then let us begin. Issei returns the microphone to Vasco, who took it as he turned to Dai and started walking towards him. He got him in an arm lock and spoke. So my little brother, oh sorry former little brother. How does it feel? To live this life? And be honest with me, alright. Dai couldn't push his brother, as he helplessly was in this situation. Issei was much stronger than he was, who could only speak. It feels good, be brother. Issei smiled in response as he spoke. Well, that's good to hear, however, it's time to set things right. Issei muttered the last part, causing Dai to be fearful. Issei then spoke. Let's see if you handle this. Issei placed a device on his neck and pushed him to the ground as he activated the device, causing a slew of memories to be shown in the ground. These memories involved what Dai's actual thoughts are of the girls. He only viewed several of them for their bodies, as he was openly annoyed by Serafal and Ria's nature. He didn't like their nature at all and only loved them for their bodies and looks. Issei snapped his fingers, temporarily removing the seal on Gabriel's power and voice. This is a damn lie, I won't accept this. You are once again framing your brothers. Asia spoke with anger, to which Issei spoke. Since you believe your lover so much, Asia-chan. Gabriel, how about you speak the truth? You have the ability to see through the hearts of people, right? You tell them what Dai really thinks of you all. Gabriel looked in surprise. When her powers and voice were restored, she could feel herself speak as she looked at Dai with complete hatred and disdain. Gabriel, what did you see? Penemu asked as Gabriel was about to speak, but Dai responded. Gabriel, please let's talk about this. Gabriel glared at him with hatred as she unleashed a blast of yellow holy magic towards him, which barely missed. She then exclaimed with disdain. You shut your mouth, you bastard. My biggest mistake was listening to your lies and accepting a fraud like you as my future husband than someone that truly loved me. You are the one of the vilest of men to have ever been born, and you are nothing but a deceiver and the real Clouchazzer. You are nothing but a vile, cruel, deceptive and evil monster that should have been destroyed when he was born. Gabriel shouted with disdain and anger with her mouth. She had tears in her eyes before she fell down weeping, revealing her wings to everyone present. Many were horrified to see this, and the ones shocked and horrified by this were angels present in the audience, and even the fallen angels. Gabriel had completely fallen from her guilt and regret on how she had misjudged a pure and noble soul. Gabriel. Michael muttered in horror as he shouted angrily towards Issei. You caused this, didn't you? You wanted Gabriel to yourself and… Shut it. You dumbus. Issei shouted, silencing Michael as he was really getting annoyed by this. Michael was glaring at Issei, trying his best to not fall from what he was seeing. He hated Issei, but was terrified that he would be silenced by him, as Issei spoke in response. Crom, do you wish to say anything? Crom decided to reveal himself, with despite Dai stopping him, he spoke. Yes, I do. What that dove and what Issei showed is correct. All those memories you are seeing, it is true. And I have been waiting for years for this day to come, even losing hope that it may never come. And I am glad it did, thank you, Issei. Issei smirked seeing this, as Crom decided to double down on her. Oh, and one more thing, listen well, angels. I still remember the day that old fucker decided to seal me in this gear. And let me tell you, I am glad you are suffering. There was a time when I liked Gabriel, and believe me when I say this, I would have done anything for her. But that biblical fucker destroyed me by deception, and this angel did nothing, thinking that I was raping her. I would never do that, and I am glad you have finally fallen. You get what you deserve, Seraph Gabriel. Crom spoke with a cold tone, as tears were falling even more from her eyes. Many of the girls were despair-ridden by what they were seeing. Riaz fell to her knees crying for what she had done. She realized that she did the deed with the fraud and monster. The mark of Crom was shining in this. Venelana and Zeocitus comforted. Bekendo fell down, crying in sadness. She cried so much to the point, eventually turning emotionless like nothing but a doll. She was unable to do anything. The worst part, she was all alone with no one to comfort her. Suzaku didn't arrive for the wedding due to her own clan disputes, deciding to not get involved. Kaneko kept weeping in agony and sadness. She kept on crying due to what she had done. She had turned her own sister against her, with Ross was thinking the same thing, her own grandmother hates her. She saw the mark and looked horrified by this, knowing she was tempted to do the deed by him and the rest of the Gremory peerage. Zenobia was in complete devastation. She wanted to lunge at Dai but couldn't do so, as she vomited in disgust just thinking about doing the deed with nothing but a scumbag. Irina was soon next to follow as she revealed her wings. Like Gabriel, she had also fallen completely. Griselda had hugged Zenobia, being helpless, with the Shidu couple doing the same too. Bravel was crying in agony seeing this. She was the manager of a fraud. She hated that she had did the deed with someone as pathetic as him. Her brothers Riser and Ruvel, both of whom were glaring angrily at Dai, who was terrified. Asia Argento had tears falling from her eyes. Issei was right to call her a witch. She really was nothing but a witch. Ray rushed to hug her, realizing the disappointment that was her brother. She also was complicit in his crimes, and now suffered because of this. Ilmenhold Karnstein was vomiting, feeling great disgust as she remembered how she always drank the blood of that person who was her husband. Serafal was gritting her teeth in anger, with tears falling from her eyes, knowing this was how Dai viewed them. She hated this, as she was consoled by her younger sister Sona, who was calming her down. She was also crying upon seeing this. Seeing on how much terrible the situation was. Isaka fell to her knees, grief-stricken by this. She once again married someone no better than her so-called former mate. She repeated the same mistake, as Kunu rushed to her mother crying, knowing that she was the reason why Dai even likes her. Tsubaki was looking down in disgust and anger, knowing she left Kiba for this man. She was weeping, as Kiba could only watch in disgust and sadness. Gusha was despair-ridden, she had abandoned her crush Sayurg for this man, and this was what she received. She was hugged by Sayurg, who could only watch helplessly seeing this. He hated that he chose a fraud over a real person. And finally Penemu, she was horrified to see this. This was the man she had chosen to spend the rest of her life with. She hated to admit it, but her first lover was better than Dai was, by a long shot. He only bragged, he did the deed with someone as beautiful as her, like an angel. And she killed him. She saw the look of betrayal in his eyes, and he cursed her that she will suffer karma. As karma did its job after such a long time, and it was everyone that suffered. Issei looked at the leaders who had a variety of emotions, as he then spoke. Now then, let's get to the main event. So leaders, still think that I am lying? Still think that he is saying the truth? Issei responded as he continued. It's a shame that Barakiel and Ajuka aren't here, especially Barakiel, since he would weep in agony seeing his poor daughter suffer. Issei spoke with a cackle, enjoying the despair in their eyes. He could see Serzich's having a tear in his eye. He then spoke. Well, Serkant, another person you lost. A so-called lovely brother-in-law. Issei spoke mockingly as Serzich's turned his gaze away. He then continued. Then we have cheater god himself, Zeus. You lost 2 daughters in a bid for them to marry this fraud. Zeus was seething in anger, as he wanted to zap him, however Issei then spoke. Ah, don't even think about it. You know very well I can destroy you if I want to. Zeus backed away with fear, anger in his eyes, as Issei continued. But fret not, I will take good care of your daughters. Poor you, your own favorite daughter Athena abandoned you for me. Zeus was gritting his teeth to the point of his gums bleeding, and his hands were being clenched to the point of bleeding. Issei could only laugh seeing Zeus like this. He wanted this man to suffer since death would be mercy, and it won't come easy to him. And finally Azazel, I can only hope that Valerie is laughing at you. Given that she rejected this moron time after time, yet you wanted her to get married, isn't that right, Crow? Azazel could only glare helplessly, as he knew that this would only damage their reputation even further. Issei relished seeing his former mentor suffer so much. Now then, getting back to the ones on stage. Issei looked at them with complete apathy. They were nothing but crying messes as Ria spoke in response. I say. Issei cuts her off and angrily speaks. Shut up. Slut. Riaz remained silent out of fear, as her parents gave a glare, but Issei didn't give 2 shits. He then spoke. Do you think I will really love any of you, after what you all did to me? You Riaz framed me for rape, fucking rape. The worst person who was affected was me and Grafia while you got away scot-free. And the worst part, this moron didn't even do anything about this. Issei spoke with fury, as he continued. Then we have Akeno, the whore that constantly tortured me for her own pleasure. I am glad that Shuri is gone, cause she wouldn't be able to handle her daughter act like this. Akeno didn't respond, as she was completely catatonic. The other guests were horrified by Issei acting like this, with some turning his gaze away from him. Kaneko, your own sister hates herself because of what you have done to me. She believes that she is a failure of a sister for what you have become. Have some shame. You're disgusting, Kaneko. Kaneko was weeping in agony seeing this. She remembered Kuroka looking at her in shame and sadness, seeing when she refused to accept Issei as her older sister's lover. Same goes for you, Roswas. I saw the mark that day near your arm. You know how distressed Gondal was when she found out you did the deed with him. You not only have disobeyed her word but also refused to accept him. Shame, you are disgusting, disgrace and putrid to even gaze upon. Issei shouted with anger and disgust, causing Roswas to weep even more, as he continued to his next person. Then Arena, my so-called childhood friend, I am glad we are no longer friends, and I am even more glad that you showed your true self to me. I am glad that we aren't dating cause you will stab me in the back. You cheating deceitful skank. Issei spoke with anger, as Arena kept weeping even more. Tauji and Mina glared at him with Tauji speaking. Issei, you. Tauji spoke with anger, but was cut off by a magic blast heading his way which sent him flying. Arena and Mina looked in horror as they shouted at the same time. Ad, Anada. They shouted at the same time rushing to him, as Issei spoke. Anyone that interrupts me will meet the same fate as this idiot. Issei pointed to Tauji who was groaning in pain. He had several wounds on his body. Issei then spoke. Now getting back, I was expecting you to be happy Zenobia, that you have someone as powerful as him to breed strong children. You should be happy, rejoicing that you did the deed with him, and now I am wishing you get pregnant with him, since that was what you always wanted, you power prostitute. Issei declared angrily, as Zenovias was looking away in disgust. Griselda wanted to say something, but was silent, knowing Issei would silence her as well, just like he did to Tauji. Next we have Asia. You know Rainer should have killed you that very day. Everyone would be happy that a witch like you would have died, at least you wouldn't have caused so much pain. Asia was weeping even more. Ray didn't even dare say anything, knowing what Issei would do to her if she would have even spoken anything. She was too afraid of doing anything. Heading back to the Citri sisters, honestly I have nothing to say to you since I said what I had to say a while back, but I am glad the two of you are suffering. I have nothing but shame for the two of you, and I am glad that you are suffering. One thing I can agree upon with Dai, as much as I hate to say it, is that you are an annoying bitch. Issei spoke angrily, to which the Citri sisters were glaring at him with tears in their eyes. Issei didn't care what they thought of him and only kept insulting them. But before that he heard something, as Dai was making his escape, as Belfast came out from the open and bam, bam. Dai's both legs were blown up, causing him to scream in pain. Aya. Dai fell to the ground looking at his attacker, as it was none other than Belfast who had shown up with her artillery beside her. You bitch, how dare you. Ah. Dai was cut off when another shot was fired at his stomach, leaving him in a half-dead state. Belfast then spoke, hovering beside Issei and not Serafel, much to the shock of the girls who were present in the altar. There is no escape, you scumbag. Belfast spoke coldly, as she was beside Issei and spoke. Thank you, Belfast. Anything for you, master. Belfast spoke with a bow, having a smile, as Serafel looked at her with an expression of betrayal, as she spoke. Bel-chan. Belfast lost her smile and spoke. There is something I need to tell Lady Leviathan. Permission to do so, master. Go on. Issei spoke with a smile, as Belfast looked at Serafel with disgust and spoke. I am leaving the services of you, Serafel Leviathan, and I have joined my new master Issei. That is what I am making it official. And before anyone speaks, here. Belfast threw the evil piece that belonged to Serafel, which shocked and horrified the devils. The fact that she got rid of her evil piece and was alive was something that scared all devils present. Belfast then spoke. If you want to know who did it, my master did so. I asked him to remove my evil piece and he did so, and now I serve him unconditionally. Belfast spoke coldly, as Serafel could only weep in agony and look at Issei with anger and despair. She lost her queen piece and her life thanks to that man, and it didn't make it better that Issei was smirking at her. I will be moving on, getting to the next person. Penemu, I pity that man who actually loved you. Sure, he bragged about you, but he genuinely loved you, but you thinking that he betrayed you for his own pleasure. And I am glad that you are stuck with a man like him. Issei pointed to Dai, who was weeping in agony, as Penemu could only cry seeing this. Issei then spoke in response. Then we get to the cheaters Tsubaki and Kusha. You both are nothing but disgraces to your clan, nothing but pathetic to even gaze upon. And the worst part, both of the boys Kiba and Seerg are equally complicit. You believed that I had no honor, but it is the two of you that don't have. I pity all those that are suffering cause of these two. Issei turned towards the two boys who were turning their gaze away from disgust. Issei was right about them, they let Dai get to them. Issei then spoke. Then we have Ilmenhold, the vampire who must have killed so many humans for their blood. I enjoyed purging those vampires, seeing them be burned under the harsh sun. They deserved it for being the bane of human existence for so long, tormenting so many innocent humans and ruining their lives. You all should be driven to extinction, cause that is what you deserve. Issei spoke angrily, causing Ilmenhold to glare at him with anger, her eyes turning red due to her vampire powers showing, but Issei only summons a whip of light magic and whips it near her, causing to lose them and become fearful. He scoffs seeing her bravado. And next person. Next is Ravel Phoenix, my personal punching bag. You are just a spoiled immature brat who thinks the world revolves around you. Now see, this is what happens when you let your spoiled tendencies get the better of you. Issei spoke with a cackle, as Riser was angry at this as he decided to burn him. Ravel was crying even further, while Ruvel knew what was going to happen. Riser? No. Riser unleashed a firestorm at Issei, who only waited for it to come close, as he snapped his fingers to disappear the flames, with Riser shouting with anger. Impossible. How can someone like you? Issei again snapped his fingers, unleashing a blast of holy magic before Riser could react, making him screech in pain, cutting him off completely as Ravel and Ruvel, along with the rest of the family, shouted. Riser, Ani-sama. The holy magic soon disappeared, revealing a half-dead Riser. He was burning with holy magic and crying in pain. His clothes were destroyed and his body was completely burned. His Phoenix regeneration doing next to nothing to save him. The parents rushed to him and tried to use their Phoenix tears to keep him alive, with everyone else from the same family doing the same. Issei then spoke. This idiot doesn't realize that I was the one that sealed Trihexa, and let me tell you, flames as pathetic as Phoenix can't do anything to me, no matter how much you try. Issei spoke mockingly, causing the Phoenix family to grit their teeth helplessly and with anger. Issei then turns his attention to the final person. And finally Yusaka. Yusaka flinched upon this as he spoke. I am not going to say much to you, but I can tell you this. You are a monster in human form. Oh wait, you are not even human to begin with. Yusaka was constantly crying as Issei continued. Not to mention, I met Tamamo no Mei, and let me tell you, she is one of the most beautiful women I have ever met. She is nothing like you, and she is beautiful not only on the outside, but also on the inside. She, along with the Yuki-onna, changed my perception on yakai, knowing not all are like you, but many unfortunately are. Issei spoke as Yusaka was bawling with despair. This meant that Tamamo was with Issei, and there was nothing she could do knowing what he can do to Yusaka. But enough of that, my gift is done, and let me tell you, this wedding has been the most enjoyable I have ever seen in my life. There was drama, despair, anguish and sadness coupled with some fear. I like it, and I couldn't be any more happy seeing all those that once looked down upon me being the ones in so much trauma and despair. Issei spoke as he walked away with Belfast trailing behind, but not before speaking. Oh, and Lady Serafal, consider this my official resignation, since henceforth I will be working with my new master, Issei Haidu. Serafal was looking at Belfast with a look of despair as she watched Belfast leave with Issei, as Issei spoke. And happy married life to all you whores. I hope you all are happy with this man, since that is all you wanted, right? Issei spoke with a smirk as the despair increased even further, with the girls weeping even more and the leaders being ashamed of themselves. However, there was fear as well, knowing he became their biggest enemy due to their actions. I will be back, and let me remind you, I will make some demands, and you have to accept every last demand without any conflicts, else let's just say things will get worse for all of you. Issei threatens them before he leaves. Some wanted to speak, but it was too late. Issei had given a glare towards them, making many really afraid of him. He did this to Riser, and there was no telling what else he is capable of. This made many that used to hate him really afraid of him. Shiva only glared at the rest of the leaders for being responsible for this mess. He had every right to hate them, and they tested his patience at every step. Issei and Belfast soon opened the door and headed outside, as the factions could watch them leave doing nothing but remain helpless. They watched I, the fraud that had taken all of the glory, and them turning their back on their real hero. Serziches soon commanded some soldiers. Take the injured to the hospital, including this fraud, and once this fraud is healed, make sure he is imprisoned till we decide what to do with him. The soldiers nodded, taking the man in, as Dai cursed with the top of his lungs, putting the Haidu clan in further jeopardy. I don't deserve this. I deserve everything, and everything in life, not my foolish brother. This is unfair, this is injustice. I refuse to accept this, let go of me. Dai shouted with all of his might, but no one listened to him. Many looked at the Haidu clan with contempt, as Goro could only turn his gaze away from everyone else. He was now afraid of the aftermath that is coming to him. Scene change. Outside the wedding hallway, 1 a.m. Issei and Belfast were outside the wedding hallway as she spoke. Well, master, we are done. Should I deactivate the cameras? Yes, and send the footage to me. I will need to check it before uploading it publicly on the social media. Belfast nodded as she snapped her fingers and the cameras went away. Nobody in the hallway had any clue that there were cameras present. She soon sent a magic orb to Issei as she spoke. Transfer it to your flash drive and you can work on it, edit it or anything. That is all you need to do, master. Issei nodded in response as Belfast spoke. So what is the plan now, master? Well, we will rest, let the aftermath destroy the factions, and I hope those that are watching the live stream have enjoyed the show. Issei spoke with a smile as he takes the device and ends the livestream, which was watched by a certain batch of people. Issei didn't know what would happen, but he knew that the factions are going to suffer big time after this. He relished making them suffer and he was excited to get back home. Master, I will probably head to the Blackwatch HQ, we can discuss our next plan from there. Issei nods as he speaks. Thank you for helping me with this one. You needn't thank me, after all it is a maid's job to look after the master. Belfast spoke before teleporting as Issei looked at her leave, he then spoke with a smirk. Time to get home, Grafia and the girls would kill me if I loiter around. Issei teleported back to California so that he could rest for the day. He knew he would get Milikas when he makes those demands, and the others would also have to concede to his demands, else he knows how to force it on them. But for now, he wanted to let the factions enjoy the dread and despair that would come. This is karma for them, and they will all suffer the consequences of what they had done to him and many others. The next day. Issei's house, California Beaches, California, USA, 9:30 a.m. Issei was finally woken up, as he had spoken up. Ah, that was the nicest sleep that I had in a while. I wonder where the others are. Issei had got up, and soon enough the boosted gear had appeared and spoke. Partner, yesterday's show was quite amazing. I never thought you would outdo yourself in such a manner. Drake commented, to which Issei responded. Yeah, let's ask the folks outside before making a decision. I still gotta upload that shit to YouTube. I don't think you should do that. Drake suggested as Issei asked. What do you mean? Hold that thing at ransom, upload the entire video if they don't comply with your demands. Like that, there is nothing they can do. Issei thought for a moment as he responded. But we have other things too, Drake. The list of the amount of women that I slept around with, which is a whole lot than the ones in the wedding. Plus, we have evidence of the leader's other actions as well that we can make public. That is just one of them. We have enough ransom to destroy any and all reputation of the faction leaders to the point of no return or recovery. The hum could be heard from Drake as he continued. In that case, upload the video. I presume that we wouldn't have much ransom against them, and not to mention. The leaders had enjoyed the fruits of your sealing of Trihixa and other achievements. Everything is going to crumble around them once you are done with them. Issei smirked at this as he spoke. Indeed, my true friend, but for now let's enjoy our day. We need to plan for what comes next. Issei spoke as Drake cuts off the connection as Issei heads out. He knew that he would be greeted by the girls that are living in his house. Issei was seated in his home as he was present with Ingvild and Tamamo no Mei as Tamamo spoke. So I am pretty sure you had a good night rest, didn't you? Yep, it was quite amazing when your enemies are having a night of despair. I am pretty sure that they won't even be sleeping due to the shit that happened in the cathedral. Issei spoke mockingly as Tamamo couldn't help but chuckle. She enjoyed the despair of her younger sister Yusaka when she was in despair. She couldn't help but relish seeing that happen. I know, and the best part. Yusaka was suffering the same thing again. Guess karma worked against her twice. Tamamo spoke mockingly as she remembered Issei informing her about the first time that her first partner and Kunu's birth father had abandoned her. At least they won't come after me, right Issei? Ingvild asked, to which Issei responded. Yep, and I know how to make sure that they don't. Ingvild gave a smile as she knew that Issei would protect her. He then asked. Speaking of which, where is Grafia? Oh, she is inside because. Ingvild is cut off when she hears footsteps, and it turns out Grafia who seemed to be holding something. She then spoke in response, causing everyone to turn towards her. You know, I was going to celebrate Serzich's fall from grace later, but I think now would be the right time. They all saw she was holding a chocolate cake that was well decorated and decently made. Grafia then spoke with a genuine smile. I hope you enjoy it. Grafia walked forward with the cake as she kept it on the dining table. She then spoke. Let me serve you all. Grafia took the knife which was near her and started to slice off some pieces of the cake, giving it to each of the people present. Issei then spoke. Thank you, Fia-chan. Grafia gave a gentle smile to him as Issei asked. Did you bake this yourself? I did, had to wake up a bit earlier to do so, but I was able to do so. Serving as a maid made me develop some good habits. And on the bright side, I don't have to wear those clothes anymore. Grafia spoke with a smile as she continued. Used to do this for my former husband Serzich's, or how you say it Ice, Serkant. Issei chuckled at this as Issei and others took a bite of the cake, with Grafia asking. So how is it? It's good, Grafia. Ingvild responded to the question. This is the first time I properly had chocolate cake and I like it. Tamamo responded with a smile. It's good, but it's a bit too sweet. Issei spoke with a smirk, earning a playful smack from Grafia as she spoke. Well, that's all you are going to get, so I would advise to finish it up before we end up doing so. Issei nodded as they all had the cake and had a good time enjoying the stuff that had happened with them. Grafia also sat down and enjoyed her cake, for the first time enjoying her life and now not fearing any consequence. Scene change. John's house, California, 9:30 a.m. John was seated having his cup of coffee as soon Yuri came in with breakfast. She then spoke with a smile. Anada. John looks up and smiles as she brought it in and gave it to him. She then spoke. I wanted to know, do you like my cooking now? Let me at least take a bite first. John retorted as Yuri sat beside him. John took a bite and responded. It's good, but the meat is raw. Boy. You aren't Gordon Ramsay, you know. Yuri retorted annoyingly as John laughed at her state, with her pouting in response. He then pulled her in and responded. But it's good that the situation back in your world is finally over, right? They hopefully won't come after us. Yuri smiled, but she soon realized on what kind of people Yusaka and her council is as she heard stories of them being persistent and cutthroat as she spoke with worry. No, John. I don't think it is over, not just yet. Yuri spoke with concern as John asked with worry. Why? It is because I have heard stories of Yusaka and her council. Even if they are in this state right now. They will find a way to locate us and try to get us separated. Unless someone deals with them permanently, we cannot live in peace. John looked at her and spoke. Why do they hate yakai human bonding? Like, what is their problem with that? From what I know, yakai are beings that are supposed to be feared by humans, not loved. You did read stories about it, didn't you? Yuri explained to John as he nodded with him speaking. I do. And anyone who opposes them, Yuri finishes his statement, are executed without hesitation. From what I hear, one of your kind met the same fate, didn't she? Yuri gave a nod, remembering the fateful incident. Like many others, she was made an example of for bonding with her human lover and hybrid children. She then spoke. I never actually told you this. But the Yuki-onna that was killed that day was my sister. John was stunned by this revelation as he asked. What? Yes, John. Yuri split up from him and spoke. She was my sister. When she was captured and tried, she was executed by the council on the spot. I never got to tell you this is because I couldn't do anything and I was powerless to stop this execution. I was only told that she broke the law of being with a human. Even then, in her final moments, my sister's eyes showed no anger, no hatred. Yuri spoke with sniffles, tears were falling from her eyes. John hugged her, calming her down as he continued. Then why you didn't do anything? Because I was powerless, I stood no chance against a Kyuubi no Kitsune. Yet despite this, my sister showed no animosity towards them and asked me to not attack, knowing I would have gotten killed for defending. She died in front of my eyes and I could only watch. And the reason I didn't tell you is that it is a sensitive memory that was buried deep inside. Dawn calmed her down and spoke with a normal yet soothing tone. SHH. It's alright, I am here. Worry not. Nobody is going to take you away from me. Yuri cried onto his chest, feeling that Yusaka was getting karma for all the heinous actions she had done to many people. After a while, they split up with John asking his final question. Then, when you are asked by Issei about her, then why you didn't tell him this detail? Yuri shook her head and spoke. It brought back bad memories. You see, when Yuki-onnas remain in isolation away from their loved ones, we lose our emotions. The best way to describe this is by our emotions freezing and becoming cold, and after my sister's execution, I kept my distance from everyone, refusing to meet anyone and only talking to my kind, unless I had no choice. I did so, till I. John ended her statement by speaking. Till you met me. Yes, and you remember on how cold I used to be during our early days being together? John nodded, now making sense on how her lack of emotion was now making more sense. As time passed, her emotions started to come and she became better. It took me months to restore to my original self, but when you were captured, I once again started to lose them while finding a way to rescue you. I remembered my sister's death, I lost her, and there was no way I am going to lose you too. Yuri declared with a solemn tone as John held her hands as he spoke. You know, I am actually pissed. Yuri flinched upon this. She understood that she did keep some more of her past a secret. She realized that he did feel a bit betrayed by the fact she kept this a secret. I am pissed that I had a sister-in-law that was killed for such a lowly crime. She really is a monster. And if anything, it was nice for her to pay the price of her crimes. John spoke with slight anger in his voice as he looked at Yuri's eyes, which was watering, pulling her for a hug. He soon have her a kiss on the forehead and spoke. But, worry not. I will be beside you, no matter what happens. Yuri nodded with a smile as John spoke with a smirk, speaking. You know, since you have a sister, I wonder if she is as hot as you. And John was unable to finish as he could feel a very cold aura nearing him. He looked in fear down, seeing a very angry Yuri with her speaking. You have some nerve of saying that to me. John. I was just joking. There is no one as beautiful as you. Please, I haven't even seen her. I won't say that again. Yuri seemed to calm down, with her responding. Good. John sighed in relief as he spoke. I swear, you will be the end of me one day. Well, as long as you don't try and say things like this. You will be fine, but know this. Yuri soon leaped closer to him and wrapped her arms around him and spoke. No matter what happens, I will never abandon or leave you, Anada. She spoke with a gentle smile as she pushed John on the couch, forcing him to lie down with her on the top as they started to do what couples do when they are alone. Scene change. Ishinami Estate, Tokyo Metropolis, Japan, 1:30 p.m. Haruka was in her study, having a smile on her face. She remembered the livestream that had happened just yesterday, and there was no denying it. Soon the door was knocked by someone as Haruka spoke. Come in, who is it? The person that comes inside was Jin, as he asked. Is this a good time to talk, mother? Yes, and how many times have I told you to call me mom while we are in private, only call me mother when guests are at our place or in meetings. Jin scratched his head with his hand and spoke. Sorry mother, mom, it is just ingrained into my system at this point. Haruka gave a sigh as she spoke. It's alright Jin, I am not angry at all. Speaking of which, what brings you here anyway? I wanted to ask, did the Haidu clan suffer in the aftermath of what happened in the livestream? Haruka looked at him for a moment and spoke with a smile. Indeed, they did. They would have lost their supernatural standing in the world. Plus, Issei did inform us that he would upload the video on public soon enough, at most by today, and use bot views to get the attention it needs. Wait, he recorded the whole event? Haruka nodded with a smile and responded to Jin's question. Why yes, he did. He wanted the Haidu clan to suffer, and this would not only expose the supernatural factions to the world even further, but will also ruin their standing in the world. Furthermore, Issei intended for this to happen since a long time due to them tormenting him and hating him, thanks to my so-called nephew's lies. I believe you saw the livestream, right? Yes mom, I did. If anything, I don't understand, why do they hate him so much? Is that why he became this aggressive? Jin asked. He didn't know much about Issei before, only by the fact that Haruka informed that he was one of the few that are part of the Haidu clan. Hence why he was on the edge seeing him. Jin knew that Issei would destroy him from what his grandfather and mother had told him. But even they aren't fully aware on how much powerful Issei is, since he is strong enough to easily destroy the Kishinami if he wanted to, and drive them to being nothing but a memory. They haven't officially been made part of the BLACKWATCH Council as of yet, since Issei is going to debate on their involvement with the other leaders, and only they and Issei's closest allies know of his true strength. And the Kishinami clan aren't what Issei may consider close. Haruka gave a sigh as she spoke. If there is anyone that hates the Haidu clan more than even us, it is Issei. Jin was even more surprised by this, as he asked. Wait mom, how can this be? He is part of the clan, isn't he? Haruka shook her head and spoke. Not exactly, he is no longer a part of the clan. This has been such since the past few months. Jin remained confused as Haruka spoke with a tone of explanation. I will explain everything, you see. Even when Issei was part of the Haidu clan, he and his older sister Mary were met with scorns and hatred from the clan due to lacking massive magical or physical talent. They were looked down upon by their own clan, minus for Juzo, who tried his best to protect the duo, but he tragically passed away, and then Mary was there. But what could a child do to protect her little brother against a clan that scorned and hated them? Jin was surprised by this. He never heard that they were scorned by their own family for lacking any magical or physical talent, as he felt pity for Issei, with Jin asking. Was Miki involved in this? Yes, she was. The two siblings were reminded of myself and on how I was chosen by the clan to lead it instead of her. In her eyes, I lacked the magical potency she had and was constantly reminded of it by her. She hated me and looked down upon me. I believe I informed you about that. Jin nodded, as anger could be seen in his eyes, being reminded of the treatment Haruka had to go through courtesy of his aunt. He hated her and didn't want her anywhere near his family due to what she did. She went so far as to doing this to her own kids. They weren't exempt from this treatment from her and the rest of the clan. Mary was able to escape the abuse. Issei, he wasn't so lucky. Haruka spoke with sadness, as Jin nodded, feeling anger for what his cousins had to go through. It reminded him of his own abuse that his mother had to go through because of Miki. As a result, Issei developed a deep hatred for his clan, surpassing what even my father once had, and even the rest of us. If there is anyone that hates the Haidu clan the most, it is Issei. Haruka responded, as Jin nodded. He then speaks. But does that mean? No, he won't. He sees the Kishinami as no better than the Haidu clan. Jin was horrified by this, but before he could speak in retortion, Haruka spoke. We left him and his sister alone too. We left them to his own devices, in a cruel clan of wolves who wouldn't hesitate to eat their own if needed to benefit themselves. Issei hates us for that, but fortunately not enough to destroy us. Jin could only imagine the abuse the two had to go through, since the two lacked any magical and physical prowess, and didn't unlock it later in their years. They were treated as pariahs and disgraces to the clan that only desired power and put that above anything else. We weren't any different too. Your grandfather refused to contact anyone from the Haidu clan after Miki betrayed us. You were very young when this happened and Hakuno wasn't even born, but he made it clear that none were allowed to contact her or her children, and many of us had to abide by this. By the time we realized our error, it was far too late. But that doesn't mean we cannot fix a broken bond. Like bridges, they can be rebuilt or repaired as time passes by. That is why, Jin, we cannot give up on Issei and Mary. I and your grandfather have discussed on what we need to do and have come up to a conclusion. We won't get involved in their personal life, but we will keep an eye on them and protect them from the shadows. Jin nodded in understanding. It was no wonder Issei acted so cold with both him and his sister, like he didn't want to deal with them at all, and wanted to leave from there. Jin, promise me one thing. We need to set things right with those two, we need to protect and care for those two, so please keep your anger aside for the time being, because it will only cause you problems. Haruka spoke with a serious tone, as Jin understood this, as she spoke with a smile. I understand, Mom. Haruka gave a gentle smile, with her speaking. Jin, tell this and explain this to your sister as well. She is smart enough to understand this and inform her accordingly. There is hope, and we can't lose that hope, son. Jin nodded, as he understood the implications of what needs to be done. Jin was a smart boy, and would have been the heir of Ryugi, but he was unable to handle the dual personality without being driven insane. While Hakuno was able to do so. The psychic ability of the Ryugi family from which Haruka's mother was from, is to create dual personalities within themselves. The Ryugi believed that the mastering of one skill would result in the abandonment of another, so they attempted to cultivate two personalities in each member of the family, to allow for different skills to be learned by each. Because a dual personality was difficult to detect in society as compared to the Spanish pesetas of other families of the Devil Hunter organization, they were able to survive when the era of demon hunting ended. Their particular Spanish pesetas of a dual personality is not without its drawbacks, however. The vast majority of the Ryugi became insane due to becoming unable to regulate their two halves within themselves and became murderous beasts, which almost Jin to become one. Much to Haruka and her husband's terror, they were afraid of losing their oldest, that is why he was made the second heir. Giving him time to master this, while Hakuno was made the current heir of Ryugi, since she mastered it much quicker. While Jin was made the heir of Kishinami. Despite this, unlike Mickey, Jin loved his sister unconditionally, while the family never left him, unlike the Haidas who did this to Issei and Mary cause they lacked the potential and prowess that the others had. Mom, I wanted to ask. How hard was it for you to become an heir to the clan? And what will my sister have to go through in the future? Haruka flinched, remembering the hard work she had put through to reach the level she is today. She remembered that it wasn't easy, and that with the constant belittling of Mickey was the reason why it was hard for her. She looked at her son with a normal tone, he was protective of his younger sister, and that was no secret. She then spoke with a normal tone. It wasn't easy for me. I had to work day and night to become the heir, and if it wasn't for my parents secretly favoring me, I doubt I would even be here. I owe it to them for getting this far, and truth be told, I fear that Mickey would have taken my place a long time ago and brought our clan to ruin if it wasn't for my father seeing on what kind of a person she is. Haruka explained, as Jin nodded, she knew that her clan would have worsened if Mickey was in charge. She remembered the harassment she had to go through thanks to Mickey and found resemblance between herself and Issei, being victims of harassment by their own siblings. Well, I will take my leave, I think you should also finish the rest of your work, Mom. Haruka nodded, as she knew she had some of her clan work remaining before she could rest for the day. Jin decided to leave his mother to her work. She wondered on what was going to happen in the future, but she was looking forward to one thing, which was the downfall of her sister. Scene change. Cafe, California, USA, 5:30 p.m. Issei was in the cafe, he was besides Artemis, Athena, James and Mocha Akashiya, all of whom were present to start uploading the video. Fortunately, the cafe was empty with the staff being inside working on some food, while the cashier was on his phone with his headphones on playing some mobile games. James then asked, "Is the editing done?" "Yep, and all you need to do is upload this video and we are set," Issei explained, to which James nodded in agreement. He was soon given the flash drive that the video was contained into James, who uploaded it and started sending the video and uploading it publicly. While James was working, Issei was speaking with Artemis, Athena and Mocha, as Artemis spoke. "So once you make your demands, our father will leave us be?" Artemis asked, to which Issei spoke. "We can only hope, but knowing your father, he won't stop till he gets back at me." Athena added upon this and spoke. "True, he is not going to give up. I know him, Artie. He never gave up when I was forced to wed Dai, and when I left, he sent his Olympians and minor gods to track the both of us down." Artemis looked down and sighed upon this, as she spoke. "That means we may have to take down father. Even then, I doubt that would work, since we have to deal with Hera." Issei spoke with contempt, remembering the wife of Zeus. Athena understood the hatred Issei had for the Greek pantheon, given they did torture him for information on Drake and Ingvald. "So how are we going to deal with father?" Artemis asked with a sigh. She hated her father for a lot of things, and one of them was being a hypocrite, as Issei spoke. "Fear. That is our only option. I have seen on how compliant they become when fear is used. We gotta do the fear tactic, else that man-child will keep annoying us till he gets what he wants. Hell, he didn't hesitate to torture his own family when this happened, and I am going to set him up as an example for what he did to them." Issei spoke with anger, his eyes turning red due to the blacklight virus, remembering on what Zeus did to his adoptive sisters, as Athena and Artemis held his hands, while Mocha calmed him down. Issei realized this and took a deep breath to calm himself down, with Mocha speaking. I understand, Ice, but please don't let the virus or even your anger get the better of yourself. We don't want to lose you. Yeah, we lost you before and we don't want to lose you again. Athena added with worry as Issei nodded in understanding. The girls soon split up and Issei speaks. I know, sorry about the outburst. Honestly, it is frustrating on how he got away with such a crime. Athena keeps her hand on Issei and speaks. We understand, we hate it too that our friends were hurt in this manner. You got that one right, Issei, we had to stay hidden, otherwise who knows father would have tortured us as well. Artemis spoke with anger as she remembered suffering that both Macaria and Melano had to go through. She hated Zeus for what he had done to them. Anyways, Issei's phone started to ring as he asked. Sorry girls, I need to take this. The girls nodded as Issei spoke. Yes, Valerie. Valerie was hurt informing him about some things. Oh, they are doing it right now. They are deciding what to do now. Alright, I will be there. Keep me updated, Valerie. Issei spoke with a smile as he ended the call. Mocha then asked. What happened? Issei spoke in response. Valerie informed me about the current situation with the factions. They were completely distraught and many of the girls' relatives were unable to sleep in the night. Apparently they are here for a discussion on what is going to happen with the factions right now, and it is time I make my demands to them. Worry not, I will cover everything that you need. Issei spoke with a smile as the girls nodded. James then spoke. I am done with the video, it will be uploaded in 5 minutes completely. Since it will take some time, I will stay here, ensuring it is done. Issei nodded as he responded with a smile. Thanks James, I really owe you one. James nodded and gave a smile. Issei then spoke. I will be taking my leave and I will probably call Tamamo with me. Issei decided to teleport back to his home to prepare for the meeting. He was going to enjoy this completely. Scene change. Underworld, 7:30 p.m. Serziches and the other leaders had gathered. Shiva had opted to not go since he had a gut feeling that things would go south. Many of the leaders had either dark circles underneath their eyes due to lack of sleep or disheveled hair. I am glad you guys could make it. Serziches didn't want to be here since Ria's was a complete mess when the truth was revealed. She refused to even come out due to Dai being revealed to be a complete fraud. Even the other girls are in a terrible state. Akeno was in the Gremory estate completely emotionless, not responding to any stimulus or anything. She had lost all hope of living in this world, almost akin to a doll. Her parents are dead and her lover turned out to be a fraud. Asia was contemplating suicide. Since her lover turned to be a fraud, she was stopped by the maids, which resulted in her crying constantly due to it. Braswis and Kaneko were trying to contact their loved ones, but there was no response. They believed that their blind belief in defending their fraud caused them to turn against their loved ones. They were contemplating on leaving the Gremory and becoming strays, but were afraid of being hunted down. Bravel was in the same boat. She was being consoled by Ruvel and the rest of the Phoenix family. Riser was still in the hospital due to what Issei did, and his condition was critical, with chances of surviving being high, but he wouldn't be in the same physical state as before. Ravel became even more spoiled, often refusing to connect to anyone and being rude and aggressive with everyone. Zenobia was taken to Griselda. It was unknown what was happening to her, but she would return when the time was right. Her mental state was not in the right. The Citri sisters were also mentally affected. Sona was in a bad state, with her also being too dissolved in work making her completely stoic and cold. She tried to keep herself completely immersed in her work to forget about the bad thing, but failed and started to cry even louder, with her Pirajmai Nasaji consoling her. Seraphil was worse. She threw all of her magical girl stuff in anger, cause those only brought bad memories for her, remembering the time she spent with Dai. Gusha was crying endlessly. She, like Asia, wanted to take her own life, but was stopped by Sayerg as she cried on his chest. Sayerg felt like the piece of shit person that he is, that supported their relationship. He thought she would be happy by this, but this was not what she was expecting. Speaking of the rest, there were several others that were affected as well. Some like Luke Geru, Gaspar Vladi and Yudo Kiba felt like the scum of the earth for supporting a fraud like him, and with Luke and Yudo feeling disgusted at seeing that how once they viewed him as an honorable saint of a man. Gaspar felt shame that he was the younger brother of a scumbag like Dai Haidu. It's alright Serziches, we all had a bad day yesterday. Auden spoke with a sigh, remembering Gondal's harsh words during her resigning that they would all regret one day their treatment of Issei, and now it is coming to a reality. Worse, Lord Shiva refuses to contact us. He says that this is our problem, and we need to solve it. Speaking of which, how is Lady Asaka doing? Azazel looked at Nararian, who gave a sigh of distraught and anguish as he spoke. It is not pretty. Asaka's state is pretty bad. Such that I was made the leader of the West Yaokai faction till his state settles down. Kunu is too young, and even she was hit by his betrayal even more, thinking he would be a good father figure, but alas, he turned into a scumbag. Nararian spoke with a look of anger, as Megari calmed him down. However, soon enough a magic circle garnered their attention, as they all looked at it. They recognized this belonged to Issei. Just when things couldn't get any worse. He shows up. To mock us. Michael spoke with sadness, as Issei soon revealed himself. However, to his surprise, someone comes beside him as well. No way. Nararian spoke with fear, recognizing who it was, as Megari was also terrified on who it was. She then spoke with fear. It can't be. Tamamo no Mei. Tamamo soon showed up, with a colder look. She wore her kimono and revealed her 9 tails and 2 ears to everyone present, telling the supernatural on who she is. You must be the faction leaders, it is not a pleasure to meet you in person. Tamamo spoke coldly, as Issei, although not showing it, was surprised. He had never seen this side of her, as he wondered what more sides are there of hers. Wait, she is the same Tamamo no Mei that is capable of destroying Japan? A soldier asked, but before any of the yokai could respond, Tamamo spoke. Yes, it is me. I am the very same Tamamo no Mei that can destroy Japan if I wanted to. But I won't do it, since it is not in my nature to commit genocide. That is a slander that my so-called sister and the yokai present in this room did, especially Nararian. Those that are unaware of this were surprised, with Nararian being nervous. Megari then spoke with confusion. How did you find Tamamo? And how dare you keep her protected from us? Issei spoke in response. I kept her with me because I know of the truth. You have some nerve of splitting up another couple who only wanted to love and cherish their bond. I told you once, and I am telling you again, you have no right to split 2 individuals in love. And I know, it was your kind that poisoned Toba all those years ago. Issei spat with disdain, as Megari backed away in surprise. She was terrified on what this mere human was capable of. Issei looked at her state and was disgusted at the council for the horrific actions they did to their own kind. Brat, I would advise you to surrender her to us. She needs to be sealed and will be sealed because she is a threat to everyone. Before Issei could respond, Tamamo speaks. I will handle this, yokai. It is time to show how strong I really am. Tamamo walked forward as she started to release vast amounts of senjutsu, which made even Nararian and Megari nervous. Her tail started to change into blonde, with another tail coming out as her hair changed into blonde and it became shorter. She decided to show who she really is. Her true self and her true nature. She had regained her full power, now being as strong at her prime. They all looked at her. She was not a Kyuubi no Kitsune or a 9-tailed fox. She was the first and only Jibai no Kitsune or a 10-tailed fox. Tamamo's aura was divine, which showed that she has reached divinehood, making her the first Kitsune to ever reach godhood. She was a goddess that was standing in front of her yokai subjects. To any yokai, they would be seeing that she was a legendary being capable of destroying anyone that dares opposes her, a divine spirit if one may say. She then spoke with a cold tone. Do you still wish to capture me? Go ahead, stop me if you can. I dare you. Tamamo announced with a cold tone, making Nararian and Megari terrified of what they are witnessing. Nararian was angered and helpless seeing this, as Tamamo unleashed even more aura, making the yokai even more terrified. You mercilessly tormented my lover Toba and made him suffer agonizing death at the hands of a civil war that your council and my so-called sister had a hand in. Just cause you wanted to maintain the status quo of humans fearing yokai. Tamamo spoke with total coldness, as the 2 yokai were downright afraid due to the immense aura she was radiating. Even the other leaders were on the edge due to what they were seeing, as Zeus demanded. Brat, stop her. Tamamo turned to Issei as he spoke. I ain't doing shit, cheater cunt. Tamamo smiled upon this as she decided to deal with the 2 yokai. Zeus was taken aback as he gritted his teeth with anger. He was ready to electrocute him and Tamamo, but Issei was 2 steps ahead. He immediately summoned a magic circle with god-slaying sealing magic and created a bounding field, entrapping Zeus. What is this? Let me out of here. Zeus demanded as Issei spoke. I knew that you would attack me or Tamamo, that is why I prepared this beforehand to deal with a cheater cunt like you. And yes, I have ways or contingencies against all of you, so don't even think about attacking me or Tamamo. The leaders were stunned by this. They weren't expecting Issei to be this prepared against them. They were now even more concerned on what else he is capable of. Zeus was seething seeing this, as he kept smashing the seals only to be sent backwards by them. His hands were being burned due to the god-slaying magic present in the seals. Issei smirked seeing his state as she turned to Tamamo, who started to walk towards the 2 yokai who were frozen in fear, as she spoke with fury and anger. Maybe I should burn the 2 of you. You deserve to rot in Yomi for all eternity. I will pray to Izanami to make sure you are tormented for your sins. Let's see on how much flames does it take to burn you completely. Tomomo's tone had hatred. She hated what happened to her life just because of some yaokai who wanted to maintain the stupid status quo. Irarian and Megari were fearing for their lives. Tomomo was about to burn them when the hand was placed on her shoulder which snapped her out of her anger. Turning around, she was surprised to see it was Issei. You made your point clear and you sent your message. These two won't even dare mess with you now. Tomomo scoffed at this as she responded. They won't ice. Unless we destroy them, they will keep haunting our lives just cause we broke their stupid rules. Our only way out is by killing them. Tomomo spoke with anger and disgust as Issei spoke with a normal tone. I understand your anger, but their stupid rules will get them killed one day anyway. And who knows, they will die an even more painful death anyway. You are not the only one that wants them dead, Tomomo. And besides, death is mercy for them, they must suffer for what they have done. Tomomo realized who he was referring to as she soon took a breath and nodded. She reverted back to her normal state and her extra tail vanished, showing that she was just another nine-tailed fox and her hair reverts back to normal. She looked at the pitiful states of the two yaokai and had a small smile and spoke. This is a warning, next time try anything against my family and I swear, I will make it my mission to purge you all completely. The two yaokai were terrified of her and even more terrified of what is going to happen to them in the future. Tomomo soon stood beside Issei as he spoke. Now then, let's get to the demands. I believe I have 4 specific demands. If you don't comply, I will ruin your reputation even further. And before you think I am bluffing, check the social media. Azazel checked the social media only to drop his phone while speaking with horror. No. The others checked the phone only to be horrified as Surziches shouted in anger. You bastard. You dared upload the entire wedding on social media. Indeed I did, and the best part. The whole world will see on what the factions are truly, and the best part. It is in 8K resolution and in high definition. Issei made the television gesture, earning a smile of amusement from Tomomo. The leaders were horrified by this, with Zeus constantly banging the god-slaying seal that was kept trapping him only to scream in pain. Aya. Issei turned to him and shook his head in response. Idiot. Issei spoke apathetically, seeing Zeus now starting to tear up due to the pain. He turned to the others and spoke. Now then, I have enough proof to completely destroy any and all standing of you all in this world. And I can start by revealing who was it that actually sealed Trihexa. All I need to do is show my memories. Issei spoke with an innocent smile as he continued. I wonder if your factions would want you all as leaders. The leaders were gritting their teeth in anger, knowing that Issei was threatening them, as Odin responded. Are you threatening us, boy? Issei spoke in response. Yes, I am. But I am someone that fulfills my word, just like I did today. I keep my promises unlike you all. So what's it going to be, leaders? Are you willing to keep your pride or your position? Issei spoke with a dark smile which made them all afraid of him. Even Tomomo felt slightly unnerved by the smile. Maybe she should maintain the therapy sessions that Issei liked, and she didn't mind even if Issei slept while holding her tails. Surziches was the first to relent as he spoke. Fine, you can have your demands. What is it you want? I accepted as well. Michael was next, as Odin soon spoke while turning his gaze away. I will do so as well. Odin spoke with defeat, as the other leaders present also agreed with this, as much as they hated it. Well then, first thing is. If there is anyone that wishes to ally with me, there is nothing that you can say or stop them from doing so. This includes anyone that wants to join BLACKWATCH, and I mean anyone. The leaders were kidding, as Michael spoke in response. Is this a joke? Issei shook his head and spoke. Nope. Moving on. Second, anyone that I or BLACKWATCH wishes to protect will be under my protection as well. No faction will be going after that person, and I mean, no one. If I see anyone doing so, I will see to it that their corpses will be sent back to their respective factions. Issei spoke coldly, turning his gaze to the yaokai present who were hating the second condition the most amongst them, as Nerarian spoke in response. You damned. Issei and Tomomo gave a cold glare which silenced the yaokai out of fear, as Issei spoke. Nobody asked for your opinion, Jimmy Neutron. Nerarian was even more furious at the blatant insult that Issei threw at him. But Issei didn't give 2 shits about him anyway. The third condition, any stuff you have stolen from Mocha Akashiya and me will be returned back to me, and this means her rosary that you have stolen, Azazel. Issei glanced towards Azazel, who nodded and teleported immediately out of fear. He was afraid of what Issei was going to do if he would deny this request. And for my fourth and final condition, I demand the surrender of Milika's Gremory to us, and this is non-negotiable. Surziches was stunned by this request as he spoke with anger and fury. Is this some kind of a joke? I am afraid not. This was a request by an anonymous person. And believe me, you will soon find out why I asked for him specifically. Issei spoke in response as he continued. So Gremory, what would you choose, your son or your position? Serziches relented since he would lose a lot after the video, and worse Issei had even more ransom against him, and he would even destroy his family even more if needed. Fine. I accept. Serziches spoke with sadness as Issei spoke. Excellent. Issei snapped his fingers revealing a cute young boy with short crimson hair and red eyes. He was unconscious, carried by Issei in his arms, as Issei spoke. Good thing I knocked him out while bringing him here, well that is all from my side. Azazel soon arrived with the stuff as he spoke. Here. Excellent. Issei checked the stuff for any traps, and once it was in the clear, he spoke. Good, you have learned from our last encounter. Azazel nodded in understanding and out of fear as he looked at Milikas and spoke. Well, I will be leaving, goodbye, and we will meet again soon. Issei spoke with a smirk, seeing the despair and anger in the eyes of many as he and Tamamo teleported out of there. Serziches only slammed the table with anger as tears fell from his eyes. He now lost his son too after losing his wife. The other leaders calmed him down as the god-slaying seals vanished. Michael immediately sent some guards to take care of Zeus, with the god being despair-ridden. Scene change. Issei's house, California Beaches, California, USA, 9:30 p.m. Milikas soon rubbed his eyes as he spoke. Where am I? He had woken up from being unconscious as he turned around to see Grafia standing beside him as he spoke with a tone of surprise. Mother. Grafia had tears in her eyes as she immediately embraced her son. She then spoke. Oh Milikas, I am so glad that you are alright. I am glad you are back here with me. Milikas was also happy. His father had informed him that his mother was dead. He returned the hug and spoke. But mother, you were dead, father told me so. Grafia split up from her son and spoke. I know, there is a lot I need to tell you. First and foremost, that man you call a father, he is nothing short of a monster. Milikas was even more confused as he asked. Mother, I don't understand, what do you mean he is a monster? Grafia knew what she had to do. She had to show her scars that were caused by the wounds that Serziches inflicted on her. She removed her shirt and showed Milikas, who was horrified to see the scars. He then spoke in response. Mother, who did this to you? Milikas asked, to which Grafia spoke. Your father did, he tortured me on a weekly basis cause I cheated on him with Issei. He even harmed me, thinking that I let Issei do the deed with me and betrayed his trust. He is a monster, Milikas, and I honestly don't know if I would have escaped from this, but if it wasn't for Issei, I wouldn't even be here. I would still be abused by that man. Milikas remained silent as Grafia once again wore her shirt and spoke. We will discuss this tomorrow. For now, you should take some rest, I will be joining you soon. Milikas nodded. It was a stressful day at the household, remembering Issei exposing Dai for who he is. The boy didn't like the man and wanted to stay away from him, even if he was the op-eye dragon. He wasn't like many boys. Grafia soon walked outside and was met by Issei as she spoke to him. Thank you for bringing my son back to me. It's alright, and besides I think you should sleep with him. Grafia nodded as she soon hugged Issei, embracing him completely as she spoke. How can I ever thank you, Ice? You brought my son back to me, and because of me, you went through so much trouble. How can I ever thank you? Issei returned the hug and spoke. We can discuss this later, for now sleep with him. Alright. Grafia nodded as she split up from him and gave a gentle smile, which was more blushing. She soon headed inside to sleep with her son as Issei headed back to his room. There he was greeted by Tamamo, who was laying near his bed as she spoke. Hey. You here? I thought you were. Tamamo shook her head and spoke. Milikas and Grafia will be taking the room I and Grafia once shared. We already talked about it and I was okay with it. It would be best for mother and son to spend time together. But are you sure if you? Tamamo cuts him off and speaks. Ice, I have lived with you for a while and I know that you are not someone that would take advantage of any woman. Plus, I wanted to stay in the same room after all. We need to continue our sessions. Issei was surprised by this as he responded. But Tamamo, my headache is gone and I don't want to cause any more trouble to you. It's alright, I am used to it and I know how much you like my tales, so you can lie down on my lap, come Ice. Tamamo motioned to Issei as he became embarrassed. He liked her soft tales and there was no denying it. Tamamo also didn't mind, but in Issei's sense, he was worried he may cause her more trouble. Alright. Issei walked to her and lied on Tamamo's lap as she slid a pillow to make her more comfortable. She once again started to massage his head with healing magic and transfer senjutsu in his head. Issei gave a relieved moan as he spoke. Ah, that's the… Tamamo gave a smile and responded. I know Ice, you are stressed from working to make sure humanity and all of us have a happy life ahead. It is the least I could do for you. Plus, I want you to be happy and if you aren't happy I won't be. Issei couldn't help but smile from this, she really was an angel that was born in a faction of monsters. Soon he looked at the tails and didn't hesitate to hold them, as he soon dozed off due to the softness of the tails. The Mamo chuckled upon seeing this, as she knows how to calm Issei down. She soon spoke. "I will be forever in your debt, Ice." Tamamo spoke as she continued to massage his head till the stress went off. After which, she soon also decided to sleep for the day. 2 months later. Issei's house, California Beaches, California, USA, 9:30 a.m. Issei was seated on the porch of the house. Having a Diet Coke can in his hand, he opened it and started to drink it, partially drinking the can. Issei then spoke. "Ah, this is life." Some things happened after the meeting incident 2 months prior to today. First thing, Irina, now a fallen angel, had to get rid of her ace card that was inside of her. However, they were unable to find a way through. As a result, the reincarnated fallen angel was completely despair-ridden and was tempted to kill Dai, but was unable to do so, since he was still the pillar as of now, and they couldn't get rid of him until they make it public, since he was still getting treatment. Despite this, they planned on using his power for their own agenda, since he was still the wielder of Kromkruch. Gabriel had drowned herself in work. She was the most guilt-ridden amongst the girls. She was now a complete fallen angel, something that Azazel always desired one day, but not in this manner. For now she was staying in Grigori, but Azazel is working with Michael to let her in heaven one day, so that she could continue her work there. Regardless, their goal was to locate Issei. Despite what he has done, their plan was to capture him, so that he could once again help them with the problems. They are aware of him removing Belfast's evil piece from her body, turning her back to human. However, something they could only dream of. Elmenhold was starting to be unfit for being the representative for the vampires, due to her extremely bad mental state. Issei destroying her faction out of revenge, which was far from the truth, and Dai's reveal as a fraud broke her mentally. She was disgusted by the fact that she consumed the blood of a fraud and was dependent on his blood. As a result, Krulteeps was being her replacement, who in reality was a spy for Issei. And finally, Yasaka, she was on the verge of a mental breakdown due to Dai's betrayal and realizing Issei was the one that saved her. And to top it all off, she had to abide by the conditions Issei gave her and was not happy. If anything, she was furious at his conditions, but she was afraid that Issei would want revenge for her and her daughter's treatment towards him. Worse, she came to know that Tamamo, her older sister, was under his protection of Issei, and she knew that Issei knows about her involvement in Toba's death and subsequent slander of her name, making her the sole reason why she is one of the most feared and hated Yaokai, which was far from the truth. This made her really terrified on what Issei would do to her if he gets his hands on her. Well, those fuckers got what was coming for them. Issei remembered on how Serziches was starting to be treated like a pariah for saving his position and many of his family reputation instead of his son. He hated what the man has done, and even if Dai was not present, the supernatural is filled with scumbags. For Issei, some good things happened to them as well. In the official board meeting, the Kishinamis made their joining official with Kaji Kishinami, becoming the 6th member of the Blackwatch High Command. Many were surprised by the man being so young despite being stated to be Issei's maternal grandfather. Issei explained that this was due to the practice of heightened Mitsurugi Ryu and the rigorous training that the style requires. Hence his aging is suppressed. Many were surprised, with some of the soldiers being interested. Kaji wasn't sure, but he stated that he will consider teaching them, keyword being consider. He finished his Diet Coke, remembering the work he has to do in his office study every single day. He had to handle Blackwatch meetings and make plans on how to reduce and if possible eliminate the supernatural influence in the human world. Soon his thoughts were snapped out when someone called out to him. "Issei-san." Issei turned around to see Milikas. He sensed the boy had nervousness in his body language, he was constantly shifting. Issei knew why he was nervous. He had every reason to hate him and his family due to the amount of damage they caused him. However, Issei doesn't hate Milikas since 1, he never actually met him, and 2, he was related to Grafia, he was her son, and she vouched for him to be better than her father, and he did see the result so far. "Yes, what do you want, Milikas?" Issei spoke with a tone of neutrality and responded to Milikas as he spoke. "May I sit beside you? I want to ask something from you." Issei only moved to the side and motioned Milikas to sit beside him. He then smiled and headed towards Issei sitting down beside him. Haidu Residence, Kuo, 3:30 p.m. Boru was looking angrily at the screen. Another business proposal was declined by them. He smashed the table in anger knowing what had happened, almost destroying his computer screen because of this. Damn him to hell. Goru was having an all-time low. His business was only taking a worse turn since Issei made the video of Dai's wedding public. The clan stocks were at an all-time low, losing value every single day. Worse, many business were turning their backs on him and his work was being made harder. Adding further insult to injury, their clan was being treated like pariahs. The once respected clan was looked down upon by many people who mock and torment them now. Even the 5 principal clans were doing the same, and the Kishinami, they were relishing the fall of the hiatus. "You will regret what you have done, Issei, this time I swear." Goro declared angrily. He vowed to destroy Issei at all costs. He just needs to find a person that is willing to do that, and he knows that his clan has many more people that more than want vengeance against him, including his former younger sister. Scene change. Issei's house, California Beaches, California, USA, 10 a.m. "So I wanted to ask, aside from exterminating supernatural people out of vengeance, what other stuff do you perform?" Milikas asked with curiosity, to which Issei spoke while chuckling. "First thing, who told you that I attack supernatural beings out of vengeance?" Milikas spoke stuttering. He knows that Issei hates Urziches more than anything else. However, there was disgust in his tone. He hated his father for what he did to his mother. "It was father." Issei sighed and responded. "No, what Urziches said was wrong. I hunt down only those that look down on humanity, seeing them as toys and pawns for their own amusement. Additionally, I also destroy those supernatural beings that want to harm humanity for their own selfish and foolish reasons. I am the shield of humanity, and it is my job to protect and defend those that are unable to defend themselves, primarily humanity, since they are seen as the lightwork of the society, the supernatural society. I also want to show that humanity can fight back. They can destroy the supernatural if they wanted to, they just don't want to show it." Milikas nodded in understanding, as he asked. "I see. Do you hate me cause I am a pure-blooded devil?" Issei immediately shook his head and spoke. "Only a few I don't hate, and you are one of them, kid." Milikas smiled in response to this, as he spoke. "There is one more thing I wanted to ask." Issei nodded in response. "I heard Aunt Tamamo sleeping in the same room as you do. By any chance, are the two of you close?" Issei cuts him off and responded. "Not at all, we aren't close as you think we are, Milikas. And it is because a part of her is still grieving on her lover's death, thanks to Yasaka. Your mother told you about him, didn't she?" Milikas nodded in response, remembering about her love story. Tamamo has started to have feelings for Issei and vice versa, but both are scared upon acting upon them due to Tamamo's past trauma and despair of losing her first lover. Issei knew that she needs time and doesn't mind giving it. She is family regardless, and if anything happens to her, the ones responsible will suffer a fate worse than death. "I see." Milikas spoke in response, as soon enough Issei's phone started to ring. He looked at the caller's identity and understood it was serious. He then looks at Milikas and spoke. "I gotta take this, how about you help your mom with any chores she has?" "Alright, Issei-san." Milikas heads inside, as Issei picks up the phone and places it on speaker mode. "Yes, Elena." Elena was the one who called him, as she spoke. "Hey Ice, hope you aren't busy." Issei shook his head and responded. "No, I wasn't, why do you ask?" Issei responded, as Elena responded with a normal yet concerned tone. "There is someone that desires to meet you, Issei. Apparently he wants your help and believes that you are his only hope against his current situation. If you don't help him, he has no one to turn to. And before you ask, he is a human." Issei knew that his situation seems grave. He was thinking on what happened, as he asked. "Let me guess, a supernatural being is haunting his family, that is why he is here for help asking us, right? From what I can tell, he came far to ask for our help, right Elena?" Elena responded in understanding, as she spoke. "Yep, how were you able to deduce this so quickly?" Issei gave a smile and responded. "Is it not obvious? I have learned this from seeing the situation with the factions and trying to find ways of beating them, which was unfortunately stolen by my brother, but that's not important. Can you tell me who is it?" Issei asked, to which Elena responded. "His name is Maher Segel. From the information I was able to search about him, he is stated to be the current heir to the Segel Industries, a multinational conglomerate headquartered in Mumbai, India. The group's business interests include metals, cement, fashion and retail, financial services, renewables and fiber, to name a few." Issei was surprised before having an amused smile on his face, as he spoke. Now that's quite the repository of finances he has in his resume. It's amazing. Issei smirked at this. It was quite capable on which person has come for help. Issei soon realizes that he has come for help, but what problem would a man like him face? He was quite influential, and he had some ideas on why the supernatural would want to harm him. He was gritting his teeth in anger. There was no way he was going to let them harm him in any manner. He knew that either they had a vendetta against him for not letting them in their company, or it was something else. Either way, he had to deal with them. "Indeed it is, but Issei, can you arrive as soon as possible? He wants to speak to you as soon as possible. Can you arrive here now if you can?" Issei nodded and spoke. "I will, tell him to wait for 2 hours. I need to explain the situation to the folks back home." Elena understood this, as Issei cuts off the call. He soon heads inside to discuss the situation to them. Scene change. Issei briefs them about the situation, with Ingvild asking. Why would a man want help from us? Isn't he rich? That is the problem. This is not a problem that he can face on his own even with the money he has. That is why he has come all the way from Mumbai to Washington DC. Anyways, I should head there, from his location. I think this involves the Hindu pantheon, which surprises me even more. From their stories, they seem to be one of the nicest pantheon in existence, but from what I know they could still be stories. Issei responded with a grim and a serious tone, as he knows that even the Hindu pantheon could be writing stories about themselves to make them look good. Issei is right, Shiva was amongst the more decent and level-headed gods in the factions, while I was still part of Serzich's peerage. If he is evil, then there is no saving the divine beings here. Grafia spoke with worry, shaking his head. Issei and the others understood how severe the matter is. Issei was planning to make contingencies against Shiva if needed. He already made contingencies against Zeus, Odin and Dagda, the Celtic god, if he does pose a problem. He was designing contingencies after contingencies against him to make sure he doesn't turn into a problem. Anyways, Issei, I think you should go. He would be waiting for you, and if he is here, then it must be really bad. Ingvild suggested in response, as Issei nodded in agreement. He knew that he needed to leave as soon as possible. Although, from what I can tell, I may have a theory on who may be responsible for the man's predicament. Tamamo spoke with a deep thought as she continued. I have a feeling that the house of Sigils has been bounded by a Naga. A Naga? Issei asked after thinking for a while, as he continued. They are a group of serpent-like beings with divine or semi-divine status. They are often depicted as having a human upper body and a serpent lower body, though their appearances can vary. Often symbolizing protection and representation of Earth, these beings can be protectors as well as destroyers to all those that they deem criminals. Tamamo, have you encountered these beings before? Issei asked, looking at the kitsune, as she nodded and spoke. Yes, I did. And they never, and I mean never, show themselves to the human world. Only when there is a huge crisis appearing in India, then only these beings show themselves to protect the people there. That is what I have heard of them. They are often guardians of sacred knowledge or treasures. The being I encountered was during my travels in India, and yes, I have traveled past Japan before, and I did encounter a Naga. I see. Were they friendly with you? Tamamo nodded and responded to this. Yes, they are. And are they a separate faction to Yasaka's own faction? Tamamo again nodded and spoke. Correct, and they are a faction of their own. To classify them different from Nurana, which is a similar type of snake yokai, they are classified under the Indian yokai subcategory. Not much is known about them since they live in their own dimension known as Naglok, and they never, and I mean never, come out of this place, unless it is to deal with someone who has wronged them or wronged someone they care for. Tamamo explained, remembering what that Naga had told her about when they had met up. Issei nodded in agreement as he continued. But if that was the case, couldn't it be any other yokai? Tamamo shook her head and responded. I doubt it. I am certain that it is a Naga due to other supernatural beings in India, not or avoiding being involved with humans. They want them to live in peace and not get involved with humans. This means that the Sigil family wronged someone. Tamamo nodded and spoke. Correct, this is possible, but we cannot jump to conclusions. I believe it would be best to find out more before you can make a decision. It's best we don't just purge them like we did with the vampires. Let's see on what both sides have to say, and then we decide on what should be done. Tamamo spoke in response, as Issei nodded. However, there was still one question in his mind. By justice, are there cases of them crossing the line? Like, have they gone too far? Tamamo remained silent for a moment before speaking. I hate to say this, but even I am not sure of it. I am sorry, Ice. Tamamo spoke with an apologetic tone, as Issei nodded in understanding. He then spoke. It's alright, Tamamo, no need to push yourself. But I think I should leave. It wouldn't be nice to keep him waiting. After all, coming all the way from India to America would be taxing for someone like him. Issei spoke in response, as he picked up his coat and decided to teleport all the way to Washington DC. He said his goodbyes to the girls and Milikas before he immediately teleported to the location. Scene change. BLACKWATCH Headquarters, Maryland, Washington DC, 1:30 p.m. Issei managed to teleport to the BLACKWATCH headquarters where Belfast was present. She then spoke. Master? Belfast spoke with a bow. She had completely changed her attire into a more better one, instead of the revealing variant she had worn, suiting the military location she was assigned to. She had still worn her maid outfit, however. The dress is primarily dark navy or black, with elegant white trim along the edges. Over the dress, she wears a large pristine white apron, tied neatly at the waist, with an additional layer of frills, adding a touch of delicacy. The bodice is form-fitting, accented by a white lace collar that complements her maid headband. Her sleeves are long, ending in neat cuffs, but the material is slightly puffed at the shoulders. A silver ribbon is tied around her neck like a bow. The ensemble is topped off with black thigh-high stockings and sleek knee-high combat boots, which contrast sharply with the soft flowing fabric of the dress. The boots feature metal accents. "Belfast, have you been keeping well?" Issei noticed her change in demeanor. It was because he had removed the corrodium from her mind just a month ago. He decided to see if she was willingly going to serve him or not. It was more or less a test if he wishes to remove corrodium from someone. Turns out Belfast remembered everything she had done while she was under Issei's control. And when Issei asked whether she was willing to serve him, he was surprised when she devoted herself to him completely. Corrodium managed to bring out her true emotions and grievances. While she was grateful for Serafo for rescuing her, she was not happy with how she was asked to be dressed to become a magical girl. She hated embarrassing herself, especially when Serafo posted them online on DeviTube. Even when she protested doing so, Serafo didn't listen. She had to endure a lot of mockery from others, but kept it in due to her loyalty for her master. Corrodium managed to show her a different reality where she would serve someone that cares and respect her feelings. And when Corrodium infected her, she became his servant and saw the contrast between the two. Especially after spending a month serving him when she was infected by Corrodium. However, despite this, Issei kept an eye on her to test her true loyalty, whether she would crawl back to Serafo or remain with him in BLACKWATCH. If the former happens, then she would once again be corrupted with Corrodium. But despite this, she never went back to the underworld or even stepped close to it. He was starting to trust her, but he decided to wait before he can completely start having faith in her. He needed to see whether she was truly loyal. "Yes, master, I have been keeping well. Besides, Lady Elena has asked the guest to wait in the lounge. He has been patiently waiting for 2 hours right now." Issei nodded to this. As he headed inside, he needed to speak to this MERCER right now. However, unbeknownst to him, someone was trailing him. It was a black cobra. It managed to slip in before the guards could even notice. It was able to move quick enough and hide itself before it was too late. In the meantime, Issei and Belfast headed inside as they looked for the man and where he was. They met up with Elena as she spoke. "He is waiting for you, he wants to really meet you." Issei nodded and headed to the place. He reached the lounge alongside Belfast as he looked at the man who was talking with someone on the phone via his Bluetooth. He then spoke. "Yes, ma, I will call you later." The man was described to be a sophisticated and confident man with a well-groomed look. He has neatly styled dark hair, a sharp mustache, and a defined jawline. He is wearing a sleek black suit jacket over a beige vest, complemented by a white dress shirt and a black tie, adding a polished touch to his formal attire. This man was MERCER, the same man that wanted to speak to with Issei. "I hope this is a good time to speak, Mr. Segel." MERCER turned to the man as he got up and greeted Issei as he spoke. "You must be Mr. Issei, right?" Issei nodded. He had to go with Issei and not Issei MERCER for the time being. He was planning to change his name once he plans for the big reveal. He soon shook the man's hand as he responded. "It was nice to meet you in person. I have seen your recent sting operation on the vampires where you saved a lot of innocent humans." Issei nodded and responded after releasing his hand. "Indeed, sorry for taking 2 hours, there was a situation at home." "It's alright." MERCER soon took a seat and Issei followed suit sitting opposite to him. Belfast then brought a glass of coffee for him as she responded. "Coffee?" MERCER took it and started sipping some of it as he responded. "Thank you." Belfast smiled and headed towards Issei and stood beside him as Issei spoke in response. "So Mr. Segel, what brings you here?" MERCER kept down his coffee and spoke with a deep breath. "It was about a situation at my home, my family members have been dying." "Was it a Naga?" MERCER became surprised by this as he asked. "How did you know about it?" Belfast gave him a Diet Coke can as he opened it and started sipping it as he explained. "I have been involved with the supernatural from a very young age. And have even been almost killed by a certain fallen angel. I found out that most Hindu pantheon don't if not rarely get involved with humans, unlike the other pantheons. I deduced all possible targets and with the help of a good family member of mine, I found out that it was a Naga that is hunting you. Tell me, am I right or wrong?" MERCER was surprised by this level of deduction. It was no wonder that this man was the chairman of BLACKWATCH, one of the organizations that can publicly clash against the supernatural, and the man in front of him was strong enough to even deal with devils. MERCER knew that Issei was not someone he wants to cross in any manner, especially when he wants to defend humanity against the supernatural that are known to abuse and torment humans. He remembered on how the RageRevan family also revealed what the devils had done to them, and the devils had to remain in hiding even further to not receive hatred from the humans in general. He spoke with a sigh. "I see. Well, it's true, and the worst part." MERCER spoke with a deep breath and spoke in response. She was my wife. Issei widened his eyes as he asked. What? But aren't Nagas reclusive, or in your case Najin? Yes they are, I wasn't even aware of this side of her, and even if she was a Najin, I would have accepted her. But in reality, she was not the same woman I knew and loved. Issei nodded in response, and spoke in kind. Tell me more. Issei spoke in response, as Maher spoke with a deep breath and responded. I will try and make it short and not taking too much time, since both of us are busy with our own work. You see, I was married to her for the past 6 to 7 months, and on the surface she seemed to be a loving and devoted wife. But that was far from the case. Maher spoke with a deep breath, as Issei noted this was a sensitive topic even for him. He could only imagine the pain he had to go through. In reality, she was a scheming, ruthless, merciless, sadistic and deceitful person, only seeing me as a pawn for her revenge. I was able to survive her attack and came all the way to US immediately, in hopes of finding a way to stop her rampage against my family. She has already killed some of them already, and I wasn't even aware of it, while pretending to be my loving wife. And the worst part, before killing me, she revealed that she never loved me, and I was her main target, her main enemy. Issei noted this, recalling and relating to some things that Rainer did to him in the past. He was glad that she was gone for good. He wondered if this wife of Maher's is similar to Rainer, who had no empathy or regret killing him. However, he did remember what Tamamo had said to them about your kind, as Issei spoke. But that isn't the full story, isn't it? Issei spoke while taking another sip from his Diet Coke as Maher spoke. Yes, there is more. It turns out she was blaming me and my family for molesting her and killing her real lover. She said this before she killed me. Issei almost choked on his drink upon his hearing, as he exclaimed. What? Yes, but I just don't understand. I never molested her, hell I didn't even have a relationship with anyone before her, not even a girlfriend. But believe me, I didn't molest her, and neither did my family. I know them for so long, and I don't think they are going to molest her in any manner, and to top it all off, our family didn't illegally murder anyone in any manner. Issei sensed the man was telling the truth. His draconic instincts allowed him to sense truth from deceit very quickly, and that coupled with his past suffering, allowed him to refine those instincts even more. I see. So the story goes like this, your family is alleged to molest her. And she married you after that, and stayed as your wife for 6 to 7 months, which was how she got into your house and started taking her revenge, if that correct? Maher nodded and spoke with a sad smile hiding his pain. Why yes, that's about it. Issei nodded. He wondered if the molestation was true or false, cause if it is the latter, then there is no force on earth that is going to save her from him. Not even her gods. Mr. Segel, may I ask you something? Maher looked at him and responded. Go ahead. Issei spoke in response. Did you kill a snake in the past by any chance? Like do you recollect killing any snake in the past? And no, I didn't, but my brothers did mention killing a snake. Issei narrowed his gaze and spoke. I see. Issei spoke with a deducing thought. This means that the molestation case might be true. We need to investigate more on the matter till we make the decision of making your wife pay the consequences of her actions. Maher was about to respond, but Issei spoke before that. I understand that your family might be under danger, but now. Issei was unable to finish when a huge black snake was about to bite him. He dashed forward in blinding speeds faster than even gods, and shouted. Get down. Issei tackled Maher to the ground. The man was disgruntled and angered at first, only to look at a huge black snake that was ready to kill him, making him pale. It then announced. I was about to kill the man that molested our Negrani Bella who had survived and contacted BLACKWATCH to stop, but you will regret getting in our way human. The black snake's voice sounded female. Issei quickly pushed Maher out of the way, as the black snake transformed into a human. She was a beautiful woman of Indian origin with long, sleek black hair cascading over her shoulders, adding to her graceful presence. Her skin is smooth and radiant, with a warm undertone that complements her deep brown eyes, which are large, expressive, and framed by thick lashes. She was wearing a traditional yet elegant, featuring a black and white sari draped in a classical Indian style. The fabric is detailed with ornate golden patterns, especially along the borders of the sari and the blouse, adding a regal touch. She accessories with a golden mangtika, forehead jewelry on her forehead, matching earrings, a bracelet, and an intricately designed choker necklace. She soon appeared to look angrily at both Maher and Issei, but her anger was even more with Maher for sexually molesting the Negrani. She hated that the man did such a heinous act to someone she sees as a queen. Maher, leave this room, now. Maher nodded in response, as the woman tried to rush to him, but Issei intercepted her and responded. Sorry no can do. Although I am surprised that a Najin managed to get inside. The woman grew frustrated as black scales started to appear on her face, and her eyes turned serpent-like. She hissed violently in fury as Issei was ready to clash with her. I am only going to ask you once, stand down, or things will get ugly. The woman goaded in a serpent-like hiss. Make me? Issei shook his head and spoke. So be it. Never thought an encounter with a Naga would be so deadly. Belfast wanted to join, as she had her artillery shell in the ready in the back. She quickly unleashed a minor bombardment on the Najin, who barely dodged it. She managed to revert to her snake form as she tried to respond to the attack. But before she could. Bam! Issei punched her from the side, sending her crashing to the wall. She managed to recover, and angered by the attack, she opened her mouth and started flinging her big snake-like tongue towards him. Drake warned him in response. Partner, there is poison in that tongue, be careful. Issei nodded as he activated his boosted gear and grabbed the tongue and yanked her towards him. He then quickly used his free hand to sock her in the face, sending her flying. The Najin was getting even more infuriated, but she soon noticed the boosted gear as she asked with surprise. You're the Red Dragon Emperor? Issei was surprised by this as he responded. Wait, you didn't know, didn't Shiva tell you about this? The woman clicked her tongue in frustration and responded. It's Lord Shiva or Balanath to you, human, call him that. The Najin exclaimed with anger as Issei shook his head and responded. He was surprised that she had immense respect for Lord Shiva. However, he didn't. Nah, I don't think I will. Issei seemingly teleported and closed the gap as he socked her in the face. Sending her staggering, she tried to bite him, but Issei followed it up with a kick towards her stomach that made her cough up. Master! Belfast exclaimed as Issei dodged the attack. She unleashed another bombardment towards her, which made her scream in pain when she got hit, causing an explosion. Ayaya! She shouted in pain as soon the dust settled, revealing her tattered clothing. She was on the ground and in daze. She had some bleeding as Issei acted quickly and restrained her using the device that stripped her of her powers in her mouth so that she doesn't try anything. It's over. Soon some soldiers came inside, alongside Maher Segel, who was surprised to see her as he asked. Is she known to you? Maher shook his head and responded. No. This is the first time I have seen her. I see. Issei told the guards and responded. Take her away, I will deal with her personally. Yes sir. The guards immediately carried the Najin, who struggled to resist. She tried to shapeshift and escape, in which she failed. Issei could see the struggle end and her anger changed to horror. Mr. Segel, there is something I need to talk to you about before you leave. Maher was surprised as he asked. What is it? The Najin, I could see the anger in her eyes and tone was true. Furthermore, what she said about your wife Akka the Negrani being molested, it was true. Like you, even she was not lying. Maher became surprised by this as he spoke. And no, this cannot be. Yes, that is why I would advise you to not go to India for the time being. She trailed you here all the way from India to get rid of you cause you did this heinous act. But since both of you are telling the truth, there is something more to this story. I know Nagas don't go after innocents, and this is something that I am well aware of. This means. Maher responded to him. There is a third party at play here and someone wants my family to fall apart. A conspiracy, right? Issei snapped his fingers and responded. Bingo. I see. Maher was infuriated. He knew that his family may have some family rivals, but to stoop to this level was something even he was not expecting. But who would do this, and why would they do this? But Mr. Segel, we cannot jump to conclusions. I would investigate this even further and then take a crucial decision. Starting with. Issei turned to where the Najin was taken as he continued. Having a chat with this lovely Najin that is in our custody. I am not against this, but I am worried about having to lose my family members anymore. Issei nodded to this and spoke. You needn't worry about that, I should be done by today at most before we can make plans on how to deal with this. She wouldn't murder everyone in one day, hopefully. Did she take multiple lives on a single day? Issei asked, to which Maher shook his head and spoke. No, there is a gap between this. Maher spoke with sadness as Issei noted this and spoke. So this gives us breathing time and to make plans to deal with this situation. If your family is innocent, you can count on it that nothing will happen to them. Issei spoke with an assured tone as he made it his first goal, which was to identify the problem that was happening. There was more to it and he intended to find out everything. Scene change. BLACKWATCH Headquarters, Maryland, Washington, D.C., 4:30 p.m. Issei headed inside. Earlier he had said his goodbyes to Maher and headed to the place where the Najin was kept active as two soldiers greeted him, with one of them speaking. Sir. How is she doing? Issei asked with a tone of seriousness as the other soldier spoke. She is fine. Lady Elena had asked us to take some of her blood samples so that we could have better protection against a Naga that can come inside ever again. Issei nodded in understanding as he would need to talk to her about it as he responded. Very well, I will speak to her. It was a good thing I was with Maher, else he would have been dead by now. Leave us. The soldier saluted him and left him as he walked inside, revealing the Najin, who was completely bound. She was completely healed and had tears in her eyes. Well, that just leaves the two of us here. Issei took a seat opposite to the Najin. As he removed her mouthpiece, she could be seen making a slow hiss, indicating that she was furious but helpless. Issei then speaks. Let's start with a basic question, you got a name I can call you with? Issei spoke, to which the Najin hissed in response. You aren't getting anything from me, human. Issei had a small grin, unaffected by her anger in any manner. Oh, you are just a treat, aren't you? The Najin wanted to teach this human, or so she sees, a lesson, but knows that he is not only the Red Dragon Emperor, but was strong enough to purge an entire faction and dare the factions to do something about it. He shook his head and spoke. Anyways, let's start small. My name is Issei, just Issei. And I am the chairman of BLACKWATCH. What is your name? The Najin remained silent as he sighed and spoke. I don't have all day, if you can't tell me who you are, we can make this easier, or else. The Najin gave a cold look and spoke. Or else what, Issei? I can extract the information from you. Issei's hands changes to tendrils as he aims it at her head, which makes her flinch as he speaks. I will get the information one way or another. So I will give you 3 choices. Issei teeth turns predatory, which makes her start having some level fear as he continues. Option 1. First thing, I can kill you completely, get the information against you and your faction. Then I will make sure that every last Naga is destroyed just like the vampires. The Najin felt fear upon hearing the first option. She was starting to feel afraid of the man that was in front of her. She didn't want to be the sole reason why her faction and Negroni do end up dying because of him. What's option 2 or 3? Issei smirks predatorily and responded. Option 2. I can keep you alive, extract the memories of you and your faction. Then, I will find out the truth and I will destroy your kind completely, leaving nothing but dust and destruction. Since if humans are getting killed by your kind, then I won't tolerate any deaths and destruction by their hand, and they will meet the same fate as the vampires. The Najin again felt even more fear. Even option 2 was not viable, as she would lose her own brothers and sisters. She immediately got from the chair and kneeled in front of him, placing her head on the ground, begging Issei to not kill her faction. D, please. I beg of you, D, don't kill my kind. I will do anything, please don't harm them. I beg of you. The Najin begged Issei to not harm her faction and her kind. Unlike the vampires that actively hunt after humans, the Nagas are the opposite, they don't go after humans. Hell, they don't even go to the human world, remaining in their own dimension, which was Naglok. Then set things right by cooperating with me. Issei spoke in response, removing his tendrils and teeth reverting to normal, as the Najin looked up, tears present in her eyes, with her cheeks being tear-stained. I never told you option 3, right? The Najin nodded in response, as he asked. Before that, I should get your name, what is it? I told you mine. The Najin nodded and spoke. My name is Vishela, now can you please tell me option 3? The now identified Vishela got up and sat down on the chair as Issei spoke. Very well. Issei spoke with a deep breath as he continued. Option 3. I and Maher will personally investigate this, since I am aware that neither of you are telling any lies. I plan on locating the one responsible for this and punish them accordingly, and if your Negroni is guilty for killing any innocents, she will be punished accordingly. Vishela paled upon this as she responded. But. Issei gave a glare. This were the 3 options she had, and she had to pick one as she spoke. Fine, I accept third option. Good, first I am going to need your cooperation, Vishela. I want to know the incident that had happened which caused her lover to perish. Tell me more about it. Vishela nodded and spoke. It all started 6 to 7 months ago, and all I can recount is what my Negroni has spoken or announced it to me. Is that alright? Issei nods and speaks. Well, we can start with that, go on. Right. Vishela spoke with slight nervousness as Issei spoke while keeping his hand on her shoulder. First, calm yourself. I want to solve this problem as much as you do, cause if the Negroni kills an innocent, there are severe consequences, right? Yes, there are. Vishela spoke with a deep breath as she continued. If a Negroni does kill an innocent human being, the first thing that will happen is her public shaming. She will be shamed publicly in front of everyone. Everyone will stop calling her their queen, but call a killer. The second thing that will happen is that she will lose not only her right to the throne, but she will also lose access to the Negroni. And finally, the last thing that will happen is that she will lose all her powers and will be kicked out of Naglok, never allowed to enter ever again. Issei understood the severity of the situation. He understood that whoever wants the throne can easily take it down. This was a foolproof way to destroy both the Segals and the Naglok system. For my next question, what exactly is this Negroni and why is it so important? Vishela took a deep breath and responded. I would tell you, but please, no one should find out about this, please. Issei nodded in understanding as Vishela continued. A priceless gem of immense power, enough to rival with even the 13 Longinus. Lord Shiva gave us this gem for us to protect it, and you cannot even touch the gem as long as your intentions are noble. Only the Negrani of the present day can do so. That is why, when the Negrani of present day does kill someone innocent, she will lose access to the gem, and the gem can be taken by anyone, and I mean anyone, humans, other Najans like me, gods, anyone. So this means the gem is up for grabs. Vishela was confused, tilting her head as she asked. Up for grabs. I am sorry, I am not up to date with the recent trends of the internet. Means anyone can take the gem and nobody can stop them. Vishela nodded and spoke. Yes, this is true. We can't do anything to stop the ones that desire to gain the Nigmani for their own selfish gain. And the worst part, the Nigmani has been stolen before by our enemies. Issei nodded in response as he spoke. Very well, that is more than enough cooperation. We will see on what needs to be done. You will be staying in Blackwatch under supervision for now. This was cause you attacked both me and Mr. Segal and tried to kill us. I hope you understand. Issei spoke, to which Vishela grew worried. However, Issei spoke. I will keep you updated on the recent events by someone. You needn't worry, and if things go well, I will even restore your powers. Vishela nodded in understanding as Issei left the room. She saw a different side of the man that wants to purge the factions, wondering what more there is with this man. However, there was something on her mind. How did Maher even survive the venom from her Negrani, since her venom is stated to be the most potent and deadliest amongst all Nagas? Scene change. Once Issei was outside, he was met up by Belfast. She then spoke. So how did it go? From what I can tell, my suspicions were right. There is a third party that is involved in this. It is a foolproof plan to destroy both Noglok and the Segals. Issei responded, to which Belfast grew considered as she spoke. Master, so what is the plan now? Issei responded in kind. I will head and contact Maher, inform him on what Vishela told me while keeping some secrets that she asked me to. Only revealing the necessary details. Belfast, I want you to book me the earliest flight to India and inform me prior to booking it. Will you do it? You know Blackwatch's bank account details, right? Belfast gave a smile upon hearing this as she spoke with a bow. Consider it done. I hope you will inform the others back home, Master. Issei nodded and spoke. Yes, and inform the Najin inside about the events that happened. I did promise her on that. Belfast nodded and spoke. Consider it done, Master. Issei gave a smile before he left the place to head to the location where Maher was, as he knew he had to reveal select information, and after that, it was time to head to India. That's it, guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.